Chapter 1. Minecraft. Loading New World. It was a beautiful day outside, where the rivers were lazily running through the hills. The trees covered the earth with rich branches that left shadows all around them, and the animals were living in peace with nature. Suddenly, something different disturbed the peace. A black spot appeared out of nowhere in the air. It was plain and mesmerizing at the same time. It didn't stop just there. It grew bigger and bigger, when suddenly, as it stared, it stopped. Out of the black spot, a man was roughly thrown out. He was not a normal man. He was tall, wore a plain white shirt and some black pants. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and the most unusual thing, he was made of squares. But he wasn't the only one like that. The trees were made of squares. The earth had the shape of a square, and even the animals had the edges of a square. It was a world made of squares. I opened my eyes, only to be immediately blinded by the sun. Ugh, why is the sun so strong? And why? Is that a tree from Minecraft? Suddenly, I stopped rubbing my eyes and looked confused at the tree of a popular game from my childhood. After a few quiet minutes trying to understand what had happened, I started to look around, only to see that everything was cube-shaped. Did I watch too many Minecraft videos and now I'm having dreams about it? That could be possible, since it wouldn't be the first time when I binged-watched a show or a game and went to sleep quickly afterward. And if I didn't finish the series, my mind would try very hard to continue that activity, even in my sleep. But still, this one felt different. Maybe I can even open up my inventory. Pop! Suddenly, a gray window appeared, which took me by surprise. What? Is this my inventory? And it's empty. Who would have thought? I say this to no one in particular, but this action alone managed to calm my nerves, which were slowly rising. Well, let's go and have some fun until I wake up. I got up on my feet and went to do one of the most essential steps of the game, which was getting some wood. The tree was not too far from me, and with excitement that I didn't know I had, my punch went full force at the defenseless tree trunk. Oh, why did it hurt? Isn't this supposed to be a lucid dream? Then the new reality struck me like a brick. I wasn't dreaming. I felt pain. I'm alive in this bizarre world. How did I get here? My memory is a little fuzzy, but I don't remember dying like other characters. But I put a stop to that train of thought because I knew it was not the time for me to panic, but take action and build a shelter before night. I looked at the position of the sun. It was right above me, which meant that I only had half of the day before it was dark. I looked at the tree again with determination. With pain or not, I still have to get wood. Sorry, tree, nothing personal. Then I started to punch the block like a madman, until all of a sudden the block of wood disappeared with a simple pop sound, leaving the tree floating mysteriously in the air, ignoring the laws of gravity that I was so used to. Still in pain, I looked around to see where the block was, but with no luck. I then remembered that I had an inventory now, so I quickly opened it, and there it was, a piece of oak wood occupying one of my previously empty slots. On the upper right corner, there was my crafting 2x2 square, where I quickly put the log in, and converted it into 4 planks. Then out of those, I took 2 to craft 4 sticks. I may be desperate to work quickly, but that doesn't mean that I should work stupid. I don't know if I can, nor do I want to find out, if I can destroy my hands handicapping myself. So, I'll use a stick to be safer. My inventory was a 9x4 square, with 2 separate smaller squares beside the inventory tab that represented my hands. I dragged the stick to my right hand, and out of nowhere, I had a straight stick with the length of a meter. It felt unnatural, but beautiful. I swung the stick at the tree block with newfound force. But instead of the wood cracking like expected, my stick snapped into two, to my great surprise. So sticks are not indestructible as in the game. They're more like a real stick, in a way. Maybe it would work if I stabbed it instead of swinging at it. And I raised my hand with another stick and stabbed the top of the log with it. And to my relief, the stick didn't break, and a crack appeared on the wood block.
Yay for my fists, but time is ticking, so should quickly upgrade to the wooden axe. But for that, the crafting table. Don't know how that would work, but this is Minecraft now, so I shouldn't question it. I broke the rest of the tree down and started to prepare the crafting table while waiting for the leaves to decay. After it was done and placed on the grass, I started to notice something different. The crafting table looked more 3D. I mean, I am in a 3D world in general, but the texture in the game was just a cube with an image on it, so it didn't feel too real. But the one in front of me had depth. It had design and texture to the touch. It even had some tools beside it that I could pick it up. I tried to take one for a closer look, but then an invisible force stopped me from taking it more than 1 block away from the crafting table. So I can't use those as a weapon. I can only use them for crafting in some way. But first, let's see if I can make the axe in the first place. I put the recipe in the 3x3 squares, 2 sticks and 3 wooden planks. Then, like magic, a holographic arrow appeared pointing to a wooden axe placed in a square. I tried to grab the axe, but my hand went through the image like it wasn't there. Maybe I should use those tools around the table? I picked up a hammer and hit the center square of the recipe. The sticks and planks started to deform and merge, but it wasn't completely done, so I hit it a few more times. And then a wooden axe appeared out of nowhere on top of the crafting table. Wow! I didn't expect that to happen. And, oussie! The edge of the blade is pretty sharp, even if it's made from wood. With the new tool at my disposal, I started then to cut down more trees around me with more ease and efficiency. And even though I could see the durability going down, I didn't need to worry, since I could always make a new one. Slowly the sun started to go down. I decided to stop collecting and start building my first shelter in this new world. Quickly, I opened up my inventory to see my progress. -70 oak wood, -23 sticks, -10 apples. Even though I had to make another axe, that was a pretty good harvest, if I say so myself. But now I'm hungry and thirsty. Looks like this world isn't like the vanilla Minecraft that I know of. I should look for a source of water now. Then I'm going to build around it. After I broke the crafting table, I started to wander through the woods, searching for my next location. Luckily for me, after about 10 minutes of wandering, I started to hear the noise of running water. I quickly got there and saw a 3-block-wide river. With a smile on my face, I started to get closer to it. Not too small and not too deep. This is perfect for me. But even with this stroke of luck, it was a bit of a challenge for me to drink, since I didn't have palms or a bucket where I could hold the water. So I had to get on all fours to drink it directly from the source, hoping that the water was drinkable. After I had my fill, I ate 2 apples and started to look more closely around me to see what kind of place I was now. It was a small clearing, surrounded by woods, and the river running through the center of it. It was the perfect place to start a small base. Okay, let's start building then. I quickly made a 5x5x3 tall house cube out of wooden planks, with the door frame facing right towards the river. But quickly after I placed the door to fill the space. The newly placed door didn't have windows like in the game. Instead, it was smooth wood down. Maybe it's better this way, since I don't want to be shot by a skeleton through them. After everything outside was done, I went inside where it was dark. And that didn't make me too comfortable. I didn't have torches to light up the place, and I didn't know if mobs could even spawn there like in the game. So the only choice that I could think of at the moment was to use slabs on the floor to stop my growing anxiety. Outside is slowly getting darker and darker, and even though the door looked very sturdy, I didn't trust it too much. So I put some planks on the door, leaving space only for my hand to go through, where I can freely open the door. After everything was done, I crashed on the wooden floor in exhaustion. I'm in a different world, a video game world on top of that, and I don't even know how I got here. Why am I even here? Will I be able to get back to my home planet? Slowly, my mind grew tired like my body, even though I used an axe to get materials that still made me exhausted. With a bed or not, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow me is going to deal with the rest of the problems. I closed my eyes and sent my mind into the sweet embrace of sleep. Chapter 2. New World, New Day. Once the sun goes down, the living are getting ready to sleep, while the undead is raising for the hunt. They may be weak individually, but their strength is in their endless numbers. Undead flesh, endless flying arrows, and many more horrors brought by the moonlight. But there's still hope for this corrupt world. Once the moon goes to sleep and the sun starts to rise, the monsters shall flee in fear into the darkness. Otherwise, they'll be cursed with eternal burning. I woke up sore all over my body. I don't know how this body works, but the nervous system looks like it works like my old body. I get closer to the barricaded door and try to open it up through the empty space between the plank and the slab. It wasn't easy, but I finally managed to push out the door, letting the sun light up the dark room that I was in. Looks like it's morning outside, and hopefully the monsters have gone into hiding as well. They're turned to suffer now. Even though it was daylight outside, I didn't break the barricade yet, but instead I listened for another 10 more minutes in case I hear some footsteps noises. After I was only greeted by the calming sounds of the flowing river, I finally broke down the block obscuring my door. But I didn't relax until I checked every part around my house in case of any surprise monsters. Okay, the coast is clear with no zombies in sight. What's the plan for today? I looked at my house in its full glory, at the trees behind it and the open field. Looks like I need to fence this area, but I think I should get some coal first to make some torches for some light at night. But I'm not crazy enough to get into a cave without an armor, so burning some charcoal it is. Let's get some cobblestone. I started to dig the stairway to stone a bit further away from my camp. I didn't want to have a monster hideout too close to me. I used my wooden shovel to dig the dirt out, and I didn't have to dig for too long, because 3 blocks deep I could already see the gray stone under my feet. I then switched to my wooden pickaxe to mine the new uncovered stone. This time it took more swings to break it, more than a log. After I mined 15 stone blocks, now I had to get back and make a furnace and new tools to work faster around here. I got into the house and put the recipe for furnace in the crafting table. But something weird happened. Instead of the normal holographic arrow pointing at the crafted item, now the arrow was covered by a big red X. And when I touched it, a text appeared. Insufficient levels on crafting skill. What do you mean I don't have levels in crafting? Since when do I need levels to craft something in Minecraft? I looked at the message gain and thought how different this world is from the original game, even if it looks the same. I opened my inventory to see if I missed something by chance, but to no avail. Maybe I have a different tab for skills. Then, out of nowhere, a tab appeared in front of me. Skills. Crafting. Level 1, 73. Over 100 XP. Enchanting. Level 1, 0. Over 100. Brewing. Level 1, 0. Over 100. Underscore. Trading. Level 1, 0. Over 100. I did not expect that to happen. So now I have to level up to be able to craft stuff. What's the max level? I keep asking questions that nobody will answer. Besides crafting, looks like I need to level up enchanting, brewing, and trading? Is the trading skill related to the villagers by any chance?
I wonder if I can communicate with them in this world, since this world does not necessarily follow the Minecraft rules. But since I didn't know about the Skills tab, maybe I'm missing some other stuff that I don't know about. I tried different popular words from video games, but the only one that showed results was the status command. Status name: Health, 20/20. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Speed, 5.6 blocks per second. I don't know if it's good or bad, or if I can grow them naturally, or only with weapons and armor. And why isn't my name written? I decided that I shouldn't focus on those questions for now, since nobody is going to answer them. Instead, I should figure out how can I level up my skills so I can actually survive out there, and not hiding every night in darkness with wooden tools. Since I already have some XP, I can only assume that I got those from crafting. So let's craft some more for the next level. After some testing in the hut, I found out how much XP gives for everything I made. Planks, 1 XP. Sticks, 1 XP. Slabs, 3 XP. Tools, 10 XP. Door, 3 XP. Chest, 7 XP. Wooden bowl, 2 XP. Stairs, 5 XP. Fence, 4 XP. Gate fence, 5 XP. I didn't get the XP per item. Instead, I got it per conversion. So when I used 2 planks to get 4 sticks, I didn't get 4 XP, but instead just 1 XP. And if I used 4 planks, I'll get 2 XP. But I wanted to stop here, since I didn't want to waste all my wood in one go. I then opened my Skills tab, and that had a small change. Skills. Crafting level 2 up, 165, over 1000 XP. Enchanting level 1, 0 over 100. Brewing level 1, 0/100 underscore. Trading level 1, 0/100. But now, I wanted to see if I could make a furnace since I leveled up. And once I put the recipe on the crafting table again, this time I wasn't blocked by a red X. Instead, I could actually craft it. Once I had it in my inventory, I checked my Skills tab to see how much XP I got from a stone recipe. And from 165 XP, it got up to 175 XP. So 10 XP like the wooden tools. But once I crafted a stone pickaxe, the numbers went up to 225 XP. So that means that I'll get 50 XP per stone tool. But the threshold now is 1.000 XP. So for the next level, I would probably need 10,000 XP. But at least the unlocked recipes will give me more XP. After I crafted the pickaxe, I decided to mine more stone and upgrade my tools. Once I was done, the sun was at its peak on its way down. I quickly made a stone axe, stone hoe, stone sword, and another stone pickaxe. I then put the furnace in my hut and the 2 chests besides each other, and like in the game, it became a doubled chest. But unlike the game, the merging process creeped me out. It looked like they came to life and tried to eat each other. It wasn't a long process, but it was an unpleasant one. Once I opened it up, there was only darkness. And a second later, I was greeted by the chest inventory tab besides my inventory tab. I moved some sticks into it, and then looked at the darkness in the chest again, and there was no change in it. I tried to put my hand into it, but once I was a block in, I was stopped by an invisible force. Okay, I know this is how it's supposed to work in the game, but it's very weird when I see it in front of me. I mean, how does it even work? The more I thought about it, the more the headache grew,
so I decided to ignore it and just check the furnace. Once I put my hand on it, the furnace tab opened up like the chest. I split what wood I had left in two and put one up and one down for them to burn as fuel. After that, all of the sudden I had light in my house. Oh yeah! The furnace is a light source once it burns something. I then walked outside to chop down some trees for more wood.
After half an hour, I got back only 3 charcoals were done. So that was 1 charcoal in 10 minutes. I put more wood in both slots of the furnace and took out the fences out of my inventory to start putting them around my hut. The process of fences merging was as weird as the chest one, where the 2 individual poles started to grow arms once they were near each other, and then connecting so well that you couldn't tell difference of the 2 arms. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough of them, so I had to chop more wood and then craft into more fences. After I was done with my hut fence, I then started to fence another area around the river. This is where I'll plant my crops, but is this fence tall enough to even stop anyone? The fence was a block tall, so I tried to lean over it. I was able to do it, but after half a block, an invisible barrier stopped me. But this barrier wasn't too hard. I knew that I could jump over it if I had enough speed and force, but I hoped that the animals, or the monsters, didn't have that. Now it was time to till the land for crops to be planted. I had to actually tilt the earth block manually, otherwise when I tried to hit it with the hoe, it just broke the block. After I was done, I had about 12 tilted patches ready to be used. They only needed the seeds, and those came from grass, which, luckily, I had enough around me. I got close to a patch and started to punch it to break it, but to my surprise, instead of seeds coming out, the grass just bent backwards like normal grass. Well, this is embarrassing. After a few tries, I found out that I can get the seeds by pulling the grass out or cutting it with a hoe. I quickly got enough seeds and planted them in my farm. I hope I don't have to wait too much for the wheat to grow. I don't want to wait a few months for some bread. I then entered the hut to see that the furnace stopped emitting light. I checked to see how many charcoals I have now, and it was 32. I quickly took them out, and with some sticks, I finally had torches. I put one on the wall, and the torch was already lit, giving light to the dark room. It was weird seeing it. I tried to blow it out, and I could, surprisingly, but once I did that, it didn't light up again. Okay, so the torches are lit at the beginning, but they can be extinguished, and won't lit back up again. This is an interesting discovery. After that, I made more torches and put them in my house, around the house and around the farm. Then I quickly headed inside because the sun started to go down, announcing the start of the night. And even with the fences around to protect me, I only felt comfortable enough to sleep without a barricade. I wonder what I should do tomorrow. Chapter 3. I'm not alone. I woke up with a sore body again, but this time I was hungry and thirsty on top of that. I took a few apples from my inventory to ease up my growling stomach, but I still had to drink water from the river. Luckily, I have a wooden bowl, so I can scoop some water with it. I opened the door wide, letting the sunlight warm up my skin. I then checked my fenced area for zombies or other monsters, but found nothing inside or outside of it. But what I found out was that every torch was extinguished, which puzzled me since the ones in the house were still burning. Maybe the wind put out the torches. I think I have to upgrade them to lanterns or glowstones from the nether. I looked around. I was surrounded by green nature and took a deep breath. Okay, let's start the day. I'll drink some water, check the crops, and then I'll go mining. And hopefully I'll get some coal or iron. I did exactly as I planned. I drank some water from the river and then filled up some bowls for later use, and then I looked over the fence at my growing crops. I think they started to grow since I can see a little green popping out. I then walked towards my mine and summoned a stone pickaxe in my right hand. Once I arrived at the digging site,
I realized that it was very dark in it, and I didn't like the atmosphere surrounding it. I took out a torch in my left hand, and I switched from the pickaxe to a sword. I descended slowly into the mine, while the torchlight pushed the darkness away from me. At first, I didn't see anything out of place, but all of a sudden the sound of a low growl came from behind me. I quickly turned around to see from the dark corner someone green coming towards me, growling and trying to grab me. I started to panic, so I slashed him with force, and it did cut him, but that didn't seem to bother him too much. The wound was clear to see between its shredded clothes, but he was getting closer while I tried to back away from him. I didn't manage to get too far before I hit a wall with my back. Well, it's now or never. Ah! With panic in my heart, but cornered, I started to scream and lunged at him, stabbing him in the face. It didn't get too deep, but this move was enough to slow him down severely. I tried to pull out my sword, but it was stuck in his head, and the sword didn't come alone. I panicked and moved more frantically, which was a bad move, since that made him able to scratch me, bringing me more pain than I expected. I started to scream again and pushed the sword with him, which ended up with him hitting the ground with a loud crack. And then he stopped moving. I gasped for air as the adrenaline was slowly leaving my body. I brought the torch closer to see the monster better. And there it was, the infamous zombie. He was as tall as me, with shredded clothing. His face, even with the shape of a square, was hard to look at. No nose, some missing teeth, black hair but missing in some places. And the worst of all, it was the smell of a rotting corpse. I didn't know if this world had diseases, but I didn't want to have something like this anywhere near me. Usually, zombies like him would burn under the sun in the game. Probably that's how he got here. The body was still here, so it wouldn't disappear in a puff of smoke and leave me with a piece of rotten flesh. Does that mean that I have to actually dispose of this body? So many questions, but the aching on my arm got my attention. That was the place where the zombie managed to scratch me. It was bleeding a little, but just to be safe, I opened my status. Stats: name, health 18/20, attack 5, defense 1, speed 5.6 blocks per second. So that was 2 HP worth of damage. Luckily, it doesn't show that I'm infected or any other debuffs. But why did my attack increase? I looked at the sword in my hand, then put it in the inventory, and looked at my status again, and it was back to 1. So, I can change my status with tools and armor. I don't see any levels in here, so I can't get stronger that way. I took an apple from my inventory and ate it in hopes of increasing my regeneration, then looked back at the corpse. I needed to get it out of here. I didn't want to mine with a rotting body around me, so I put some torches on the walls around me, to not have any more surprises. Then I dragged the body outside the mine. It wasn't too heavy, nor too light, so I wasn't putting too much effort into it. But once I got him on the surface, I was surprised for the second time in one day. Once the sun touched the zombie, it combusted with fire, like it was soaked in gasoline. I thought I was going to burn my hands then and there, but luckily I was quick enough to let go. The flames lasted around 3 minutes, leaving behind only some bones. Well, that just happened. I took a bone from the ground and tried to put it in my inventory. It went in without a problem. Then I tried to craft it, and it worked again, giving me some bone meal. This was good news for my farm, since I can now speed grow the crops. Maybe this was a blessing in disguise. Let's not think too much about the fact that I could have lost my life right then and there, or the fact that I killed something for the first time. Yeah, let's look at the positive side, and deal with the rest another time. I put the rest of the bones in my inventory and walked to the river to clean my wound. Even if I didn't get any negative status effect, I didn't want to risk it. After I was done with that, I got back to mining for about half of the day. It was a tiring process, where my hands became numb from the constant vibrations. I had to even craft another pickaxe when I was down there. But I was out of torches, so I had to end the session there. And it wasn't wasted work. Out of this mining session, I got a few stacks of cobblestone, a stack of coal, 56 copper ores, and lastly, 13 iron ores.
I quickly got into the house and crafted a few more furnaces and put them on my wall. Then I divided the iron among each one of them and put some coal as fuel. And then all of a sudden 4 furnaces started to blast the heat in the small room. Once I was done with that, I emptied out my inventory of the excess items, and then I took out my stone axe to get some more wood, since I was out of it already. The next few hours were spent cutting down trees, replanting saplings, and collecting the apples and sticks left on the ground. With this much movement, it made me hungry, and even though I ate apples, they were too sweet for a constant diet. I looked at the bone meal in my inventory and then at my farm. I took it out of the inventory, and now I had some white powder in my hand. Nothing suspicious with that. I got closer to one of my farm blocks and started to spread it carefully. All of a sudden, the plant started to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the growth stopped as abruptly as it started, but 1/3 of the way. Wow! If this isn't magic, I don't know what is. I put the rest of the bone meal on the plant, and from light green, it changed to a radiant gold. I took the hoe out to cut it like I cut the grass, and I got 3 wheat out of it. Enough to make 1 bread. I quickly converted the rest of the bones that I had and used them as well. Now, with 18 wheat in my inventory, which meant that I could make about 6 loaves of bread, but when I wanted to make the bread, I wasn't able to do it because the red X stopped me again. I quickly checked my skills tab. Skills, crafting level 2, 675, over 1000. X, P_enchanting, level 1, 0 over 100. Underscore brewing, level 1, 0 over 100. Underscore trading, level 1, 0 over 100. I don't know why, but I guess I have to be level 3 to craft food. I wasn't too far away from the next level, and the most XP I got was from the stone tools, with 50 XP each. So I quickly made 7 stone swords and got to the next level. And when I tried the bread again, it did work, but not the way I expected it to work. What I expected was a loaf of bread, but instead I got some unbaked bread. Well, this is a way to do it, and I guess it does make more sense. Now I have to put them in the furnace to bake. I took the iron ingots out and put the bread in, and in 10 minutes I had freshly baked bread. Ouchie, that's hot! But it tastes like a piece of normal bread, so that was a big success for my diet. I ate it all and put the remaining ones in my inventory. Then I took out the iron ingot and tried to make a pickaxe, but I was stopped again by the all-powerful red X. Okay, I think that's enough for today. I'm going to stress with this tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Today, it was a wild ride. I killed a zombie, mined for ores, used magic to grow food, and even baked a loaf of bread. I was too tired to do anything else, so I just shut my eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 4. Grinding Levels. This morning started a bit better than the last one, but I would love to sleep in a bed next time. I drank some water and ate some bread with an apple as a dessert. I then checked my skill tab. Skills. Crafting, level 3, 145, over 10,000 XP. Enchanting, level 1, 0 over 100. Brewing, level 1, 0 over 100. Underscore. Trading, level 1,
0/100. Okay, so at level 1, I can craft wooden recipes. At level 2, I've gone up to the stone. At level 3, I can craft food and copper, probably. So the next level would most likely be the iron recipes.
So the plan for today is to grind the XP until I'm able to upgrade my equipment. But first, I had to do the chores around the house, which fortunately were just checking the crops and looking out for any other mob around my base. I know it's not a lot, but I'm sure that with time, things will get more busy around here. Once I was done with that, I looked at my house and thought I should upgrade it a bit, since it already started to feel cramped with the furnace, crafting table, and double chest in one room. Now the question is, what kind of house should I build? I have 3 options. 1. Underground house. 2. Upgrade the current one. 3. One in the air. Everyone had its advantages and disadvantages. The underground one was a safe space, but it would be very annoying to get in or out of it, and it involved a lot of digging. The second one is a pretty standard one, where it's easy to build, but I have to pay attention to more walls when everything is finished. And the last one, built on some pillars, would be better against monsters in case I'm attacked. I mean, with the logic in this world, even if I lose the support of the house would just float with no problem. This world is very weird, where it follows some certain rules, but completely ignore the others. I wonder how it can even work. As I was thinking about my options, I decided to go with the second one, and just upgrade my hut to something more pleasant. I started to dig the base of the house in a T shape, then replaced the dirt floor with some wooden slabs for double XP and more resources. 2 birds with 1 stone. Then I started to use wood as the outer pillars, followed by 1 black behind the actual wall. It would be 3 blocks tall, followed by 1 row of normal wood, and finishing with the roof made out of staircase and oak wood. After the layout was done, I decided to make some holes in the walls and pluck them with fences, since I didn't have glass yet. The inside wasn't too fancy, not because I'm a minimalist, but because I didn't have any blocks to decorate with. When I entered the house, I was greeted by a hallway with some chests on each side. Then, as I walked further, I could choose to go towards the right to the furnace room, or to the left, where it was a small living room, with some badly made furniture that used barrels for storage. To get to my bedroom, I have to climb the stairs into the attic, which is an empty room for now, since I don't have a bed yet. It's not much, but it's honest work. Downstairs it's where I'll be working and relaxing, and when I want to sleep, I can just go upstairs, where is more safe. The sun was already on its way down, but it wasn't too late yet. So after a late lunch, I decided to do some upgrades to my walls as well, from the wooden to cobblestone. I crafted some stone fences with all the cobblestones I had stored and started to put them outside. Unfortunately, because it took more time to break the fence than to put it down, that meant that I couldn't finish it before the moon came out. But even as tired as I was, I couldn't help but be happy with what I accomplished today. So I went to sleep with a smile on my face. The next day, I woke up, had my usual breakfast, and got ready to finish the wall. But when I stepped outside, I saw something unexpected. My walls covered a lot of land, but what they didn't cover was the water. Since the water was running like a river, I figured that there wasn't a point for me to wall off that side as well, since anything that got in would most likely get washed away. What I didn't expect was a white sheep trying to eat my crops, only to be stopped by the wooden fence around the farm. That proved to me that the river wasn't a safe defense, and that I now had to decide what to do with the sheep. I couldn't shear it since I didn't have the scissors yet, and I didn't want to kill it since I didn't know how to butcher the body once it was dead. So the only option remaining was to make a place for it until I can find a new friend for the sheep, or got scissors. I quickly put down the new area where the sheep was going to live and carefully approached the animal that was still trying to get to the wheat for who knows how long, and lightly touched it. Luckily, it didn't even flinch,
so I gently pushed it into the barn and closed the gate. With that out the way, I got back to upgrading my walls, which was a tiring process that luckily I managed to finish until noon. And of course, this time I made sure to extend the wall after the river. And just to be extra sure, I made the whole wall 1 block taller, so I won't have any more surprises.
And now I had a house to stay in, a wall that protected me, and the most important thing, a sheep that could give me wool once I had some shears, and then I could finally make a bed. But I need to be level 4 at crafting to be able to work with iron, and unfortunately, I wasn't too close to it even after I built an entire house. Skills. Crafting, level 3, 2.156 over 10.000x. P. Enchanting, level 10 over 100. Brewing, level 10 over 100. Trading, level 10 over 100. Which means that I have to craft more strategically now. From my tests, I found out that the stone tools give the most XP. Doesn't matter what tool it is. Each craft gives 50 XP, so the cheapest recipe with the most gain would be the stone shovel. But I have an interesting plan that might work, and for that, I needed swords. Unfortunately, I've used all my resources already building a house, so now I have to go back to mining to get cobblestones of all things.
After a few more hours of mining, the sun was almost out, but I got home with 7 stacks of cobblestone, 1 of coal, 32 pieces of copper, and 10 more of iron. I put the iron ore to smelt, and then started to make some stone swords. I stayed up late to craft as much as I could, but after 30 swords, I was too exhausted to continue, so I had to go to sleep one more night without a bed. The next morning, I quickly ate some food, drank a bowl of water, and got back to crafting right away. Put the materials on the table, hit it a few times to merge them, take the sword, and put it in inventory, only to see it's full of swords. So then you have to empty it in a chest, since items won't despawn in this world. Then get back to the crafting table to repeat the process. It was a tiring process, but the thought of sleeping in an actual bed kept me going, and a bit after noon, with 127 swords crafted, I finally reached my goal. Skills.
Crafting level 4, asterisk, UP6, /100.000 XP. Enchanting, level 10/100. Brewing, level 10/100. Trading, level 10/100. Yes, finally, the torture is over. It was a moment of celebration, so I did that by eating what I had, and even used the last bone meal to give some wheat to the sheep, so I wouldn't be the only one celebrating. With that done, I quickly got some iron ingots and crafted my first iron tool, the scissors. I then run to the sheep while grinning, only to stop and realize one problem. How do you shear a sheep? In the game, you can do that with just one click, but this is not like in the game. I opened the scissors and tried to cut a bit of the top, and it worked. I continued to cut a bit more, when all of a sudden the top of the sheep lost its wool, leaving behind only the skin. But only the top part was shaved off. The sides still had some white wool on it. I then looked in my inventory, and there it was, a wool block. Yes, I can do this. I cut the wool on the sides as well, and now I had 3 blocks of white wool. I jumped to my crafting table and crafted the long-expected bed. The moment of truth was there, and it was finally done. No more sleeping on the hardwood floor. I quickly climbed the stairs and placed my bed down. It was a white bed, with a white pillow and covers, having the same design as in the game. I jumped straight into it and fell asleep not too long after. Chapter 5. Exploring the Unknown.
I woke up from the best sleep that I had in my entire life. I even felt the fatigue that I didn't even know leaving my body. I then walked into the living room and sat on the chair that I improvised with a staircase block. I took out an apple from my inventory, eat it for breakfast. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to celebrate by eating all the bread that I had. But now I'm back to eating apples. I looked around the house to see how much of a mess I made yesterday.
Some swords were lying here and there, and some mini cobblestones were right beside the crafting table. It wasn't that bad overall. In my crafting frenzy, I started to find out some things. Like when you dropped a block from your inventory, it shrunk to a fourth of its size, and if you dropped another block, it started to absorb it without changing its shape. But surprisingly, when I dropped a sword, it didn't change its size. It was as I had it in my hand. That made me think that I could use a dispenser to shoot swords at my enemies instead of arrows, since it still did damage even if I didn't hold it in my hand. I also found out that my inventory and the chest inventory stopped time when I put things in it, so when I took a load of bread out it was still warm, which surprised me the first time I did that. I also left an apple out in the open to see if this world had the concept of rotting organic matter, and even though it wasn't rotten yet, it did show color changes. After breakfast was done, I started to do some cleanup, putting stuff in the chest and sorting what I had in the chest already. While I was doing that, I also started to think, what can I do with all those swords? I had to change my original plan, or start to get rid of the excess. Maybe when I'll find some lava, I'll bring a bucket up here to burn it. Speaking about exploring, I should start crafting some iron tools so I can do that. I took my 21 iron ingots and crafted a sword, a pickaxe, an axe, a bucket, a helmet, and lastly, the most powerful item in the game, the shield. I equipped what I could and took some other items that I thought would help me on this exploration. I then opened my status screen to see what changed. Status. Name. Health, 20/20. Attack, 6. Defense, 3. Speed, 5.6 blocks per second. So the 6 attack damage, and the helmet only 3 defense. But I guess it's better than nothing. I then finally stepped outside, to be greeted by a graveyard. What do I mean by that? It just so happens that 5 skeletons were lying down in my yard. They didn't move since daytime, so that wasn't a worry for me. I know I didn't replace the blown-out torches, but I didn't expect this to happen. Maybe they spawned here at night, but couldn't run to cover since they were blocked by the wall. Well, some free bones for me then. I quickly collected everything and walked outside my walls. I wanted to explore the source of the river and maybe take it with me, so I surrounded my house where I could see the water, only to make me stop and raise my shield in a defense position. At the entrance of the canal to my yard, a tall spider was trying to get in, with not much success. I carefully walked closer to it, only to see that it didn't try to get in. Instead, it was just floating and hitting its head into the wall. How did it die? It doesn't look injured in any way. Are spiders perhaps not good with water? I got it outside the water to see it more closely. Its body was black except for the 8 red, empty eyes. It was hairy all over, with the backside being the biggest over the whole body. That's where the string was most likely. I easily cut through it with my sword, and, as I expected, there was a string in it. So I have to butcher the monsters to get their items. I'm not looking forward to when I have to get ender pearls. I put the string in my inventory and buried the corpse just in case. Then, I finally started my exploration trip towards the source of the river. The trip was a long one, but not a boring one. I found some sugarcane that I immediately took, and I also found a flock of chickens that I would most likely try to catch when I get back. But the most important thing that I found was an actual cow, calmly drinking some water.
Finally, I can drink something else besides just water. But the cow wasn't my goal for this journey. And on top of that, I didn't even have wheat on me where I could bait it. So I continued on my journey until I arrived at the entrance of a cave where the water came out. As I got closer to the cave, I noticed that the surrounding area was covered in spider webs, which wasn't a good sign. I cautiously walked forward, making sure to keep my shield up at all times. As I got closer, I noticed that the spider webs were denser and denser, making it difficult to see what was ahead. Suddenly, a spider jumped out at me from behind a nearby wall. I quickly raised my sword and shield, ready to fight. The spider was bigger than the one I had encountered earlier, and it seemed more aggressive. It lunged at me, trying to sink its fangs into me. I dodged to the side and swung my sword at it, hitting it in the abdomen. The spider let out a hiss, and I could see fury in its eyes. I knew I had to be careful. I kept my shield up, waiting for the spider to attack again. It lunged at me, but this time I was ready. I swung my sword, cutting off one of its legs. The spider let out a cry of pain and tried to back away, but I pursued it. The fight was intense, but I managed to defeat the spider. I collected the string it had, but didn't bother to bury this one, and continued on my journey. As I got closer to the source of the river, I encountered more spiders. Some were smaller and easier to defeat, while others were larger and more aggressive. I fought them all, determined to get to the source of the river. Finally, after what felt like hours, I arrived at the source of the river.
It was a beautiful sight. The water was crystal clear and sparkled in the sunlight that came from an opening from the ceiling. I filled my bucket with the source water, and it felt different. When I was at home, I tried to fill it with just running water, and even though it worked when I put it out, it was just like normal water spreading and disappearing in the grass. I looked at the filled bucket in my hands, thinking about how useful it would be to have a steady supply of water at home. I looked around some more to see some coal and iron here and there, but what got my attention was a block of wood. Is that a mine shaft? I couldn't believe my luck with this trip. I switched my sword with a torch, but kept my shield up in case of any attack. As I walked through it, I found a lot of spider webs, but no spiders. But there were a lot of mine carts with chests in them, and the loot wasn't bad at all.
32 torches, 56 rails, 15 glowberry, 5 loaves of bread, 6 melon seeds, 3 pumpkin seeds, 13 iron ingots, 1 golden apple. I didn't expect to have a golden apple so soon. It looked about the same size as the normal one, but it had a golden color. Now I finally had a secret weapon, in case I was getting too hurt and I needed to heal quickly. I was very happy with this trip. I got so much loot, and a lot of information as well. But then I realized that I had to make my way back home, and the spiders were still there, waiting for me. I took a deep breath and started my journey back. The spiders were just as aggressive as before, and I had to fight my way through them. But fortunately, I didn't need to use the golden apple, and of course I didn't forget to take as much string as I could. It was exhausting, but I finally made it back home. I was covered in spider webs and dirt, but I had accomplished what I set out to do. I had found the source of the river, I had defeated the spiders, and got a lot of loot. As I sat in my chair, eating an apple with bread and resting, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. I had survived another day in this strange world, and I was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 6. Upgrading the farm. With all the items that I got from the expedition, I decided that it was time to upgrade my farm. I wanted to expand my barn to have space for the chickens and the cow. I can also do that with the crops, since I got some new seeds, which means new kinds of tasty foods to try. With that in mind, I started to work. I changed the wooden fence to a cobblestone one.
made 3 separate barns for each animal, which were even bigger than the original one, and made the farm even bigger, where I could plant more wheat, and finished off everything with a separate farm for the melons and pumpkins. And everything is finally done.
But why do I feel like I forgot something important? I looked at everything I've done today, and then it hit me. The water! I took the only source of water and forgot to put it back. Because of that, I had to rearrange some stuff, since I only had 1 bucket of water that I had to split between the plants and the animals. Once I was done with that, I started to tilt the field so I could plant the seeds, then some sugarcane, used the bone meal to speed up the growth of the melons and pumpkins, and finished collecting the wheat to make some bread. Finally, everything is ready, so now I can bring the animals. I took some wheat and seeds with me for an easier time catching them, and followed the trail that was left by the river before I took it.
It was weird seeing the path of wet dirt starting to change to grass.
But what bothered me the most was the fact that I most likely took the only source of water in this ecosystem. Even though in the game it wouldn't be such a big deal, in this world animals actually need water. But even with those thoughts bothering me, I had to continue. I had to survive. I didn't have to walk for too long before I found the small flock of chickens that I baited with seeds to my house. Instead, the cow was more troublesome to find, since it wandered off to who knows where. I keep looking at the surroundings where I last seen it for a good hour until I hear a moo in the distance. I quickly follow the direction where the sound came in hopes of finding it. And luckily I found the cow not too long after. And it wasn't alone. It was actually with its family. So 2 adult cows and a child were following the smell of wheat that I had in my hand to my house, where I safely put them in the barn.
After successfully bringing all the animals to my newly expanded farm, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in what I had accomplished. My farm was now bigger and better than ever before, and it was all thanks to my hard work and determination. As I walked back into my house, I couldn't help but notice the chests full of swords that I had crafted for my levels. They were a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked beyond my farm, but also a reminder of the effort that I had to put in order to survive and improve in this world. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I had plenty of string from the spiders that I had encountered on my last expedition, and I could use it to tie the swords onto the walls of my base. It sounded like a crazy idea, especially for the game. But this is not the game. I'm not so limited here, and this will serve as a warning to any potential attackers that I am not to be messed with. I quickly set to work. I filled my inventory with the pointing weapons and went towards the stone fence, where I carefully tied the swords onto the outer walls with the spider string. It took some time, since I didn't really know how to do it, and it wasn't something easy to do neither. The world was made to be used like this. But eventually, after a lot of trial and error, I managed to do it. I had every sword securely fastened to the wall. The sight was impressive, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in what I had done. No spider or other mob would be able to get over this obstacle. But to be completely safe, I had to light up my yard so mobs wouldn't spill inside the walls. Torches didn't work since the wind could blow them out, so I had to upgrade to the lantern. And it just so happens that on my last trip, I found some iron.
I quickly crafted a few and made a pole design with a wood fence where I put the lanterns. It didn't look too good, but it did its work on lighting up the place, with the added benefit of never running out. As I stood back to admire my handiwork, I realized that even if I was in a new world without explanation or a goal, I didn't give up. I realized that my farm was not just a place of work and survival at this point, but also a reflection of who I was as a person. It was a testament to my skills, determination, and bravery, and I was proud of what I had accomplished. I walked into my living room and ate some bread with apples as usual, but finished with a bowl of milk that put a smile on my face. It was too early to go to sleep now, so I had to think of what to do next.
My base is pretty secure with what I have now, and I don't even need to go outside with the exception of getting wood and go mining. That's it.
I'll dig a tunnel from my house to the mine and even use the rails as a method of transportation. Excited about my new project, I grabbed my new iron pickaxe and headed out to the mine. As I walked down the familiar path, I couldn't help but think of all the resources I would be able to collect more efficiently once the rail system was in place. It would also make it easier for me to move around without the fear of being attacked by mobs in the dark. Once I reached the mine, I started digging the tunnel. It was a lot of work, but I knew it would be worth it in the end. I had to make sure that the tunnel was wide enough for the rails to fit and that it went straight to my house without any obstacles in the way. It took me a few hours to finish the tunnel exactly as I wanted, and it's pretty hard to orient yourself underground. But I knew how important it would be, so it had to be done. With the tunnel complete, I started to work on the rails system. Even if I didn't collect a lot of iron on my last expedition, I did take the rails that were on the floor in the mine shaft, plus a few extra from the abandoned chests, so I had plenty of resources to work with. I started by laying down the track and tried to use my minecart to see how it would go. I wanted to make sure that the ride was smooth and that I wouldn't have any problems with the track in the future. With the track secure, I started to work on the station. I wanted to make sure that the minecart would stop at the right place and that I could easily get in and out of it. I started by building a platform where the minecart would stop and then built a staircase leading up to my house. As I worked on the station, I realized that I could also use the rails to transport goods back and forth between my house and the mine. I could put a chest in the minecart and fill it with items from the mining session back to my house without having to carry everything myself.
It would save me a lot of time and energy.
With the rail system complete, I couldn't wait to test it out. I got into the minecart and started to make my way back to my house. The ride was smooth, and I could see everything clearly, thanks to the torches along the way. When I reached my house, the minecart stopped automatically at the platform, and I got out easily, using the staircase. I couldn't be happier with my new rail system. It made everything so much easier and efficient. Now, I could focus on other projects and expeditions without having to worry about being attacked by mobs. After such a long day of work, I decided to go to sleep. And of course, I had a bed this time. A new day started, and I didn't have skeletons in my yard, which showed that my light system worked. But a new day means I have to work again. And today, I decided to go mining to finally get a full iron armor. Probably get some diamonds, even though those are at -64 depth. The only problem is that I didn't know how to check if I was on the right coordination. So the only option left is to get to deep slate, which is level 0 depth, and count the blocks down from there. I packed some food, torches, and a pickaxe, and made my way to the entrance of the minecart rails. I hopped in, and with the flick of a lever, the cart started to move automatically, taking me deep into the underground. As I traveled into the mine, I could feel the temperature dropping. I knew I had to be careful not to get lost, so I marked the walls with torches as I went along. I decided that it was for the best to do some strip mining, but I wanted to start it from level 0, so I started digging. It didn't take me long to reach the deep slate level. Once I was there, I thought I should try my luck with finding some diamantes, so I started to count the blocks down to make sure I was at the right depth.
I didn't find the diamonds, but instead, I was lucky to find a cave system which was filled with valuable resources. I saw iron, coal, and redstone, which I didn't have yet, everywhere I looked. The first thing I did was to mine all the iron ore I could find. It took a while, but eventually I had enough to craft a full set of iron armor, so the first goal was already accomplished. Next, I decided to go for the diamonds. I knew they were rare and difficult to find, but I was determined to get some. I searched for hours, digging through the rocks, but I had no luck. Just when I was about to give up, I saw a glimmer of blue in the distance. It was a diamond.
I quickly dug around it, making sure not to be any lava around. When I had collected all of the diamonds in the area, I decided to head back to the surface. I had a lot of valuable resources with me, and I decided that I didn't want to get too greedy and lose my life to a creeper blowing me up while I was distracted by mining.
Plus, I couldn't wait to start crafting with what I already got. I started to backtrack to where I came from, and even had to fight a few zombies that came from the unexplored tunnels. But with a sword and a shield, I was doing much better than the first time I met one. When I finally made it back to my house, I immediately went to my crafting table and began to work. First, I crafted a full set of iron armor, which I put on right away. I could feel the strength and protection it gave me, and I knew that I was now better equipped to face any dangers that lay ahead. Next, I decided to make some new tools, since I used most of them in this mining session. With my new armor, tools, and weapons, I felt ready to take on any challenge that awaited me in the Minecraft world. I had come a long way since the first day I arrived in this blocky world, and I knew that there was still so much more to explore and discover. Chapter 7: Abandoned Village. With the new equipment that I made, I felt more powerful. I felt like I could actually start to explore this world. I had two plans to choose from. 1. Grind some more for the next level in crafting, in the hope of being able to use the diamonds. 2. Explore more, in the hope of finding some information about a way back, or finding a village. I didn't know what to choose. Both options had their strong point, so I decided to check my skills and stats first. Skills. Crafting, Level 4, 2.803 over 100.000x. P. Enchanting, Level 10 over 100. Underscore brewing, Level 10 over 100. Underscore trading, Level 10 over 100. Status. Name. Health, 20 over 20. Attack, 1. Defense, 16. Speed, 5.6 blocks per second. Well, I'm very far away from the next level in crafting. And by the way things progressed until now, I'm guessing that next I'll be able to work with gold instead of diamond. And while there are a few good items made with gold, it's not worth it. So that leaves me with exploring more, in the hope to find some information about this world, and maybe a way to get back. But first, I needed to prepare some stuff for the second expedition. I crafted a compass, since I remembered that it always points to my spawn location. And my current base, it's not too far away from it. I also wanted to craft a map, but unfortunately, the sugarcane didn't grow yet, so I didn't have enough paper. But the compass was enough in case I got lost. I also took some other necessities, and with a newfound sense of purpose, I set out to explore the vast Minecraft world, hoping to discover more about this strange place and find a way back home. My first goal was to leave the forest that I spawned in. As I walked through the dense trees, I found myself marveling at the beauty of this world. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and sunlight warmed my exposed skin, making me smile with comfort. After several hours of wandering through the forest, I emerged into a wide open plain. The grass was tall and green, and the sky was a brilliant blue. I saw some animals living their peaceful life here, with a pound not too far away to cool down if it got hot. I felt a sense of awe as I took in the landscape, but I had to continue my journey for answers. So I filled my bucket with a water source, only to see that what I took didn't recover itself back, even if it was surrounded by other sources of water. So I can't make infinite water sources, unfortunately. As I made my way across the plain, I noticed the landscape starting to change. The tall grass gave way to sand, and soon I was walking through a vast desert. The heat was intense, but to my luck, I had a neat item that could help me endure. More specifically, a bucket with endless water. So I pushed on, driven by my curiosity to see what lay ahead.
After several more hours of walking, I finally saw something on the horizon. It was a small cluster of buildings, half buried in the sand. I ran toward it with excitement and hope, but as I approached, I realized that it was an abandoned village, long since forgotten by its inhabitants. The hope I had running here left as quickly as it came. But it wasn't all gone, as, at last, I found the first sign of civilization, and that I could find a village with actual people in it and not cobwebs. But even if the village was abandoned, it was still a treasure trove of information, so I cautiously entered one of the buildings, which appeared to have been a blacksmith's workshop.
Inside, I found a chest containing some basic supplies, including food and water, which I gratefully took. But I also found some iron and 3 blocks of obsidian. With my newfound supplies, I continued to explore the rest of the village. Most of the buildings were in ruins, with broken windows and collapsing roofs. I found myself wondering what had happened to the villagers who once called this place home. Had they been attacked by monsters, or had they simply moved on to greener pastures? As I walked through the empty streets, I came across a few more chests containing some basic tools and materials. But what really caught my eye were the bookshelves. I knew from the game that I could use them to upgrade my enchanting table to get better enchantments. But I was curious if I could take a book out of the shelf and read it. And surprisingly, I could. But once I opened it, I couldn't understand what it said, only that it was written in an enchanting language.
A little disappointed, I carefully removed the rest of them from the abandoned houses and added them to my growing collection of supplies. As I approached the center of the village, I saw a large building that stood out from the rest. It was a small church, with a bell tower and stained glass windows. I hurried inside, eager to see if there was anything of value within. To my surprise, I found a brewing station set up at the altar of the church. It was a rudimentary setup, with just a few bottles and some basic ingredients, but it was clear that the villagers had been experimenting with potions before they were forced to abandon the village. Excitement coursed through me as I realized the potential of brewing potions. With the right ingredients, I could craft potions that would give me temporary boosts to my abilities, or even help me to heal faster. I carefully packed up the brewing station and added it to my growing collection of supplies. I looked one more time at the village in case I forgot to check a house, but I already looted every house. The sun started to set, so I decided to spend the night here. I chose a place that had a bed in it, covered the holes in the house, and finished it by barricading the door and windows. I can't believe I'm back at the point where I have to hide in a house with no windows. How ironic. At least I have a bed now. I ate some bread and drank some water before going to bed and falling asleep right after. After I woke up from my deep slumber, I felt a newfound sense of determination. I knew that I needed to find more clues about the new whereabouts of the villagers, since they could maybe help me with my problem. So I decided to get outside and start my journey, only to be met by an arrow passing my head, barely missing it. I quickly looked across the street to see the perpetrator of this surprise attack. It was a skeleton that was hiding in the house, without a door but an intact roof. The skeleton prepared another arrow to shoot, but I was already with my shield up, ready to block it. I quickly ran to attack and managed to defeat the skeleton with only 2 hits. Well, this is one way to wake up from my drowsiness. I looked at my first skeleton that had a bow and tried to take it, but unfortunately the bow was so damaged that when I tried to pull it, the string snapped, making it useless now. How could the skeleton even use it? I just left the bow there and started my search for clues about where those villagers could be. I wandered through the vast desert, but with no luck in sight. At this point, I even wondered if they were here or gone to another biome. I didn't want to think that they all died, at least not yet. As I continued searching the desert, I stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple was hidden in the sand, and it looked like it had been abandoned for centuries. I felt excited to finally find something else besides dunes of sand. But I had to be careful, since this place is filled with explosives, and even though in the game I can respawn, I didn't want to test that mechanic in this world. I dug the sand around the temple to find the entrance, and once I found it, I stepped inside the dark temple. I noticed that the walls were covered in hieroglyphics, so I took a torch out to see better. The hieroglyphics told the story of an ancient civilization that used to live in the area. I studied the hieroglyphics, hoping to find some clues about the villagers. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around and saw a group of skeletons standing in front of me. The skeletons were residents of the temple, and they didn't look too keen on sharing their home with me. The fight started with arrows coming at me. I quickly blocked them with my shield, but unfortunately I didn't manage to block all of them, so a few of them actually managed to hit me. If I hadn't had the iron armor, I'm sure I would have been severely hurt. But even the armor, I felt the damage in my health. I had to end this fight quickly, otherwise it would be the end of me. I put one touch down for light and took out my sword and attacked the first skeleton. With 2 smooth swings I defeated it, but the other skeletons had enough time to draw the bow for another round of shooting. I blocked what I could and retreated behind a pillar. I quickly blocked one way with some blocks and waited for the first skeleton to pop its head for decapitation. The sound of bones walking was getting closer, and then I saw the edge of the bow. That's when I knew I had to strike. With a single swing, I decapitated my enemy, and already started to rush towards the last 2. They had their bows ready, but I was already attacking one of them, and finished it as quickly as I could. Unfortunately, the other skeleton managed to shoot me before I raised my shield, but it didn't manage to live long either. OMG, I can't believe I've done this! Am I crazy to rush into a fight like this? I should have just gone outside and the sun would have dealt with them. As the adrenaline started to wear off, I realized how hurt I was. Even with the iron armor, I took some damage. So I lit up the place before sitting down to rest and took out my food, which I ate to help with my regeneration. I hope the loot is worth it at least. Chapter 8. Temple Treasure. As I was sitting down to recover, I looked around the room more closely. It was built with sandstone that had hieroglyphics telling a story of a forgotten time, a time of prosperity and peace. But suddenly, a black portal appeared that started to consume the world. I tried to read the rest of the story, but I couldn't do that since the last few blocks were either missing or the drawing was destroyed. That was interesting to see, even though that world looked much more different than now. Maybe the world became like this after the black portal appeared. But what happened at the end? Did the portal win? Or did the inhabitants manage to defend their home? I didn't stay too much on that question, since there was nobody in here that could answer it. So I decided to look in the 3 chests on this floor, hoping to find something useful. The first chest contained some bones, which, of course, I took since I could use them to make more bone meal. Very useful for my crops. The second chest had some iron ingots and strings, which could be used to make weapons and tools and help me get to the next level. The third chest was something more special. It had some gold ingots and emeralds, which I could use to trade with villagers for useful items, when I hopefully find them. I felt satisfied with those findings, but from what I remembered, there weren't supposed to be chests on the entrance floor. But it still was the marked terracotta on the floor. Fortunately, I remembered that there was a TNT trap, so I proceeded with caution, making sure to avoid any pressure plates on the floor. I took my pickaxe out and slowly made my way to the secret floor. Once I finished my staircase, I found the hidden treasure. I started to open the chests and realized that this was the true treasure of the temple. I found some gunpowder, iron, gold, emeralds, and even more unique items, such as a saddle and an iron horse armor. But the biggest prize in all of this was a glowing golden apple. Is that an enchanted golden apple? One of the most overpowered items in the game.
I was excited about such an item, Once I ate it, I could be invincible for a few minutes, and even gain extra health. I don't know how it would work, but I would only use it in extreme emergency cases. Once I was done with the chest, I decided to take the TNT from the trap as well, in case it was needed for my own trap. But under all that TNT, there was a layer of brick stone. A secret room after a secret room? Why so many secrets? I carefully checked the surroundings of the new room in case it had any traps, but found nothing dangerous, so I decided to break into the room. It was a small, empty room with one exception. A map hung on the wall. I looked closer, but I didn't recognize the place, but it did show me something that I recognized and gave me hope. On the map, I could see a desert temple, and a bit further there was a village. This is the map of the desert I'm in right now, and it even shows the surrounding biomes. But the most amazing information about this map is that it showed another village besides the desert one. Now the question is, how am I going to get there, since it doesn't have a white dot that represents me and where I'm going? After some more thinking, I decided to take the map with me and see if I could work with the cartography table to find out more. I checked around in case there was a third secret room, but there was none. I then carefully made my way back out of the temple and onto the desert sands. The sun was at its highest point in the sky, so I decided to go directly to my base, but I had to be quick to arrive before nightfall. Unfortunately, the journey took longer than I expected. Even with the compass that helped me to not get lost, the night managed to catch me. But I was very close to my base since I started to recognize some places. As I was walking, I heard the eerie sounds of monsters starting to appear. I didn't see the process, but I heard them. I picked up my pace, trying to get to my home as quickly as possible, but my efforts were in vain as I was suddenly ambushed by a group of zombies and skeletons. I drew my sword and fought them off as best I could, but their numbers started to overwhelm me. I knew I had to retreat and find higher ground to fend them off. I spotted a nearby hill and sprinted towards it, with the undead horde hot on my heels. Just as I reached the top, I heard a strange hissing noise that I had never heard before. I turned around and saw a strange creature with 4 legs and a green body staring at me with beady eyes. It was a creeper, and before I could react, it exploded with a loud bang, throwing me off the hill and dealing me significant damage. I quickly ate the normal golden apple to regain some of my health and looked around to see if there were any more monsters nearby. Fortunately, the explosion had taken out most of the zombies and skeletons that had been chasing me, and the remaining ones were easy enough to defeat. I breathed a sigh of relief and continued on my way home, keeping an eye out for any more creepers. I soon arrived at my base wall, which brought me immense happiness. To see it, I quickly got in and went straight into my house. I was gasping for air from all the running and fighting. Well, I met my first creeper in this world and did not enjoy it. Who would have thought that a suicide bomber is not friendly enough to have some small talk? I checked my status to see that my health was 13/20, even after the healing from the golden apple. If I had another accident with a creeper, I most likely had to use my new enchanted apple. I was exhausted and wounded from the battle, so I decided to rest and recover before doing anything else. I went to my chest to grab some food and went to sleep in. The next morning, I woke up refreshed and in full health. I went downstairs and looked in my chest, and realized that even with the recent loot that I got from the expedition, I was running low on basic supplies. I need to restock, I guess. So I took out my axe and went to chop some wood, and while I was outside, I decided to check out the animals as well. The small cow looked like it was growing up with no problems, so I gave the whole family some wheat as a treat. But they didn't start kissing, so I'm guessing that they weren't ready for another member in their family. The sheep was still alone, so it just enjoyed the wheat in peace. But the chickens, on the other hand, weren't so calm. Once they were fed some seeds,
they started the process of making a baby, which was very weird to watch. But the results were still the same. While I collected the eggs from the ground, I remembered the map that I had found in the desert temple and decided to use it to locate the next village.
I took the map and headed to my crafting table to make a cartography workbench, hoping to mark the location of the village on my map.
As I looked at the map, I realized that I needed to add an empty map to the cartography table to make a copy of it. I went to my chest and searched for some papers, but didn't find any. Fortunately, the sugarcane grew a little while I was away, and combined with the ones that I found on my expedition, I managed to craft an empty map. But when I looked at the empty map, I realized that I made a mistake. Since I took it out of the inventory, the map started to complete itself. It wasn't completed, but I still could see how my house looked from above. Well, great. Now I have to make a new empty map. Actually, I can just expand the existing map, and I'll explore what's empty to know where I have to go towards the village. And with the cartography table, it was much cheaper. Once I was done and took out the map, a white dot suddenly appeared on the map.
I can see where I'm on the map now. That's very convenient, but why does it look so different from the other map? As I looked closer, I started to see what was the problem. The map from the temple was an old map, and it didn't update when I made it bigger. And ever since I came to this place, I chopped a lot of trees and built my base. And the new map has my house on it, since it was recently made. Now I just need to gather some supplies and head over there. I went to my chest and grabbed some food, weapons, and tools to take with me. I also took some of the gold and emeralds I found in the desert temple, hoping to trade with the villagers for more supplies. While I was collecting the items, I started to think of what to do when I got there. Could I communicate with them? Are they even smart enough to hold a conversation? How would the trading go? Would they look like in the game or closer to me? Would they even accept me or think I'm a danger? So many questions. But that did not discourage me from continuing. This was my first interaction with a civilization of this world, and I did not want to mess it up. With everything I needed, I set out towards the village, excited to explore again with the hope that I'd meet some people at the end of it. Chapter 9. Hello, stranger. I looked out over the village from the top of the church. The wind flew over the wooden rooftops while the people walked calmly on the gravel road. Ever since I was stationed here, I kept wondering if it was a curse or a blessing. Everything began on the day of the ceremony, where the world would bless me and other teens with our future jobs. And when the time came, I was blessed with the job of the cleric. It's one of the rarest jobs you could get. It was so rare that it elevated me to a small noble, which was the only way to get in the nobility besides being born into it. I had to pack up my things and leave for the academy since it was mandatory, but it was paid for by the royal family at least. The day I had to leave for the capital was one of joy and sorrow for my family, but with everything I needed in my inventory, I went to the academy. The journey was a long one, but safe nonetheless. I heard that in the outer lands at night, monsters come out of the darkness to take the lives of common folks. But with the intellect of humanity combined, we found out their weakness, which was the light. After that, the royal family generosity was shown when they spread all over the kingdom the unending light of the lantern. Once that was done, the monsters didn't attack the people anymore. But we still had to be careful when going too deep into the forests at night. As I arrived at the big city in the capital, I was amazed by what I saw. The whole city was surrounded by a wall of stone bricks 5 blocks tall and well lit. The buildings were so tall and grand that I had to crane my neck to see the top. The streets were bustling with people of all shapes and sizes, all dressed in the finest clothes and accessories. The smell of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, making my stomach rumble with hunger. I felt like a small fish in a big pond, but at the same time, I was excited to explore this city. I made my way to the academy, which was located in the heart of the city. The building was even grander than I could have imagined, with its towering spires and intricate carvings. I registered myself at the academy and was assigned a dorm room. As I made my way to my room,
I marveled at the architecture of the building. The walls were made of brick stone, and the floors were made of white concrete. It was like living in a palace.
Once I settled into my dorm room and introduced my name to my new roommates, I decided to explore the campus.
The academy was huge, with numerous buildings dedicated to different subjects. There was a building for crafting, a building for combat, a building for history, and so much more. I was amazed at the sheer size of the academy and the number of students who attended. Over the next year, I spent most of my time attending my courses and studying. The academy was more challenging than I had anticipated, but I was determined to excel in my studies. I took courses on brewing and crafting, hoping to level up my skills and become a master in these areas. In the brewing class, I learned how to make various potions using different ingredients, but I was shocked by the fact that at level 1, I could only brew awkward potions in which I had to use one ingredient that you could buy from the academy. Unfortunately, the potion didn't do anything by itself, making almost completely useless.
But like every first level after 10 of those potions, I went to the next level, where I could craft the same thing, with the exception that I could now throw the potion, and it breaks. But now I had to pay for 2 ingredients. Even though the beginning was not that exciting, I learned from the library what I could do in the future levels, from running faster than a horse at level 3 to a potion that can kill your enemy with only a drop at the legendary level 7. In my crafting class, I learned how to make various items, including weapons, armor, and tools. I started with the basics, like wooden swords and stone pickaxes, but soon moved on to more advanced items, like iron armor, that I couldn't make yet. I even managed to craft a few rare items, like a bow and lanterns. If I came back with this knowledge to my village, I would be the richest villager overnight. As the year went on, I became more confident in my abilities and started to make a name for myself in the academy. I even joined a guild with some other students who shared my interests and skills, and studied in the library the most recipes for every skill and what would be the most efficient way to level them up. Unfortunately, the popularity was also my downfall. In the second year, I had my first interaction with the true nobles, and it wasn't an enjoyable one. They started to pick on the commoners for their lack of wealth and knowledge. One day, they invited me to join their group, which I refused, and that's when the bullying got worse. They would make fun of me in front of my classmates, spread rumors about me, and even steal my crafting materials. It was a constant battle to maintain my dignity and not let them get to me. Those last 2 years were a nightmare, where I even stalled on my skills, with the brewing one being at level 3.5 and the crafting at level 4. Despite all that, I persevered and continued to study hard. I even managed to catch the eyes of an official who worked at the palace. He was impressed with my skills and offered me a job as a clerk. It was a dream come true. I could finally escape this hell away from those nobles and concentrate on my passion and growth. But, unfortunately, the nobles found out and were infuriated. They knew they couldn't let a commoner like me work at the palace, so they came up with a plan to get rid of me. They framed me for stealing valuable items from the academy and presented false evidence to the officials. I was devastated when I was found guilty and was exiled from the capital as punishment. I was sent to a small village, but this wasn't a normal village. It was the furthest village from the capital, at the borders of the country, where they had only one lantern as a light source for the night. And on top of that, it was a broken village. A broken village was something that I found out while I was browsing through the library. The village was a small one that had only corrupted people who were thrown out from the cities or villages. Corrupted villagers were normal people who were suddenly corrupted by an unknown power that made the people dumber to the point that they could barely speak. It's unknown what causes the corruption, but they are exiled to those villages in fear of spreading the corruption to the rest of the population. I didn't know what to do. I thought of running away and hiding somewhere else, but then they'd go to my village and arrest my parents, so I couldn't do that. With a defeated sight,
I decided to pack my things and went to the village. But when my friends heard about my situation, they started to help me with what they could. They gave me books and ingredients for potions, and they even managed to sneak out a block of soul sand so I could grow my own nether wart. And I was very thankful for them and their help. And with a final goodbye, I left for the village.
The journey was longer than anything that I'd done before. And even though it started safely, after halfway there, the roads didn't have lights anymore. The path was more dangerous, and the nights were a death sentence to travel. In that journey, I fought my first zombie with my iron sword. And luckily, I took some combat classes, so it wasn't that hard. But I decided to make a fort every night, and walked in the morning until I arrived at my destination. At first, I was terrified to be exiled to such a village, but I had no other option. As soon as I arrived, I realized how bad the situation was. The village was barely livable, and the corrupted villagers were all around. I was afraid that I would be corrupted too, but I had to make a living somehow. I decided to use my skills and knowledge to help the villagers in any way I could. I noticed that they lacked basic light to keep the monsters away, so I started to make some lanterns and put them all over the village so the monsters wouldn't spawn. I started teaching them how to grow their crops better and improve their yields. At first, they were resistant and didn't trust me, but over time, they started to see the results of my teachings and came to respect me. As time passed, I realized that corruption was not just a disease that affected the mind, but it was also a disease that affected the soul. I saw how the villagers had lost all hope and were living in poverty and misery. I tried to help with what I could and make a place more livable. It wasn't easy, but I started to gain their trust and respect. I was no longer seen as an outsider, but as one of their own. As I recounted how I got here, I started to smile bitterly and climbed down to brew some more potions. But as I checked the chest, I realized that I was out of ingredients, to my disappointment. So I had to go to the next village to buy them. I left the church and walked to the nearby house and knocked at the door. "Bob the librarian!" The door opened, and a tall man with a big nose responded. "Village head?" "I'll be going to the next village to buy some more ingredients. Please tell the other." "Okay, Bob will." After I told him that, I took some emeralds and other items with me and left for the nearby village. POV. The journey was the longest one that I had. Even with the map, it took 2 nights of non-stop walking until I was almost there. The nights were a nightmare to walk through. I had to stop most of the time, dig a hole, and wait for the daylight to come. This made me think that I should search for a horse for easier and faster travel next time. But it didn't matter since I finally arrived. I could see the structures in the distance, and they were not abandoned. I quickly ran towards the village and managed to see a villager like in the game, with the exception that it had its arms beside his torso, like me. "Hey, hello there!" The villager turned to look at me. "Hello, stranger." Chapter 10. First Touch with Civilization. "Hello, stranger," the villager answered. Oh no. I've been so excited to talk with someone who just started the conversation without a plan, and now I don't know what to say. "I came from far lands to trade with you. My name is—" "Stranger has emeralds?" Of course I have emeralds." I then took out an emerald from my inventory to show it to him. When the villager saw the green rock in my hand, a flash of light ran through his eyes. "Stranger always welcome to trade." "Okay, your speech is a bit weird, but it's better than just a hum. So how can I trade with you? I don't see a uniform that would tell me what you sell." "Bob too poor for uniform." "Aha, so your name is Bob?" "Yes, I'm Bob the farmer." "Oh, so you're a farmer?" "Bob is a farmer, yes." The villager looked proud when he said that. Even though my first interaction with a normal person didn't go as I expected, it felt good to finally talk with someone who could answer you back. I'm pretty sure that people would think that I'm crazy if they saw me when I talked with myself out loud. "So, Bob, do you want to trade?" "Bob wants." As he said that, an unknown tab appeared before me out of nothing. It looked like a normal villager trading tab, with the exception that it had only one trade: 20 wheat to 1 emerald. You only trade wheat for emeralds? Bob trades others as well. So he does have other trades, but I can't see them. Is this where the trading skill is used? I guess I have to level up my skill to get other trades. Okay, Bob, I want to trade some wheat for emeralds. Is that okay with you? Bob, happy to trade. Pleased to hear that, I took a stack of wheat out and handed it to him. But instead of taking it, he just looked weird at me. Bob doesn't need stranger wheat. How else am I supposed to trade then? Give wheat to system. Stranger weird. I hesitantly took the wheat back and looked at the system tab again. I then touched it with the grains, and all of a sudden they disappeared from my hand, leaving it empty. I didn't see an emerald popping out of nowhere, so I checked my inventory next. And there they were. 3 emeralds, and the rest of the wheat. I then opened my skill tab to see how much XP I got from this transaction. Skills. Crafting level, 4. 10.320, over 100.000. Enchanting level, 10, over 100. Brewing level, 10, over 100. Trading level, 130, over 100. So I got 30 XP out of all that. That would be 10 XP per individual trade. Unfortunately, I don't have any more wheat to trade and get to the next level to see what would change. But wait. If this is a village, then maybe there are other villagers that I could trade with. Bob, are you the only one in this village? Bob, not alone. Perfect. Can you show me around if you don't mind? Bob, happy to show. First stranger meet village head. As he said that, he turned around and started walking towards the village. I wasn't too far behind him. The village was small, with the houses looking broken and patched with unmatching blocks, and the path was made with gravel. There were some other villagers outside who looked at us for a moment before continuing to do what they had done beforehand. But what surprised me the most were the lanterns on the houses, to prevent the zombies from spawning. Looks like I wasn't the only one with that idea. We didn't walk for too long, and we arrived at a tall building made of cobblestone. It was the church. We stopped in front of the door, and he knocked it with force. "Village head!" But nobody responded. He kept knocking at the door with no results, until from behind, we heard somebody call us. "Bob looking for village head?" It was another villager, who looked pretty similar to Bob, with the exception of having a hat. It was a librarian hat. "Bob is looking for village head. Bob found stranger." "Ah, hello? Village head left the village. Coming soon from trading." "Okay." Bob then turned to me. "Sorry, stranger. Village head not here." "Don't worry, Bob. Thank you for showing me around. I can walk around and maybe trade with some of your friends." Bob nodded his head and then left, leaving me alone. I then turned towards the other villager with the hat, but he was getting back into his house. "Hey, are you a librarian by any chance?" The villager stopped and looked at me again. "Bob is librarian." "Is your name also Bob?" "Yes." "But the man that brought me here isn't also named Bob." "Yes." Isn't that confusing for everyone? No, I'm Bob the librarian. He Bob the farmer. Is everyone in this village named Bob? No. Phew. So only you two are the exception? No. I looked at the librarian with a confused face. I give up. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to trade. Once I said that, a light flashed through his eyes, and I could see he paid more attention to me. Bob liked to trade. Once he said that, a trading tab appeared in front of me. 23 pages to 1 emerald. It was exactly as I expected. Only one trade with the farmer. Unfortunately, I had only 30 pages with me, so I could only trade with him one time. But he seemed pretty pleased with that and returned to his house. I also started to explore the village on my own and traded with who I could. I found out that everyone is named Bob. The only difference is that they can tell each other apart from their profession, and that would bring trouble if there were 2 villagers with the same profession. But surprisingly, there weren't. It was 1 villager for each job, except the cleric, which I'm guessing is the head. But even with all of this, the most important thing was that I managed to level up my trading skill to level 2. I then walked to a villager that I thought was the farmer. Hey there, are you Bob the farmer? Yes, stranger. That's awesome. Would you like to trade? The villager happily opened up his trading system. 20 wheat to 1 emerald. 1 emerald to 6 bread. Yes, I did it. I unlocked the 2nd row. So, with each level, I can unlock a new row of trading. I quickly spent the emeralds for bread to get as much XP, and it stopped trading after I spent 12 emeralds. I then looked at my skills tab. Skills. Crafting level 4, 10.360 over 100.000. Enchanting level 10 over 100. Brewing level 10 over 100. Trading level 3, 230 over 10.000. It's only been a day, and I already managed to level up twice. If only crafting would be that easy to level up. I then looked back at the trading tab, only to see something I didn't expect. 18 wheat to 1 emerald. 1 emerald to 6 bread. I didn't unlock a new trade, but instead, I got a discount. Now that's interesting, and could be useful when I have to get a lot of emeralds. Thank you, Bob. I got a lot from you. Bob happy. Bob rich now. I wonder how the system works for him. I'm happy to hear that, Bob. By the way, could I borrow a house to sleep in tonight since it's starting to get dark? Strangers not allowed, but you no stranger anymore. You friend. I was shocked to hear that, but I felt good to earn their trust. He then guided me to an empty, broken house and left after I thanked him.
I started to fix the house with what blocks I had, and then lit up the area with some lanterns that I brought. I then entered a house, and lucky there was a green bed waiting for me. I put my head on the pillow and fell asleep. Help! Help! I quickly got up once I heard the shouting. I looked around, confused, and saw that it was still night. I can still hear some shouting from outside, and I quickly got up and checked out. Once I was outside, I saw why the villagers were shouting. They were running like headless chickens, while some zombies and skeletons followed them. I quickly took out my shield and sword and attacked the monsters. The fight wasn't too hard, since I started to get used to fighting with them after all the encounters I had, so I finished quickly. But right when I was about to ask what happened, I heard shouting from the other side of the village. I quickly ran towards the danger, but stopped once I arrived. There was a monster that I knew about, but didn't manage to see even once in all the time I've been in this world. It was an Enderman. The Enderman was tall and slender, with long arms and legs. Its eyes glowed a bright purple, and it seemed to be studying me intently. It had a block of wood in his hands, and the villagers were just scared looking at him. Surprisingly, he didn't seem interested in attacking them. I knew that Endermans were dangerous, but I couldn't help but feel curious about this one. As I approached it cautiously, the Enderman started to teleport around me, as if trying to confuse me.
I drew my sword and shield, ready to defend myself if necessary. The Enderman seemed to sense my readiness and stopped teleporting. Instead, it stared at me for a moment before slowly disappearing into the shadows. I was relieved that the Enderman had left without attacking me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me from afar.
I then checked the rest of the village for other monsters, but the Enderman was the last one. I took a deep breath and sighed in relief that it was over. I turned around and wanted to tell the villagers to get into their homes and wait for the daylight, but was interrupted by a chant. A chant of the village. "Hero! Thank you, hero! Hero!" The whole village was there, chanting those words in harmony. It made me a bit embarrassed to hear that, but tossed those feelings and started to shout. "People of the village, I did not do something heroic. I only did something that everyone with power would. Now the night is still dangerous, so please get back to your houses and wait for the daylight." They slowly stopped their shouting and returned to their homes. I also returned to my house and went to bed. In the morning, I have to seriously build some defenses for this village. With that in mind, I went to sleep. Chapter 11. Building Defenses. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of people greeting each other and the sun shining through the broken windows of my temporary home. I got up and stretched, feeling a bit sore from the fight the night before. I then got out of the house, where I could see the aftermath of the fight last night. The ground was full of skeletons from monsters. The villagers started to collect the bones and clean up the place. As I looked around the devastated village, I knew I had to do something to protect these people. I had the power and the knowledge to make this village safe, and I couldn't let them live in fear every night. I didn't know how they survived until now, but I'm going to make sure that they won't have to ever worry about the night coming. I started by gathering as many resources as I could find. I went to the nearby forest and chopped down trees, collecting wood for walls and fences.
It was a tedious task, but luckily the village was surrounded by a big forest, and with me chopping down the trees, I obtained wood while also taking out the places where the zombies could hide in the daytime. My iron axe even broke 2 times, so I had to buy another 2 from the weaponsmith villager. But after half a day of chopping trees, replanting, and using bone meal to fast grow them, I finally felt that I had enough resources to start working. As I worked on building the defenses, I noticed some of the villagers watching me from afar. They seemed hesitant to approach me, but I knew that they trusted me, especially after what happened last night. So, I invited them to help me with the construction, and they gladly accepted after I explained what I intended to do. Together, we worked tirelessly throughout the day, building walls, fences, and a watchtower. But while working with them, I started to observe some stuff about those villagers. While they could build and break blocks unlike the game, they couldn't break blocks as fast as me with the same tools. Actually, it took 3 times more hits to break a block than I would. And even when they put blocks down, they were slower than me. It took them 3 seconds for them to place 1 block down. And it's not like they did it intentionally. They just couldn't do it faster. The system didn't let them. What else surprised me was the fact that they could craft in their inventory like me. They could use even the crafting table, but I didn't know if they were limited by skills as well. We also created traps and defenses to prevent monsters from approaching the village. Even if it was an empty trench, it was enough to do its job. With everyone working together, we managed to finish the wall before the night came. The wall was 5 cubes high, with wooden planks and wood as pillars. It was 4 blocks thick, and you could even walk on top of it. As gates, we used normal fence gates. Then I started to craft and trade some lanterns so I could illuminate the wall. Now the zombies couldn't come in, nor could they spawn in anymore.
I looked around at our creation, feeling proud of what we had accomplished together. The village was now safe and secure, and the people could finally sleep soundly at night. But the peace and happiness were interrupted by a shout from the gate. "What happened here?" Villager. I arrived at the neighboring village when the sun was almost down. This village looked better than the one I was staying in, and it even had a wooden fence surrounding it. It wasn't the best defense I've seen, but it kept most of the monsters outside. The path was well lit, with plenty of lanterns, so the monsters won't be able to spawn inside.
The sun started to set, and everyone was getting back in their homes. It was too late for me to trade with someone, so I will be sleeping here tonight. I went towards the village head house and knocked on the wooden door. "Toby, it's me. Open the door, please." I suddenly heard some running footsteps coming closer, and then the door was opened with force. The person opening the door was a tall man with brown hair, an average nose, and wore an armorer uniform. "I don't recognize anyone by the name of me, from what I remember." Toby was a friend that I met in the academy in the first year. We got along well since we came from the same background from a faraway village. When he heard about my exile, he was furious, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything. Instead, he recognized the place that I was going to, telling me that it was close to his village. He told me that he'd get back to the village once he finishes the year to help me with what he could. He was a true friend who managed to help me with resources when I had a rough time in my village. Toby, I know that you're a dad now, but you don't have to make so many dad jokes. What do you mean, Bobby? Of course I have to. It's my responsibility to do that as a dad. I smiled at that and went into his house. I sat down on the wooden chair and he gave me a loaf of bread with a bowl of milk. I thanked him for the food and began to eat. He sat opposite me and waited patiently for me to finish the food. Once I was done, he asked me, "So, you came for the usual items?" "Yes, of course, but not only that. I'm one potion away from getting to the next level, so I wanted to ask you if you have any materials for the next recipes." "You know that I'm not as smart as you to remember what you'll have for the next level. What do you need more exactly?" "Well, at level 4 brewing, I can finally do the strength and jump boost potions, so I need rabbit's foot or some powdered blaze." "Wow, so you're entering the last stage in the beginner alchemist. Congratulations! I think I have some rabbit's foot from hunting around here, but you know well that I don't have access to blaze powder. Only the royalty and the academy have access to them." "Yeah, I know that. I guess I'll take what rabbit's foot you have then. Is it okay if I use the usual trade?" "Of course. 1 swiftness potion for 15 sugar canes, and another one for the rabbit's foot that I have. I don't think I have more than 3, unfortunately." "Thank you. It's always a pleasure to trade with you." "I could have given you those for free, but you're too stubborn to accept them." "You know me well, Toby." I said that with a smile. "Okay, now that the business is over, tell me, how are things going in your village?" As we got more comfortable, I told him about the progress that I've made with the village, about how I finally managed to light it up enough so that monsters won't spawn in the houses or the middle of the village. I also told him about the next project of putting a fence around the village to be fully secured. He told me about how his business was going and how hard it is to take care of a kid that can run faster than you. We didn't talk for too long since I was tired from my journey, so he guided me to an empty room to rest while telling me we could continue tomorrow. I was suddenly awakened by the screams and shouting of people outside. I quickly got up and took out my iron sword and ran outside to see what was happening. When I arrived at the door, I saw some men with stone swords and shields running towards the wooden fence. I followed them and saw what made the village panic. One fence was missing, which means that now zombies and skeletons were walking in the village. I quickly drank a swiftness potion and started running towards the closest zombie. I slashed him with unmatched speed and defeated him without a problem. But I didn't get to rest as an arrow barely passed me.
I then turned at the skeleton that was preparing another arrow and ran towards him. I kept doing that with every monster that I could, and lucky there weren't too many monsters, so with the help of the villagers, we defeated them all relatively quickly, with no casualties. I wanted to ask what happened here, and who would do such a horrible thing. But before I could do that, the culprit showed itself. All of a sudden, a tall black monster with purple eyes appeared in the middle of everyone, while holding the missing fence in his arms.
I looked in horror at the creature. I heard legends about the tall monster, the only one smart enough to pick up blocks and able to teleport at will. Because of that, only a knight with full iron armor and a shield can defeat it. But it's hardly killed even then, since it usually runs if he's outmatched. It was the Enderman. As I was thinking what to do, Toby finally came running, unusually fast, with an iron chestplate and helmet. He then took out an iron sword and a shield and attacked the Enderman, but didn't hit him since he teleported. Toby lifted his shield for any attacks and waited for the monster to appear. Not too long after, the Enderman appeared, a few blocks away from him, looking at him and then at us. He left the fence down and teleported away. But no matter how much we waited, he didn't reappear. I think he left. Yes, I think we intimidated him with our numbers. Okay, people, we won! We fought the monsters and came on top.
Pick up the loot from the monsters and get back to your homes. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate this victory, Toby shouted to people.
The people shouted in joy and started to clean up the place. Thank you, Bobby. You did a great job defeating so many monsters. Because of you, we didn't have any casualties. It's only natural that I'll help when I can. But now I'm worried about my village. I can see why you would, but it's suicide to travel at night. Rest well, and you can go when the first ray of light comes. That's true. I'll do that then. I then went back to my room and tried to get back to sleep. The next morning, when the first sign of light rose, I quickly got up, said goodbye to my friend, and ran towards my village. The journey was more dangerous than usual. I saw some monsters, so I had to hide from time to time. But after a few tiring hours, I finally arrived at the village, and what I saw there horrified me.
What I expected to see was just a few houses and the villagers working normally. Instead, what greeted me was an imposing wall of wood. It was 5 blocks tall, with even a path to walk on the walls. I only saw this kind of wall at the great noble's estate, and that took weeks to finish, with experienced people. But what I saw was equally impressive, and it's only been done in 1 day that I've been gone. I don't know if I should be glad or horrified by this. I decided to get quickly inside and see if the villagers were okay. I entered the village through the gate fences and started to shout when I saw a person. What happened here? Chapter 12. The village head is back. From the gate came an angry villager. He was a bit different from the others. He was a cleric, and I could tell that since he was wearing the same outfit as the cleric in the game. He also had hair, unlike the other villagers. Once he arrived closer, he looked at everyone with worried eyes. After he made sure that everyone was okay, he finally looked at me. So are you the one that made all of this? The villager looked at me with hostility and spoke a full sentence, which surprised me. Yes, my name is... I don't care who you are. With what purpose did you come here? Who sent you? The villager looked worried at my iron armor, but before I could try to respond, another villager spoke up for me. Village head, hero no danger. Hero saves village from monsters at night. Are you saying that you were attacked by monsters last night as well? The villagers nodded their heads. You there, tell me what happened, in detail. He said that while pointing at me. I don't know why you're so mad, but okay. I came from faraway lands in the hope of finding people to trade. I followed a map that I found in an ancient desert temple that led me here. Once I got here,
I made some treadings with the people in this village.
But it was getting late, so I asked if I could stay here.
Bob showed me an empty house where I slept, until I heard a scream that woke me up. I saw that the village was attacked by monsters, so I quickly defeated them. There was also an Enderman here, but he quickly teleported once I got close to it. After that fight, I realized how defenseless this village was. So, with the help of everyone here, we built this magnificent wall. The villager looked intense at me, but I could see that he wasn't hostile anymore, just cautious. Bob, the librarian. Is that true?
Yes, village head.
Thank you, hero, for the help. Sorry if I seemed aggressive. I've just come from the neighborhood village that was attacked last night by the monsters with the help of an Enderman. I was worried that my village was also attacked, so I tried to get back as quickly as possible. But the road was more populated with monsters than usual, which only furthered my worries.
Thank you again for building this wall. It's a great peace of mind for my people.
Oh, it sounds like you've been through a lot. And don't worry about that. I only did what anyone with power and knowledge would do. I tried to comfort the village head by saying that, but he only looked like I was a weirdo for saying that. If you say so. Can you tell me where you came from, hero? You don't look like the people from this kingdom. I came from a faraway land where everyone looked similar to me. But I came in peace and intending to trade. I started to get worried about those questions. I just found out that there is a kingdom, so that means that this world is much more advanced than the one in the game. Even this villager is capable of having a full conversation with me, which made me happy and horrified by its implications. I just don't want to be hunted because I look different. The villager looked at me and then responded.
I think I read something about you at the academy. Are you perhaps a wandering trader?
Wandering trader? I guess you could call me that. Let's just go with that, until I'll find more information about this world and its inhabitants.
Well, wandering hero, we welcome you with open arms, and thank you for helping this village so much. People of the village, it's time to celebrate with milk and bread for our new wall, and it's the hero! The village started to cheer loudly and chant our names. Hero! Village head! They started to bring bread and wooden bowls filled with milk. I also brought the apples that I had, which they happily took. The party lasted until nightfall, then everyone retreated into their home to rest their tired body. I was also preparing to go to some sleep when I was summoned to the stone church where the village head lived. Once I arrived at the wooden door, I started to get anxious, and despite that, I still knocked. "Come in,"
The voice responds from the other side.
I opened the door and finally saw what the interior looked like. The floor and the walls were made with cobblestone. On the right side of the building was a lone white bed, and on the left side were some chests and barrels as storage. What caught my eye, though, was at the end of the room. There was a campfire with a trap door above it, and on top of the trap door was the brewing station. It was a weird setup for sure, but before I could examine it more carefully, the villager spoke. "I'm sorry if I scared you when we first met. I thought you were sent by the nobles to cause me trouble. Not everyone can afford a full iron armor, and with your appearance, that made me even more skeptical. Looks like this villager has some problems with the nobility. I wonder why. And why is he so different from the other villagers I saw?"
Don't worry about it. I made a drastic change to the village without your permission. It's understandable for you to panic.
But I see you different than the others.
Thank you for understanding. And it's not that I'm different. It's that everyone in here is a person touched by the corruption. Once a person is corrupted, they start to lose hair and intelligence, usually to the point that they can't even speak. It's a miracle that they can even speak at all.
Interesting. I never heard about something like that.
But what are you doing here? You don't seem to be corrupted. I don't know how your kingdom is run, but even here, this is not common knowledge. I only found out about them by accident, while I was browsing through the library. They're not a common occurrence, and the ones that do appear are usually exiled to a faraway village for fear of spreading corruption to others. As for why I'm here, let's say that some nobles didn't like me and decided to punish me this way. Now that's a bomb full of information. There is something that corrupts people in this world. The civilization is advanced enough to write down information in books, and I think the nobles have control of what regular people can do and can't. I wonder how much they keep hidden from the community folks. And what did the village head do that infuriated them so much for him to be punished as such? Sounds like you have a rough time then. I'm also curious if your name is Bob, by any chance. No, of course not. Only the villagers in here have that name, as an easier time to remember and communicate. Okay, that's pretty weird. So what is your name, if you don't mind me asking? I can see your confusion, but don't worry. My name is pretty distinct from the others. My name is Bobby. He said that while spreading his arms, to show how grandiose it was.
I looked at his face in case this was a joke, but he was pretty serious, and I didn't know how to respond. So then I looked at the brewing station and asked, I see you're a cleric. Do you also make your potions by any chance? I asked that since in the game, the brewing station is only used to get the cleric job, and ironically not selling any potions, with maybe the XP bottle if you count it. Oh yes, I'm fortunate enough to be almost at level 4 at my brewing skill. He said that with pride. So they do have the skills system. I wonder if they know what's the max level. And how can I ask him about that without giving myself away? Wow, congratulations. But why do you have this set up? Oh, I don't have access to blaze powder, so I have to use the campfire to heat the station. Unfortunately, I also have to control the heat, since it doesn't give the perfect temperature like the blaze powder does. So you're using the trapdoor to block or let the heat in? That's pretty ingenious. Thank you. You know my job and my skills. But what are yours, if you don't mind me asking? I started to panic a bit, since I didn't know if we even had the same system, or what was a normal amount of levels to have for a skill. I then quickly opened my Skills tab. Skills. Crafting. Level 4. 10.600 over 100.000. Enchanting. Level 10 over 100. Brewing. Level 10 over 100. Trading. Level 3. 340 over 10.000. It had gone up from the building of the wall and a few more trades with the villagers, but I didn't know if what I had was a lot or too little. But I decided to be truthful and improvise based on his reaction. I only have level 4 in crafting and level 3 in trading. Trading? I never heard of that skill before. Is that related to your wandering trader job? Yes, I was as surprised as you when I suddenly got this out of nowhere. That's a pretty nice cover-up story, if I say so myself. Can't answer questions that I don't know the answers to. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not too bad of a skill, though. I don't think it's that bad, since it can give me a very small discount to certain trades. That's pretty good. Be careful who you'll tell that around those lands, since some people would be very interested in your skill. Bobby warned me, which made me realize that I was too open with my secrets, and only because I finally had a normal conversation in maybe a month. I'll be careful from now on, then. That's good. Do you have a plan on what to do next? Once I was asked that, I realized that I don't have a lot of plans. I barely have short-term plans, but I don't think I made any long-term plans besides maybe getting home. And I don't even know how to do that, or if it's possible to do it on the first chance.
The more I thought about this, the more I realized how much I distracted myself with work so I don't have to face the new reality.
From your expressions, I'm guessing that not. Don't worry, you can stay here as much as you like until you figure things out. I looked at him and saw that he was pretty uncomfortable with my reaction. How kind of him to comfort me. I should probably get some sleep after such an eventful day.
Thank you, Bobby. Is it okay if I sleep in the same house as the last night?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry that I don't have something more comfortable for a traveler like you. I smiled and told him not to worry as I retreated to my logging to sleep. Once I sat in the bed, I didn't manage to sleep right away. All these new thoughts I had now hunting me. But after some time, the exhaustion finally caught on, and I managed to fall asleep. Chapter 13. Mysterious Stranger? The trader closed the wooden door after he left. Whatever I expected to find when I returned was surely not this. I still don't know how to react to this encounter. The first time I saw the wall, I was impressed, but also scared that maybe pillagers had raided the village and made it their base. But once I saw that everyone was safe and sound, the only worry left was the person standing in the middle of them all. He was a tall man with a full iron armor on him, which showed that he had power and wealth. I thought he was a knight sent by a noble to check on me, but I quickly dismissed that once I looked closer at his face. I saw his nose, or more so, the lack of one. The more I looked, the more things looked weird, but I didn't manage to get too much information, unfortunately, because he was covered in iron armor. After I managed to calm down, I asked what happened while I was gone, and although I do care about my people, I know that they're not the best storytellers. So I had to ask the trader for more details. And while he told me a very short version of what happened, it was shocking nonetheless. The village was attacked by monsters as I feared, but the trader managed to defeat them, and even chase the Enderman out of the village. I suspected that it was someone that I saw in the neighborhood village, which worried me. A story like that would be pretty shocking in general, one human against a wave of zombies and winning without any casualties. But the shocking part came after all that. Together with the villagers, they started to build a wall. Not just a simple fence surrounding the village, no, a full-on wall, 5 blocks tall. And to finish all of that in just half a day, which is an impossible task to accomplish in the first place. But let's just say that with enough manpower, they managed to do that. Another impossible task they managed to do was to gather all the materials for all of that. It takes an incredible amount of time to break the wooden blocks, even with the tools. And my villagers do not have an attention span long enough to break the trees. So that only leaves the trader, who either has a method to break blocks faster, or already has a few stacks of wooden blocks in his inventory for some reason. But even with all that mystery, I'm grateful for what he did. He did a better job in half a day than I did in a few weeks of working. I then decided to celebrate the new defense, to ease up the villagers after my outburst. After a while, I retreated to my home and told one of the villagers to call the trader to my place once everything was over. After a few hours, I heard a knock at my door, and I let the trader in. I did call him a traitor, but I wasn't too sure about that since I didn't have too much information about that job in the first place. The only thing that I know is that a wandering trader walks vast amounts of land to trade with different people with exotic items. I tried to get some information out of him about his skills especially, and as I thought, he had a skill that I never heard of. The trading skill. Which is what he said. It's true then. It's a good skill that could attract the attention of some unwanted people. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how he got the job in the first place. He also seemed interested in my brewing station, so there's a potential trade in the future if he wants some potions. Maybe we'll exchange some information as well. I'm pretty curious about what the world outside the borders looks like.
I asked what plans he had for the future, and suddenly he froze, then started to make a painted face, so I had to end the talk there, since we were both tired, most likely. Now alone again, I had to think for the next plan, since the village is safer than ever now. I looked around my room and stopped at my homemade brewing station.
I should level up in brewing. Even if I was tired, the excitement of getting to the next level after one more potion gave me enough energy. I took an awkward potion from a barail and entered the brewing station inventory. I then put the potion at the base and added some sugar to the top as the main ingredient. Now usually, I'll use some blaze powder as a heat source, but unfortunately, I didn't have any right now, so I had to improvise. I opened the trap door under the station and let the heat of the wash all over it. I could now see the brewing progress bar. Now that contraction would have been a breakthrough in the field of alchemy, if it only didn't have this one major flaw. When you put the blaze powder as a heat source, you don't have to worry about the process. But with this method, you have to control how much heat should stay. Otherwise, the potion bottles would break from overheating. And you had to guess most of the time when the time was right to do the change, since there was no visual indicator of the change until it was too late. On top of that, after all that suffering, your final product would be only half as good as a normal one. My potions last for around 30 minutes, while a perfectly good potion lasts for a full hour. But that didn't discourage me, since, even with all of those, I still get the same amount of XP as a normal potion. Finally, after the last particle ran through, the potion was done. I then quickly checked my skill tab. Skills. Crafting. Level 5. 312. Over 1 million. Brewing. Level 3. 10 over 10,000. Finally, I'm level 3 now. I started to do a small victory dance and went to bed after realizing how late and tired I was. I wonder if the trader has some blaze powder, or knows where to get some. I'll ask him tomorrow if he's okay. I then went to sleep with a smile on my face. Peeve. Chapter finger. The light of the day woke me up from my deep slumber. It wasn't the best sleep that I had, but it wasn't the worst either. The bed in Minecraft is a miracle of sleep, which I deeply appreciate. Now I had to decide what to do with my life in this world. I didn't want to have a mental breakdown right now in this unknown world, so I pushed all my unease into one small box, threw it into the deepest parts of my mind, and dealt with the aftermath another time. A better time, hopefully. Let's decide on some plans then. After some thinking, I decided for my long-term plans, I should find as much information as possible about different worlds and how they work. They have about 3 dimensions in this world, so it must have something. One other thing would be to defeat the Ender Dragon. Usually in the game, once she's defeated, the game is theoretically over, and you even get an end-screen conversation with some unknown beings. Maybe that's a way for me to get back home. As for short-term plans, I think I should level up my skills, especially the crafting one so I can craft some diamond armor, maybe even a netherite one. But I don't know at what level I can do that, so I don't know how long it would take me. I also want to finish the defense of this village with an iron golem, so I won't have to worry about them once I leave. If I can make one in the first place. So, the next course of action would be to do some mining and get a lot of iron. I should also ask Bobby if he has a pumpkin by any chance, since I didn't see one growing in this village. With all of those new plans for me to follow, I exited the house with a smile on my face. I then went to some villagers to do some more trading to level up my skills, and because they restocked their merchandise only twice per day, once in the morning and once at noon. But on my way to find the Fletcher, Bobby found me and asked me a bizarre question. "Morning, trader. I'm happy to see you doing well. I wanted to ask if you sell blaze powder by any chance."
I wondered why would he ask me that? And then I remembered that the wandering trader has some unique trades, unlike the normal villager. And since I'm supposed to be one, he asked me just in case. Sorry, Bobby, but I don't have any blaze roads or blaze powder on me. But I do know where to get them from. You do? Yes, of course. Blaze roads comes from the monsters named Blaze. After you get the item, you can craft it into blaze powder. I never heard of that monster before. Where can you find them? You find them in the Nether Fortress. Usually there's a spawner that pops them into existence.
But be careful when farming them, since they can catch you on fire with their fireballs.
I don't recall seeing a Nether Kingdom on the maps at the Academy.
Oh no, the Nether is another dimension, where the world has a ceiling. Most of the blocks are red, with lakes filled with lava, and danger at every corner.
That sounds like hell.
It has that nickname. Bobby looked at me like I was a madam by telling him all of this.
Then how are you supposed to be able to get to that dimension?
Well, the only way to get there is to use a portal made with obsidian.
You're talking ability the unbreakable block. How are you supposed to make a portal out of a block you can't mine?
It's not that it's unbreakable. It's more like it's very hard to break, and you need to do it with a diamond pickaxe to get the block.
Oh, then that's an impossible task then.
The village head lowered his shoulders in defeat after hearing that, and I could see why. Neither of us had a high enough level at crafting, and my trading skill was not high enough to access the diamond pickaxe trade. But that didn't mean we had no hope. That's not the only way to obtain obsidian through.
Is there another way?
I could see hope returning to his eyes.
Yes. The obsidian block is not naturally spawned. It's the aftermath of water running into a lava source. And with that information, we can bring lava to where we want to make the portal and use the process to make the obsidian in the shape of the portal.
That sounds as complicated as mining the obsidian itself.
It's not as complicated as it sounds. I can do this alone with no problem. My only question for you is if you want to come with me.
Bobby looked shocked at my question, but not for long before he was in deep thoughts.
Yes, this is a chance for me to grow, even if it's dangerous.
Perfect. Then I want you to do something while I'll mine for resources.
I don't know too much about mining, unfortunately.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be able to do that by myself. I want you to find some pumpkins if you can.
Pumpkins? We don't have it here, but I guess I can get some from the neighborhood village. What for?
Don't worry. It would be for the defense of the village while we will be gone.
I don't see the coloration between those two, but I'll see what I can do.
He then left towards his house, probably to get some provisions for the journey. I also continued on my way to trade with some villagers. I needed more emeralds and more XP. The grind never stops. Chapter 14. Let's make an iron golem. After I finished trading with the villagers, I decided to start working on the mine.
I started with doing a small hut in the corner of the village.
Then I dug straight down for about 20 blocks, where I made a room 6 blocks wide and 2 blocks tall. Okay, I don't want to do a staircase as I did at my house, and I think one of the villagers will get lost in here. So it's better to just use the ladder and make my storage room here. I put down some more chests and furnaces to smelt while I was mining. With all of that done, I started to strip mine for iron. I dug a tunnel 2 blocks tall for about 50 blocks, then move 3 blocks to the left or right and mine back towards the hub, and repeat the process. Once I was out of room to mine from my hub, I would just go down a level and repeat the process. I don't know how long I've been in the mines, but a voice brought me back from my grinding. What's happening here? I quickly climbed up the stairs to see what was the problem. Once arrived, I saw Bobby looking very confused at my mine lobby. Hey, Bobby.
What brings you to my humble mine?
Humble?
Mine? What did you do here, traveler?
Well, I told you that I'll mine for some resources. I want to get you an iron armor before we go. When you said you'll go mining, I expected that you'll go searching for a cave to mine from, not disappear for 3 days and mine under the village. Has it been really that long? It's hard to tell the time when you are underground. I even put a bed here to not waste time by keep going to the surface. That would explain why you didn't come up. But what did you do here exactly? I only see some tunnels. And while I'm impressed with your mining speed, I don't see the point of mining like this. It's true that is not the most efficient way to mine. It's still at the top. It's called strip mining, where you choose a path to dig and then start another tunnel 2 blocks to the side. That way you can see the resources from all the sides without mining every block. That's actually pretty ingenious.
I expected at most you'll do a tunnel 5 blocks wide and put a railway to move faster. That's also a way, but it's pretty inefficient. Did you manage to get the pumpkins?
Yes, I don't know why you'll need it though. If you wanted a pumpkin pie, you could have told me to get that.
He told me that while handing me the 5 pumpkins. Fortunately, Bobby didn't have to drop them on the ground for me to pick them up. He just gave them to me normally, through a handshake. While I would like to eat a pie, this is not why I requested them. I want to use them to make an iron golem.
Iron golem? What is an iron golem?
I looked at him in case he was joking with me, but from the look on his face, he didn't seem so. It's surprising that he doesn't know about them, since in the game, players usually use villagers to make iron farms, which is an inhumane thing to do if you actually think about the implications of what you're doing to those poor people. An iron golem is a creature made completely out of iron that would protect people from monsters or other people if they attack someone in the village. They are tall, white with long arms to attack. It has around 100 HP and does 15 damage or more to almost every monster. 100 HP? Does 15 damage or more? What kind of monster is that? The legendary diamond sword was rumored to do around 7 damage. And you're telling me you want to make a monster that punches me double that? I've seen Bobby shocked a few times since I met him, and that wasn't a long time ago. But I think I just reached a new level of shock for him, and it was amusing to see it. Precisely so. Think about it. We're going on a dangerous journey for more than 1 day, and while I do think the walls are good enough to keep the villagers safe, I would feel much better if I knew that an iron golem would protect the people in case of an accident. Bobby started to think about the suggestion that I said, but not too long after he nodded his head to show his approval of my idea. So how do you make an iron golem? I never even heard about him, and I don't know how you know about them. Well, with something of that strength, it needs a lot of materials. 4 blocks of iron, and 1 pumpkin more exactly. That's a lot of iron. It would take a few weeks of mining to get that much iron, and it would be pretty expensive to buy it as well if we even get the chance to buy it. He wasn't so shocked anymore to my disappointment. I think he's either starting to get used to it or gave up understanding me. There's no need to worry about that since I already got all the iron that we needed, and more. I then showed him a separate room that was full of furnaces running. It was too hot when they were all smelting the iron and other ores that I found, so I made a separate room to not make the whole mine a sauna. I quickly got in and took what ores that were already turned into ingots and got out while closing the door behind me. Besides the door sat Bobby, with a shocked face again. Yes, there was still hope for some more surprises in the future. How much did you mine, trader? Excluding everything else besides the iron, I have a total of 112 iron ingots. I quickly looked at him again for any good reaction, but he just turned around and climbed up the stairs to the surface, and then yelled from the top with a monotone voice, "I'll be waiting for you up here until you're done with the preparations." Well, that was a reaction I did not expect. I said that to myself. But I then quickly got back to work. I took all the iron I had and crafted into iron blocks,
iron armor, iron tools, and the last piece of the puzzle, a scissor. All of this took me about 2 hours to finish, and then I finally stepped outside the mine after 3 days.
The light of the sun almost blinded me once I opened the door. I was too used to the weak light of the torches, so I had to take a moment to get used to the new environment. Once I was able to adjust to the new light, I went a bit further from the mine and built a 3 blocks tall cage and started to build the T-shape of the golem. I then finished everything by putting the pumpkin on top. Of course, nothing happened, since the pumpkin hasn't been sheared. But a voice interrupted me right as I was about to do that. "Trader, you managed to prepare everything you need? What's up with the big box?" "Oh, Bobby. Yes, I did. I'm trying now to make the golem. As for the purpose of the box, well, the funny thing about me is that I know how to make an iron golem, but I never tried it before, so I don't know how the golem would react once he comes to life. But you know the saying, it's never too late to try." A look of horror appeared on his face.
Poof! He was interrupted by a sudden smoke screen appearing in the box. We both started to cough from the sudden smoke, and after a little while I was finally able to see the golem. He was tall enough to almost reach me. He had long arms that reached the ground, a big iron chest, and the head looked pretty similar to a villager. His red eyes started to look up at me. Hello? What happened? Did it work?" "Yes, and he seems peaceful for now." I then tried to give him a few simple commands that he followed without a problem. I quickly broke the box for him to be able to move around, which he did not long after. It looks so majestic. I can feel the power emanating from him. Does he follow only your command?" "I don't know. Try to ask him something." He looked unsure at me, but he still tried. "Move to the right, please." The golem looked at Bobby with curiosity, but didn't follow his request. I said the same order, and he did it without skipping a beat.
We tried a few more things with him, and found out that, while he does follow every command of the Creator, he can only follow simple commands like "go there," "attack," and "sit down." You can also transfer or share the authority with others, which was a good thing, since that meant we can leave it to one of the villagers from here, in case an emergency happens. But first, we had to introduce the golem to the village, and hope that they'll accept him, and not be scared. We didn't walk too much before we arrived at the center of the village. The people started to gather already, after the commotion we caused with the big guy. They didn't have the courage to get too close to him, unfortunately. "Brothers of this village, I brought here a new family member. Someone that is not afraid of the night. Someone that will fight the monsters to protect us. So please, make our new guardian feel welcome." After the impressive speech was done, the villagers started to slowly get closer to us. Some of them even touched the gentle giant, with no reaction other than a curious gaze. After they saw that he wasn't dangerous, they got more comfortable around him, and one of them even said something interesting. "Guardian! Big Bob!" Once everyone heard that, they started to hum at each other for a bit, before they all agreed and said it again. "Welcome, Big Bob!" I watched in fascination how each village welcomed the new guardian. "Well, big guy, looks like you have a name now. Welcome to the family, Big Bob." Once I said that, I saw a quick flash of light going through his ruby eyes, but I don't know if that was something that I imagined or really saw. O decided not to stay too much on that, and told Bobby that I'll go to get the portal ready. He told me he understood, and that he'll stay up here to sort things out. So after I've been outside for a few hours, I now go back into the mines. This time with the objective of carrying filled buckets with lava to open a portal to hell. What could go wrong with that? After I got back to the mining hub, I crafted a few empty buckets and went into one cave system that I found while strip mining.
I keep going down until I saw the soft, glowing light of the lava. I quickly collect what I needed and went back to a room that I specially prepared for the portal. It was a room in the deep slate layer for extra safety. I had to carefully make the shape of the portal since I was playing with fire and I only had one source of water. But once I transformed the last block of obsidian, I took a breath of relief while looking at the masterpiece. I felt proud of what I did, scared of what I was about to do, and finally determined to see it done until the end. I then took out the flint and steel and lit up the portal. Chapter 15. The Nether. Purple particulars started to gather around the newly lit fire. They began to consume the tall flame and then moved to the middle of the portal.
A distorted image started to appear in the empty frame, but not for long before it cleared itself. On the other side, I could see the red ground spreading everywhere and lava falling from the sky. It's more creepy to see it in person than on a screen, that's for sure. I passed my hand through the portal and felt the heat of the Nether. I felt like I was in a room filled with furnaces, and they were all smelting or cooking something. I don't know how the fire resistance potion or the enchantment works, but I sure hope that it can alleviate some of the heat, since it would be a nightmare to wear armor in there. I finally gathered enough courage to step through the portal, and a wave of heat washed all over me. I had to quickly take the helmet off my head since I couldn't handle the heat. The rest of the armor was still as hot, but it was still bearable. But I wouldn't like to move too much with armor on, less much so fighting in one. Well, have to move carefully here then. I then started to build a small cobblestone house to cover the portal. I didn't want to be stranded here after a ghast blows out the portal for having a bad day. It didn't take long before I was finished with the stone house. Then I quickly got into it, only to be impressed how similar to the game it was. It wasn't complete darkness, even in this enclosed spaces without a light source. I then went back to the overworld and was immediately more comfortable with less heat bothering me. Now that the preparations are done, I should call Bobby as well. I hope I'll get a good reaction out of him this time as well. I quickly climbed the stairs to the surface and went looking for the village head. Fortunately, he wasn't too hard to find. He was still in the middle of the village trying to show people how to use the golem. I decided to watch from the sideline until everything was done. And while I did wait for a bit, I was not getting bored looking at the villagers that managed to order the golem to accidentally destroy a house. After everything was done and fixed, I brought Bobby to the portal room. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said that Nether was another dimension. And you actually managed to make obsidian, the unbreakable block. He then looked closer into the portal, only to see a wall of cobblestone. I don't see the red world you described to me, though. Oh, don't worry about that. Just take this armor and shield and cross to the other side. Bobby looked at the items in my hand, then at me, then back to my hands. He looked surprisingly touched by this gesture. He almost cried as well, but managed to hold it in. Are you okay, Bobby? Did something happen? Did I go too far? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. He then looked me in the eyes and said, Don't say sorry, trader. I'm just overwhelmed by what you did to me. You saved my village, built a wall, made an iron golem as a guardian for the people, then opened the portal to another dimension just so you can help me look for ingredients for my alchemy. And now you're giving me a full iron set of armor without me saying thank you or paying you in any way. Sorry for the outburst, but I want to thank you for what you did for me, for what you did for the whole village. After he said that, he left the room in a hurry. I feel like I shouldn't follow him right now. His emotions are in a mess. I was taken by surprise by the sudden change in Bobby, but if I tried to think about everything from his perspective, I would be shocked as well. A person suddenly comes and saves your family from an accident, looks at your broken home, and decided to build you a new one. Then he asks you about how your studies go, only to tell him that you've been thrown out of the school,
because you got in a fight with the rich kid there. Then, like a hero, he just brought you to a better school than before by paying everything up already. And all of that from a stranger that you know nothing about and expects nothing in return. Yeah, I think that's an appropriate reaction to have, especially because we meet just a week ago. After a little while, Bobby came back looking much better, but still had a little red around his eyes. Thank you for waiting, and sorry for that shameful display. I wanted to tell you something, trader. I know I don't have much to give to you, but I want you to know why I'm here and how much this meant to me. After that, he proceeds to tell me his story, how he got the job as a cleric, how that opened an opportunity to get to the academy, how he tried to learn everything he could to change the life of his village to a better one, how he made friends in the first year and had high grades, and then everything changed from the second year when he refused to join the noble group. How he still tried to persevere through all of the bullyings and even catch the attention of an official from the palace. But it all came to an ending once the nobles heard about that and framed him for stealing from the school. Once at the trial, he was given a harsh punishment without the option to even defend himself.
The punishment was equal to death. Since he had to take care of an infected village, they hoped for him to get infected as well and die in a monster attack. But after he got here, he took pity on those people. He repaired their homes, taught them how to grow crops, and even wanted to make them a wall for protection until I came. Of course, even if he was working in the village, he didn't forget to grind for the next level in his profession. He didn't give up. He wanted to get back and take revenge on those who wronged him. After he finished saying his story, I learned a lot about this world, about what he went through, and how dangerous people can be here, more so than the monsters of the night. But not long after he finished his story, he just put the iron helmet on his head and went through the portal. Bobby, no! It was too late. He already passed through the portal. But he didn't get too far before he stopped and threw his helmet on the ground, gasping for air. It's too hot. I then followed him through the portal and asked if he was okay to continue. I'll manage it, he responded through gasps. He then started to walk towards the door and open it, and then froze in place. On the other side of the door lay the vast world of the Nether. Rivers of lava fell from the ceiling into the melted sea. Red rocks surrounded us from everywhere, and the occasional strider walked calmly on the sea of lava. Is this the Nether? How can life survive through such harsh conditions? Now that's a question that I didn't have the answer to, but I decided not think too much about it, since nobody is going to answer us. Let's go, Bobby, but be careful of your surroundings. This place is filled with danger. He nodded to me in understanding, and then we started to walk in one direction, and occasionally placed some cobblestones to mark our way back to the portal. We walked for a few hours before the scene started to finally change. It was a soul sands valley, with the occasional bone blocks poking out the ground. Why is there so much soul sand here? Are you telling me that even the nether wart is brought from here? Yep, but you can only find them in the fortress, unfortunately. Be careful, usually there are a lot of skeletons here. Not too long after I said that, a skeleton appeared out of nowhere and started to shoot arrows at us. We quickly got in a fighting stance and started to run towards the enemy. With two of us, it was easy to overwhelm him, but until we arrived at the skeleton, another two appeared and started to attack us. We did the same thing with them, but others appeared to take up their place. After a few minutes of fighting and overheating, we realized that this can't continue, so we decided to just defend and pass the valley. After a few more stressful minutes under the shower of arrows, we managed to get out of that nightmare. Then I quickly made a small box so we can actually rest in peace and replenish our energy. That was more intense than the night training. Why would anyone want to live in here? Well, from what I understand,
They don't really have a choice. And even if we brought them to our world, they'll turn into monsters for some reason. Bobby nodded his head in understanding. They asked me a question. I always wanted to ask you this, but how do you know so much? How to make an iron golem, how to make obsidian, even the knowledge of this dimension? I knew that it would be a time where I'll be asked this question, so I thought of an acceptable answer.
Once you travel as much as I did through the world and its ruins, you can find some pretty interesting stuff. The only downside is the loneliness in all those journeys.
I'll love to hear your stories, and how you even started to make such a big decision to travel. I smiled awkwardly at that. I'll probably do that another time. I'm too tired now for storytelling. He nodded and took out some bread to eat. I also took mine and drank some water from my bucket to cool myself off. After an hour of rest, we decided to continue our journey. This time we meet the zombie pigmen, and I had to stop Bobby from making a mistake that would have killed both of us. After I explained to him the consequences of hitting one of them, he thanked me profusely for stopping him. Luckily, like in the game, the zombie pigmen didn't seem too interested in us, so we passed them with ease. We walked more until the scene changed again, this time to a red forest.
The red trees were everywhere with light coming out of them.
We watched in fascination at the beauty of this strange nature until a low growl got our attention. A huge hoglin was running full speed at us. Ship! Boom! I was suddenly hit with force and fell on my back from the knockback. I quickly checked my health, only to see it went down by 10 points to my horror. Traitor, no! Bobby started to swing with rage at the new enemy. With a few grunts, I also got up and joined in the fight. The hoglin had a lot of HP, so we had to stab and slash him a few times, but we finally managed to defeat him after letting out one last cry of pain. Both of us were panting from the intensity of this fight. Are you okay, traitor? How much HP did you lose? I'm okay for now, but I don't want to join a fight too soon. But before I could finish my sentence, the sound of another low growl coming closer caught our attention. And this time, it wasn't just one.
We both looked at each other and booked it from there, with the hoglins on our tails. We ran as fast as we could, but even with the trees as obstacles, they didn't lose us, and everything got worse when we arrived at a dead end. We were too tired to fight, and Bobby couldn't place blocks fast enough to tower up like me. So we raised our shields and prepared for the worst. But when all hope seemed lost, a lone figure dropped from above right in front of us in the way of the upcoming death. It placed a mushroom on the floor and turned towards us, with no fear about what was about to happen. We both waited in suspense for the upcoming collision, but instead of us being trampled by the pigs on steroids, they started to screech in fear and run back to where they came from. Bobby and I were too shocked to process what happened, but we didn't have the luxury to stay shooked for too long, because a feminine voice got our attention. What are you doing here, outsiders? Chapter 16.
Hidden Tribe.
A furious voice brought our attention to the hero. It was a tall woman that had a hoglin head. Actually, no. It was a hoglin head on top of the woman's head, like a tribesman that I've seen in movies from my world. She had red eyes that looked mad at us, black hair barely seen under the hat, and wore clothes made of lather with some symbols painted on them. In her hand was a golden axe, ready to strike us at any sudden movement. Are you trying to take over this forest as well? It wasn't enough that you stole all our striders. You want now to take our hunting grounds as well. What is she talking about? Stealing striders? Stealing a forest? Is she confusing us with someone else? I don't know what you're talking about, miss. We just got here and suddenly got attacked by that hoglins. She looks suspiciously at us, but lowered her axe. Your ugly armor got me confused with the others from the fortress. But you're not as arrogant as them, nor as good at fighting.
So what are you two doing here?
I didn't know if I should feel relieved or insulted by that comment, but we also lowered our weapons and relaxed our tense bodies. We came here in search of blaze roads. Can you perhaps help us with some information? The luck for you guys, there's only one fortress around here, and it's occupied by outsiders like you. Except that they were actually smart and came with enchanted armor for this unbearable heat. Okay, she was clearly trying to insult us at this point. Well, excuse us for being too poor to afford the advanced iron armor. Yeah, whatever you say, outsider. So what's your plan now? While I was angry at her attitude, I had to calm myself down and talk with Bobby about what we should do now. But before we started to talk, I asked one more question. Do you by any chance have blaze powder to trade? She looked suspiciously at me.
What do you have to trade, outsider?
Happy that she was even willing to consider it, I quickly took on this opportunity and used my knowledge from the game. In my travels, I stumbled upon a forgotten ruin. In there, I found some records about your people. It was written that you called yourself the Piglins, and you like to trade with gold. I then took out a gold ingot from my inventory in case I needed it for this occasion. For the first time, I saw her having another expression besides disgust and suspicion. It was a face of pure surprise. She then quickly grabbed our hands. Follow me. She led us through the forest at a fast speed, and then we arrived at a wall of netherrack. She then started to knock twice on the wall. After a few seconds of silence, a voice was heard beyond the wall. Who is it? It's me, Undying Flame. Open this place up. Not too late after that, an entrance was created by breaking the blocks. On the other side was a long tunnel, with 2 piglins as the guards, that had wooden pickaxes. The woman took our hands again, and guided us deeper into the tunnel. We walked for around 10 minutes, making turns from time to time, before we finally arrived at the end. On the other side of the tunnel was a huge opening with tall red trees. Their trunk was big enough that they even had houses on them. Actually, every house was in the trees. There were stair ladders that helped with climbing in them, and every tree had a suspended bridge to connect them. On the ground, people walked calmly through their day. Some were just talking, and farther from everyone else were some people that trained with their crossbows. It was a unique and beautiful sight to see. This was vastly different from the game. This was a community. And even in this harsh environment, some people managed to live through all of its challenges. We arrived at the biggest tree that had a door in it.
You two stay here while I talk with the shaman.
She then entered the house while closing the door with force. Now that we were alone, Bobby finally spoke. This is a fascinating place to be in, and it would be even better if we could trade for some alchemy materials. But, trader, is it really such a good idea to be in the middle of a village with unknown intentions? Bobby, my friend, that's a great point you bring up. But unfortunately, I'm as clueless as you on this front. We will be going with the flow for now. He looked shocked at my casual reaction, and then just accepted the situation. Not too long after, the door opened, and the woman signaled us to come in. We entered the house tree and were met with a huge room that had red vines coming from the ceiling. On the walls, there were frames with different items, from alchemy ingredients to gold, and even one nephrite scrap. On the floor were empty potion bottles, and behind the blue wood table stood a shaman-looking pigling with a baby hoglin in his arms. He looked at us and gently petted the baby hog and spoke in a deep, mysterious voice. Ah, travelers from another world. I see. Oink, oink! Suddenly, the baby hog started to move heretical in his arms while crying in fury. The man, startled by the sudden movement, dropped the animal. Once the hog got on his feet, he headbutted the shaman in the leg and ran into the next room while shorting. Ouchie! You... I'm so going to pork chop you so hard when you grow big and fat. The mysterious atmosphere was abruptly stopped by the sudden comical event. The shaman looked much younger than I expected. He had blue hair and red eyes like the flame girl, and he was about as tall as me and covered in robes of leather with more strange symbols. He then looked at us and coughed in awkwardness. "Hello there, Travels. I heard you wanted to trade with us using gold."
We're more than happy to do that, of course. Just one small request from us. He then leaned on the table and suddenly changed his eyes' color from red to blue, and in a threatening voice spoke, "Don't endanger the tribe." The air was so heavy that I thought I'll suffocate. I then looked at Bobby, and he didn't look any better. "Yes, we promise." Once he heard that, his eyes got back to normal and sat down on the blue chair. "I'm glad we came to an understanding. My name is Blue Flame. I'm the shaman of this tribe. So what do you want to buy from us?" Bobby was the first to speak. "We want some brewing ingredients, more specifically some blaze powder and, I think, magma cream for fire resistance potions." "Oh, I didn't know your world also had shamans." We don't really have them, or I haven't heard about them. I'm a cleric. That's my job, chosen by the world." Bobby said that with pride. "Oh yes, I think I read about your world job system. But my ancestors didn't manage to gather too much information, unfortunately, since for some reason the system didn't work in our world." "What?" both of us said in surprise. I then quickly tried to see if it was true, but the only tab that appeared was the status one. Status. Name. Health, 20/20. Attack, 1. Defense, 15. Speed, 5.6 blocks per second. It's true. But why? How is this even possible? Yeah, and why would the skills tab just disappear? Are you saying you can open your status tab? You can't, Bobby? No. Now everyone looked at me with curiosity, which made me feel uncomfortable. That's an interesting case that I haven't heard or read about. I wonder, why are you an exception? The shaman spoke while changing his eyes again. I don't know why myself, but this isn't why we came here. We came to trade. True, we don't have too much blaze powder, but we can give you enough for about 20 gold ingots. Is that okay with you too? I didn't know if this was too much or too little for all the items, but I have over a stack of gold from my mining session, so I could afford it anyway. I then looked at Bobby, and we both nodded our heads. We're going to take them. After I said that, I dropped the bars on the table, which made the shaman smile. I think I understand why those brutes in the bastions like to trade so much with your kin. I heard your name is Bobby. Would you like to trade some recipes with me while I bring the ingredients? Bobby's eyes started to light with excitement and quickly followed Blue Flame to the other room, leaving me with the silent girl alone. It's been a while since I've seen him so excited about something. But if you manage to pass his test, that means you are trusted enough to not endanger the tribe. She then turned at me. Don't you feel hot in that armor? I do feel pretty heated in here, but you know what they say, safety first. The Undying Flame chuckled at that. It does sound pretty smart, but I don't know how wise it is to keep that armor around here. Follow me. Those guys won't come out for a good while if your friend is anything similar to my friend. She then left the house, and after a few seconds I also followed her. We started to walk through the tribe. Everyone looked at us and some even greeted us, or more likely they greeted Undying Flame. I even found something shocking through one of those interactions. Good news, tribe head! We got another healthy baby strider! So apparently the Undying Flame was the head tribe of this place. No wonder she was getting along so well with the shaman. That's good news, Leaf. I'll go there to check myself soon. She responded with enthusiasm,
then walked with more speed towards the outer area of the tribe.
We walked for 10 more minutes until we arrived at a pool of lava that had 5 striders and 2 babies. They were bathing in the melting lava like it was nothing. Undying Flame got close to the nearest strider and started to do something I did not expect. She gently petted the head and then took out a wooden bowl and started to milk the strider. She then took out another bowl and filled it. Then she gave one to me. "Drink this." I looked at the drink and then at her and back at my drink, but didn't move. She just smiled and drank her bowl of strider soup. After a few seconds of waiting and nothing happening, I decided to risk it as well. The liquid run through my throat, and it felt like finally having water after 3 days of walking in the hot desert. And it didn't stop just there. The heat started to leave me, and I finally felt comfortable in my armor. "This will give you about an hour of fire resistance. How do you feel?" "This is amazing." I feel amazing. I feel like I can finally breathe normally. She just laughed at my comment. "I'm glad that helped you. Unfortunately, we recently lost our bigger herd, so we have to ration what we have left," she said with a sad voice. "What happened?" "You remember when I made that comment about you two stealing the Red Forest?" Chapter 17. Friend or Foe? It was another boring day in my workshop. Ever since the outsiders took our Red Forest with most of our striders, I couldn't make fire resistance potions anymore. Or at least, not so much, since the main ingredient for them is the milk of the striders. They shouldn't even know about our existence, since we rarely trade with them. They usually prefer to do business with those brutes in the bastion. If I think more carefully, they did invite us to come under their protection. But we refused, since we didn't have any dangerous monsters around here. The brutes were more in danger than us, since beside them was a blue forest, home of Endermans, and the fortress taken over by the outsiders on the other side. And us refusing them probably made them mad enough to sell us to the outsiders. Those bastards would sell even their brother for gold. As I was just sitting bored and thinking about what to do for the rest of the day, a clash in the next room got my attention. With a sigh, I stood up and checked what happened.
"It's you again! Can't you stay out of trouble for 1 minute?"
A small hoglin looked back at me with a confused expression, then just went back to headbutting the chest. I had to quickly stop him in case he somehow manages to break it and then make a bomb with wooden bowls and glass bottles. While the dimensional pocket was extremely useful, it could be dangerous if it broke and had items inside. The perpetrator for this mess was Hog Chop, a gift from my dear friend Undying Flame. She randomly chose to give this to me, to not complain about boredom anymore or something similar. I didn't like him the first time I put my eyes on him. I mean, who ever heard of raising a hoglin as a pet? They were wild creatures to fear and respect, not to cuddle in your arms. But the Flame didn't take no for an answer. She was always stubborn like this, and that's why she's the chief of the tribe now. So, with a sigh, I decided to keep it. But as a sign of opposition, I named him Hog Chop, which I think he somehow understood the meaning and looked very angry at me ever since. I took him in my arms and fed him some netherwort, which he gladly took. While I was thinking about how to deal with the little guy, the front door of my house was abruptly opened. Then, as quickly as it opened, it was closed again. "Blue, where are you?" It was my dear old friend, the chief. "I'm here, Flame. What's the hurry? Did someone got shot with an arrow again?" I said that in a bored voice while I entered the main room, with Flame looking lost on what to do, which was a rare sight. "No, Blue. I just met some outsiders in our forest again, but this time they were chased by a group of hoglins, so I decided to save them so more won't come to investigate their death. But once I saved them,
They said that they weren't with the ones from the fortress. She then took a pause to breathe. Do you know what that means? It means that another portal got opened, and they even want to trade with us. I was surprised by the sudden wave of information, and also worried the implications of that. Okay, wait. So there's another portal open? Did someone else figure out how to break obsidian? I don't know if that's good or bad news. And there's more. And the actual reason I've come to you in the first place. One of them called me Piglin. I froze when I heard that.
That was an ancient name we named ourselves after the Great War. There's not much information from that time, but the Great War was so destructive that the Nether was created as the aftermath. I don't know what we fought, or even if we won, but that was the name chosen for the people stuck in here. But with time, we started to split. We started to fight for resources, and started to forget about our history. I only know about this because I like to study in general, and stumbled on this from an old, torn manuscript. It was shocking history for me, and I shared it with my friend Flame. What exactly did he tell you? He told me that in one of his travels, he found a ruin that had information about us, and that we liked to trade for gold. I think he found the ruins of the first expedition that got here a few hundred years ago. They did stop visiting us not too long after, unfortunately.
I'm wondering what destroyed such an advanced civilization. I read that they had enchanted diamond equipment.
So what should we do with them? I brought them here because they want to trade with gold. Are you crazy? Why did you bring them here? What if they will endanger our tribe? That's why I brought them here. I want you to look at them, and if they're going to be a problem, we're going to end their journey here. She said that with a cold voice that made me shiver. But I understand why she did that. Ever since I was little, I had a special ability that allows me to see the truth. It was a rare ability, even in my old tribe, which, unfortunately, is no more. I was lucky enough to be adopted into this tribe as a child when I was lost and hopeless. Okay then, bring them here. She nodded and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, I was thinking about how I should greet them, and after I looked at my arms, I got an idea. Not too long after the two strangers came in.
They wore iron armor, typical to the outsider, but theirs was not enchanted, which made me admire their breviary, or stupidity. But even if they wore the same armor, there was a big distinction between them. One of them had a big nose, similar to those in the fortress, while the other one didn't have a nose at all. He somehow looked similar to us than to his companion, but you could feel that he was not from here. He had an unique aura surrounding him. I didn't stare for too much because I started my genius plan: be as mysterious as possible and scare them a bit. Unfortunately, my plan was completely thrown into the lava by my pet Hog Chop, who decided suddenly that he doesn't like pets anymore, which made me angry, and I lost my temper for a bit. I quickly calmed myself down and casually started the conversation with our guests, but ended it with a heavy request. I used my ability and some pressure to show how serious the request was.
It worked. They didn't have any intention to endanger the tribe.
Then I went back to a more casual tone and decided to test their knowledge of how valuable gold is here. Surprisingly, it was not a lot. I started with double the price for all the items, and they accepted it after a bit of thought. I don't think they know that golden armor has the passive ability to cool you down once worn. The outsiders don't wear them since it's much more expensive and less durable than the iron ones. I already started to feel bad for them. They only came here for alchemy ingredients. And I respect the pursuit of knowledge and hard work, so I invited Bobby with me to exchange some recipes and hopefully get some information about the other world. And I was not disappointed. Their world has much more resources than ours and a bigger variety of potions than I could imagine. A potion to make you invisible, stronger, or faster.
Those would be very sought anywhere in the Nether. The only downside is the system limit. This made me more eager to trade with them. They had so many items that could make our lives much easier. But we didn't have too much to trade with them. Brewing ingredients were good, but not enough to get stacks of iron or enchanted books. I tried to find out the location of the portal from him, but he was pretty secretive about it. But he told me some surprising information. Don't bother to find the portal. You can't come to our world anyway. What do you mean? Trader told me that once a creature from here comes into our world, they'll become a monster. I don't know if this applies to you as well, but I wouldn't like to risk it. Your friend the trader, he was also the one that wanted to trade in the first place, right? Yes, he was the one who had the guts to make that request in the first place. He was either trying to scare me into not trying to go into their world, or he was trying to warn me. I tried to ask him about his friend, but he told me he didn't know too much either, and what he did know he wasn't willing to share. But he did warn me of him. Don't try to make an enemy out of him. He's much more capable than he looks like, and if you respect him, he'll give you a pleasant surprise from time to time. He said that with a vague smile. That made me think how mysterious this person was. I hoped that my friend Undying Flame was handling him well. I then got back to a more casual conversation and exchanged some tips on brewing. I could see he was passionate about this subject. He studied a lot for it. And whenever I said something, he paid maximum attention to every word I said. I had a pleasant time with him, but every good moment has to come to an end. So after a few hours, I gave him the ingredients he came for in the first place, and went back into the main room. There, Flame and Trader were discussing something so intensely that they didn't even see us coming. Undying Flame, what happened? Both of them jumped when I spoke. Blue Flame! When did you guys get here? Not too long ago, but you two were too preoccupied with something else to see us. So what was so serious? She hesitated a bit, but responded quickly. I told him about the incident with the forest. I opened my eyes wide open at that. If she told him about that incident, that means she wants to involve them in our plan to recuperate it. And it's surprising, since we just recently meet them. But then Trader spoke. Bobby, we need to make a decision together for this. Can we get some privacy? Chapter 18. Should we help? I took Bobby with me a little further while the piglins decided to give us some space. Bobby looked at me confused, but also curious about what we talked about while he was away. I took a deep breath and tried to remember everything that happened while we were apart so I can accurately tell him. I was with Undying Flame beside a small lava lake where I found out that striders can be milked and their milk has the ability to give fire resistance for an hour. She then proceeded to explain to me how their tribe lost a red forest. It was a normal day of hunting and taking care of the striders, but everything changed when the outsiders attacked. With their enchanted armor and shields, they could easily fight against wooden and gold weapons, but the Nether does not look kindly on weak people. So even with those disadvantages, they managed to kill a few of the invaders before deciding to retreat and leave the forest behind. Unfortunately, her parents were killed in the battle, and the tribe who just lost their leader wanted revenge with blood. At that time, Undying was the voice of reason. She was the one to take the mantle from her parents and became a chief. There was some opposition at first, but she crushed them with what everyone respected the most: strength. That day, she got the name of Undying Flame. She promised revenge, but not now. They were wounded and hot-headed. They needed to plan and then strike. I was shocked when I heard the story, but I couldn't see how that was relevant to us. I want your help to get back our forest, she said with a serious voice. I looked suspiciously at her.
Pardon me for being honest, but while your story is sad to hear, it's not related to us in any way.
We'll actually endanger ourselves more by painting ourselves as an enemy to the royalty. I do like to help the people in need, but while she saved us from the Hoglins, I don't feel like I should endanger my and Bobby's life to repay that debt. And I still think the shaman ripped me off with that deal. She nodded her head in understanding. I understand why you'll be suspicious, and since we recently just meet, you won't be inclined to easily help us. But I don't ask you to help us with fighting. I ask you to give us resources so we can fight back by ourselves. That made me think for a bit. They probably wanted iron armor and weapons, which is better for us, since, from what I understand, only the royalty had access to the portal. So if they were suddenly attacked by a bunch of piglins with iron armor, they'll be taken by surprise in more than one way. That doesn't sound bad, but I won't give them for free. What do you have to exchange for so much labor? Leather, gold, brewing materials, and ender pearls. I looked at her face in case she was joking, but that wasn't the case. She was dead serious. From what I saw in your tribe, you don't have enough gold to even make armor, much less to trade with. Leather can be valuable, but it's not something unique to this world. Brewing materials are useful, but I don't think you'll have enough for all the iron. And lastly, the ender pearls are impressive, since from what I understand, it's hard to win a fight with an Eaterman without them running away. But again, I don't think you'll have enough after the fight, since I suspect you'll use them. She bit her lip in frustration, which made me feel bad for responding like this. But I had to put boundaries, or else people would take advantage of my kindness. And what she asked wasn't a small thing. I only managed to get over 100 iron ingots after mining for 3 days straight. What she's asking me is to mine enough iron to make armor for a few dozen people, which could accumulate over 1,000 iron ingots. And from what I understand, only I can do that quickly. While the villagers in this world are capable of mining, they're too slow in comparison to me. Even if I did mine non-stop for a whole month, I still have to craft them, which would take a while. It was a hard task to do, and something you can't ask casually, especially from someone who you just met. I can give you the location of an unclaimed fortress. Now that got my attention. An unclaimed fortress can be very valuable, especially if it has chests like in the game. The only problem with that would be that I have to actually capture it, and that's not an easy task to make a nether fortress safe. It was infested with black skeletons that can do a lot of damage from what I remember, plus the withering debuff, which was not pretty. The only way to stop that is to spawn-proof the whole fortress, which in the game took a lot of time and resources. I don't want to think how much it would take here. So while the fortress can be a great boon, it's not worth the hassle. It does sound like a good offer, but it's more efficient to trade for blaze roads than to actively hunt for them. I'm a dangerous fortress. She bit her lip harder, went to a nearby wall and punched it, followed by a scream. That actually scared me, but she quickly turned back to me. I'll give you myself as the payment. I don't care what you intend to do with me, but help us to get our land back. That actually shocked me. I didn't understand how important this fight would be, because she was so calm and calculated most of the time. But I could see now that she won't stop at anything to get her revenge. If I didn't help her now, she'll just do a suicide mission or something similar. This made me hesitate a lot, but after thinking about what to do, I decided to accept some of her offers. Okay, I'll accept the offer for the items and the location of the unclaimed fortress. But I have to talk with my friend Bobby if he wants to go through all this. She finally gave a smile and nodded in understanding. We then went back to the house, I'm the Big Tree, and discussed some details on what to do if he accepted.
I told her what time it would take to get the materials done, and why, and she offered to send some of her people to help mine. But from what I remember, once a nether mob enters the overworld, they will become zombified. She was surprised by that information, and got a bit suspicious of its credibility. But before we could argue how I got that information, we got surprised by the shaman and Bobby.
And that's what happened while you were away.
Bobby looked at me with his lower jaw hanging. So let me get this right. I've been away from you for a few hours at most, but you manage, in that time, to make a promise to gather the resources equivalent to a small, noble fortune in exchange for some rare items, a fortress location, and a person. But what is the most shocking thing from all of that is that I can see you actually pull it off. First of all, I didn't accept the third deal, and secondly, thank you for believing in me. I wasn't sure how to react to that, but I know I was walking into a mess, so I'll take what I can get. So do you want to accept their request? Didn't you already accept it? I kind of did, but I'm asking you for permission to use the portal in your village. What do you mean by that?
You were the one who made the portal, it's not mine.
Yes, I don't know what to endanger your village so you can refuse. But if you accept it, I'm most likely to use the mine under the village. If you don't accept it, I'll get back to my home base and build a portal there. He then looked at me, with a look of searching if I was serious. Trader, you made so much for me and my village. I won't abandon you when you need the most help. So if you'll accept the deal, I'll also accept it. That made me smile. I finally made a friend in this world, and it's someone that would stick with me until the end. I'm glad to hear that. I then started to shout for the piglins to come back. We finished discussing. You can come back. And not too long after, the two piglins came back and waited anxiously for our answer. We decided to help and take on the offer. Undying Flame's face lit up with happiness, while Blue Flame had mixed emotions.
But then we sat down and started to discuss the details of how to get, what to get, and how much to get.
They wanted equipment for 50 people, so that would be 50 full iron armor, plus swords or axes and shields. Bobby even offered to make some potions of strength and speed, which they gladly accepted it. In total, it would be roughly 1.350 iron ingots, which it would take a good time to mine. Even if I had a few clever ideas to cheat the system, it would still take about a month to finish everything. Bobby looked at me like I was a madman for even thinking it was even possible to do it so quickly. We also talked about the crafting after I get the raw materials, and decided to try and see if we could share some of the responsibility with the piglins to make some of them themselves. Even if they didn't have access to the system, that actually helped them, since they could still use the crafting table, but without restrictions.
We didn't know if we also lose those limitations if we crafted in the nether.
Well, have to experiment once we get back. With everything planned down, we decided for the payment to be paid in halves. The first one after we delivered everything, then they will show us the location of the fortress, and the second half after the battle. With everything done, we decided to get some rest. I don't know what time is it in here since it doesn't have a day-night cycle, but with everything that happened, it felt like it's been 1 week, while it was 2 days at most in reality. We didn't get a normal bed, but we did get a carpeted room where we could sleep more comfortably, which I guess it's better than nothing. And I didn't want to find out if beds are explosive or not. We slept pretty well overall. The next day we took our items and went on toward the last block of cobblestone we put to mark the way home. Of course, we weren't alone this time. Undying Flame and 2 more piglins decided to come with us as guards, and to know where that portal is. They also had to build a base of operation, after all. We didn't search for too long before we found the block that we were looking for. The way back was much easier thanks to the bodyguards that actually know what to look out for when you were in the nether.
So, after a few hours, we arrived at the cobblestone hose. It wasn't the most beautiful thing that I built, but it brought me joy when I saw it. We quickly entered it and saw the almighty portal still there doing its magic. Okay, let's get to work then. Bobby and I stepped through the portal back to the outworld. Chapter 19. Cheating the System. We climbed to the surface in the compounds of the village, where I could finally see the blue sky and the light of the sun. The wind danced through my clothes and made me appreciate that I'd come to this world instead of the nether, where I would have suffered constantly from a heat stroke. This expedition was not in vain, though. We got what we wanted, and more. But also we have more work to do than ever before. I didn't intend to actually mine non-stop to get all the iron. I don't know how much it would actually take, but there are a few ways to make it easier and faster. Hey, Bobby, do you think you can get me an enchanted book with fortune? A fortune book? They're not that easy to get, and I'm sure it would be pretty expensive as well. If they are that precious, then I don't think you could buy them with emeralds. And I'm sure I don't have enough of them either. So I had to give something else in exchange. I looked back at the mine and got an idea. If I have something valuable enough to exchange, do you think you can get one? He shifted his head and started to think. I can't promise anything, but if it's valuable enough, you can get a book at level 1. Perfect. I'll be back soon then. Then I went back into the mine with my trusted pickaxe. I remember that in my strip mining session, I stumbled upon a cave system that I didn't fully explore, since I didn't want to deal with the mobs at that time. But now I'm back here, with the intention of going deeper. I started to think about what options I have. Emeralds are too common and easy to get. Even though they're the currency of this world, I most likely don't have enough. Neither did I want to use them. I then thought about obsidian. It's an unbreakable block for them, so it would be even more valuable to them. The only problem with that plan is that it's an unbreakable block for me as well. So that made me come up with the idea of getting diamonds. The people in this world are advanced enough to build a kingdom, but I'm sure that they lack the information on where to find diamonds exactly. The only way they could find diamonds would be to find them in a cave, which I'm sure that all of them have been explored and kept secret for the higher class. With that plan in mind, I entered the cave system. After a few hours of fighting and searching, I finally found the block loved by everyone. The diamond. I quickly broke them and retraced my steps back to the surface. I then looked for Bobby, which was not too hard to find since he was playing with his new materials and brewing some potions. And from what I could see, he doesn't do it for XP anymore, but for the numbers of portions to give to the piglins. What's my good witch doing? He was startled by my sudden presence. I was brewing some speed potions to travel faster. Witch? What does that mean? You don't know? In this world, it should be when a villager is struck by lightning, and then it would go through a transformation where they'll keep throwing debuff potions at everyone that doesn't like them. I don't know how true that is, since it was mostly a legend when I read it. And I also don't know if it can be considered an enemy in this world, since villagers are smart here, so there's a chance that they also can be reasoned with. Interesting. I haven't heard about that legend. But if it would be true, then a witch is a Grand Master level at brewing, only for being lucky, or unlucky, to be struck by lightning. Grand Master level? What level would that be? You don't know. That would be at level 7, the last level. Every skill is mastered at level 7, but it's very rare for someone to reach that level in 60 years, especially if you're not rich. Now that was a lot of information in one go. I finally found out what the last level of this system is. I also found out that a villager has a lifespan of 60 years, which makes me wonder what mine is. Is it 60 like them? Or am I immortal, like the game character?
So much new information. But I had to get a hold of myself since I've come here with a reason.
I found something that maybe you can exchange for the fortune book.
I then took out a diamond from my inventory. His reaction made me smile for a moment.
Is that a diamond?
He reached for the diamond with trembling hands, only for me to drop it on the ground.
What are you doing?
He then quickly picked it up and looked frantically for any cracks. Meanwhile, I laughed on the ground while trying not to die from the lack of air.
It's so funny that I almost had a heart attack, he said with a sarcastic voice.
He had to wait a few minutes for me to calm down and be able to talk with him again. After one final gasp, I managed to calm myself down.
Okay, sorry for that. Do you think you can get the book with that diamond?
He still looked suspicious at me, but chose to respond anyway.
I don't really know that.
The diamond is a very rare gem that only royalty and high nobles can actually use. You can get a few stacks of emeralds for this if you manage to sell it, and that's a big if. Well, that sucks. I knew that the diamond would be rare, but not that rare. I guess I have to try some other ores. How about gold?
It's less valuable than a diamond, but still more valuable than the emerald. I'll have to go to the city to actually sell them, though, and as I mentioned before, I'm exiled.
What if you wore the full iron armor? Would anyone recognize you? He wanted to deny that idea, but then he stopped and started to think more.
If I borrow the horse from my friend in the next village and start acting arrogantly like a noble, I think I can actually pull it off. The gods usually don't want to deal with the nobles anyway, so if they can recognize one, they'll let him pass without checking them up. But it would still take a few days for me to get back.
That's no problem. I'll just mine until I find iron, but I won't break it until I can put the enchantment on a pickaxe.
That's a great idea. And sorry that I have to ask, but can I borrow some iron to give to my friend in exchange for the horse?
Sure, that's not a problem. While you're down there, you can also pick up the gold. He then thanked me and went to the mines. First phase is in motion. Time to start the next phase. Mining that much iron will take a long time, even with fortune on the pickaxe. The real reason I thought I could take on such a big request was that I would use something that every player would say it's a broken mechanic in the game. But first I needed to gather some resources for this to work. So for the next few hours, I gathered materials and sold them to villagers until I thought I had enough emeralds. Then I stopped in front of the most important villager for this mission, the armorer villager.
Hey there, Bob. How are you?
Good, hero. I'm glad to hear that. Do you want to trade? The villager smiled and opened up his trading tab. 3 emeralds to iron boots. 4 emeralds to iron helmet. Indeed, the villagers are the most broken in the game. I smiled and bought all the stock that he had. I now had 12 helmets and 12 pairs of boots, and the best part was that it resets at noon. The only thing that is actually hard to do is to get enough emeralds to afford these. But it was way better and faster than actually mining the iron. Unfortunately, I can only get the boots and the helmet, so I still have to mine for the chestplate, pants, and weapons. For the rest of the day, I kept collecting materials to trade for emeralds, and then traded back for more armor. I then went back to the mines and stored everything that I got in the chest. Well, trading is done for today. Let's go do some actual mining now. For the next 5 days, I kept trading and mining. I had to stop trading on the 3rd day, since I got all the equipment that I needed already. I had never seen a villager happier than Bob. The 5th day was special, because Bobby finally arrived with the fortune book. I was casually mining in a random tunnel when I heard a sudden shouting from the main room. "Trader! I'm back with the enchanted book and much more!" I stopped hitting the stone block in front of me and started running toward the voice. Once I arrived there, Bobby held a light, glowing book with pride.
Look what I got here, my friend. He then headed me to the book to look at it. It's Fortune 3 enchantment. I didn't expect you to get such a high-level one. It wasn't really cheap. I had to pay 34 gold ingots, but I figured you'll want the best if you had the option. He wasn't wrong about that. There's a big difference between a Fortune 1 book and a Fortune 3.
I did get the book, but I hope you know how to put the enchantment on the tool since I don't.
You didn't ask the seller? I said that in a panicked voice. If I asked that, it would have broken my character of a prideful noble. He looked away in shame. I started to smile and decided not to make fun of him this time. Yes, I know how to transfer the enchantment. Follow me. I then went to the anvil and opened its tab. I put a fresh pickaxe in the first slot and the enchanted book in the second one. Then, out of nowhere, a new text appeared under the final slot. Level 42/level 4. I could finally see my levels. I thought they didn't exist in this world. And it looks like I'm level 42, and it would take 4 levels for this enchantment. I took the hammer beside the anvil and started to hit the final slot to merge them together like I do with the crafting table. And after a few hits, the magical pickaxe was finished. I took it out to see it better.
It was like a normal iron pickaxe, with the exception that the metal had a faint purple glow pulsing from time to time.
This is the first time I've seen an enchanted item. It looks amazing. Finally, with this pickaxe, I can finish the iron request. I then prepared to go and test the enchantment on an iron vein, only to be distracted by a scream coming from the surface. It was a high-pitched scream. It was a scream of a child. Bobby and I looked at each other and run to the surface to see what happened. Chapter 20. Pav. We finally arrived at the portal location. It was covered in a block that I haven't seen in my entire life. It had a similar texture to the netherrack, but with a gray color. Once we got inside, I could finally see the portal that connected the two worlds. It was made with the hardest materials you can find in both worlds: obsidian. We looked to the other side and saw only a gray wall.
Bobby explained that it was a stone wall. Since the portal was built underground for safety reasons, it was interesting to see what another world looked like, even if what I saw was limited. Once they left to do their business, we also started to work on ours. While I could see that cobblestone is more resistant than nether rock, it wasn't blending with the environment. We would like to hide this portal as best as possible, so for the next few hours, we made the cobblestone base into a normal nether rock hill with a hidden entrance. We then rested and ate something while looking at the portal. Now it was testing time. The trader, or how I liked to call him, the explorer, told me that we would turn into monsters if we tried to cross over their world. This makes me think that he's lying, since they still could cross into our world without problems. Or he's scared that we'll attack his base. And I wouldn't do that, especially from someone that we requested help. But even with all of that, I would like to go and see if what he told me was the truth.
Vine, go to the other side of the portal. But if you feel any sudden change in your body, come back quickly.
The man nodded at my command and went over to the other side without fear or objection. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Vine just looked around the portal room with curiosity. But not too long after, he suddenly stopped and grabbed his chest in pain. He tried to get back, but he was in too much pain and just lay down in the fetal position. I started to panic and went to the other side to grab him and get him back through the portal. After a few minutes of trembling, he started to get back to normal. So he wasn't trying to scare us when he said that we can't cross the portal. I gave some food to Vine to recover faster and decided to not speak about this to our helpers. For the next few days, the explorer came from time to time to give us some strange food, like bread and apples. They were very different from the mushroom stew or strider milk we made at home.
but they were still very good in their own way. He also gave us the first set of iron armor with shields and weapons, and I could feel their defense was way above the golden armor. But it didn't give a cooling effect like gold, unfortunately, so we have to equip the new armor when Well drink some Strider's milk to get the fire resistance buff, or just tank the heat, which was not desirable. He also gave us some iron pickaxes to mine around the base and design to our liking. The pickaxe was fast as gold and more resistant than wood. It was a godly tool to have in any situation. No wonder the outsiders had so many resources when they attacked us. And as the days passed, we kept progressing with the iron gathering. Soon we'll start the crafting session, then finally prepare for the battle. Pov. Bobby.
I went down to the mine to get the gold and iron from the chests. Toby would be very surprised when he'll see those riches. Just thinking about his reaction puts a smile on my face. Maybe this is how Trader feels when he's scheming something. After I took everything that I needed, I decided to go straight towards the neighboring village, and to finish this mission faster, I decided to use some speed options on myself. With the additional boost, I arrived at the village in just 2 hours, which was a new record for me. I then went straight to my friend's house and knocked on his door, and I didn't have to wait for too long before it was opened. "I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but I think it's too early to collect the taxes, sir." He looked at me with suspicion, but still exerted the aura of the head of the village. "What are you talking about, Toby? It's me, Bobby." A look of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at me from top to bottom just to be sure that he was seeing right. "Bobby, I didn't recognize you in that armor. How did you even manage to get one?" "It was a gift from my new friend." "Ha, I also want friends like that. Come inside and tell me everything. Looks like you've done a lot since your last visit." I then entered the house and sat down at the usual table. We talked about the progress in the village, about how a wandering trader managed to change everything that I know in just a few weeks. He also gave me this armor as a gift, and brought a guardian for the village, in case I was gone. "Bobby, are you hearing yourself? You sound like you're describing a dream. Did you sleep well those days? Did you have too much pie from the pumpkins I gave you last time?" I know it sounds crazy. Even I only half believe myself. And I went through all of those experiences. But you can't deny the proof in front of you. How else can you explain the iron armor? He looked suspicious at my armor, but nodded his head in understanding. "I guess that's true." "Just be careful then. If something is too good to be true, then probably is too good to be true." "So why did you decide to visit me today? I don't think you wanted to only show off your new armor." I then told him the reason that I came. I told him that I needed his horse to impersonate an arrogant noble, to get into the city without being checked out, and finally, to buy a fortune book. He listened until the end, and even though he said it was a crazy idea, it was not an impossible one. He decided to let me borrow the horse to get there faster and to help me impersonate better. I thanked him and said that I'll leave right away to get things done as quickly as possible. Toby was surprised by my rush, but he still led me to his stable, to his horse, and even gave me some wheat to feed the horse on the road. I thanked him again and got on the horse. But before I left, I dropped him 30 iron ingots and ran as quickly as the horse could so I wouldn't hear his protest. The journey lasted around a day before I arrived at one of the big cities. There was already a line of people waiting to get in, but I decided to completely ignore them and speed up toward the guards. One of them wanted to stop me, but another guard held him before he got too close. I then quickly passed by them and dropped a few emeralds without looking back. I can't believe that actually worked. My chest was still pounding from the adrenaline rush of doing something wrong. I went to an inn and decided to sleep there since it was starting to get late already. The room was a bit expensive for me,
but I decided to do it anyway, since it had a stable, and I still had to keep up my facade of a rich person. Plus, it was only for one night. The night went without a hitch, but as soon as I finished my breakfast, I went to the auction house.
While an auction house usually does auctions with rare items, they only do that once a month, and the rest of the days they sell semi-rare items like a normal shop. I went into the big building. It was beautifully made with quartz block and birch wood. There were some small pillars with item frames as expositions, and in them was an enchanted iron sword, a golden apple, and even a name tag. "Hello there, sir. How can I help you?" A nice lady came to me with smiling. Yes, I'm looking for a gift for my father's birthday. I want something special, so I thought he'll love an enchanted book, preferably one with fortune." "That's a great idea, sir. We have a level 1, 2, and 3. Which one would you like?" I want the best for my father, so a level 3, of course." "That's wonderful. It would be 160 emeralds, good sir." "I don't have that much change on me right now. Can I use other items for this transaction?"
I'll have to get my boss for this."
She then went to the back, and after a few minutes came back accompanied by an old man with a beard, strong arms, and healthy looking. "Good sir, from what I understood, you want to purchase an item with a different currency than emeralds." I just rolled my eyes like I was annoyed. "Yes, you understood right." "What would you like to use, good sir?" "Gold." And then I took an ingot from my inventory to show it to them. Both of their eyes went wide in shock at the golden color in my hand. Good sir, may I ask, where are you from?" "You may not. Now can I use them, or do I have to go to a different shop?" No, you can use them. It would be around 36 gold ingots, but I'll give it to you at 34 ingots for showing such an embarrassing moment." I nodded at that insane price like it was nothing, but internally I was bleeding just from hearing that number. Fortunately, I had enough to buy it, so I didn't get to embarrass myself. Once I gave them the gold, they quickly got me the book, and then I run straight to my horse to get out of this city. I took a different route on my way home, in case someone was following me, so I arrived at my friend's place 2 days later at night. I knocked at his door, and he let me in to sleep for the night. The next day after, he told me a grumbled thanks from the iron, I left for my village at a slow pace. There was no reason to be in a hurry anymore. After half a day, I finally arrived and went straight into the mine, where I was sure to find the trader. And after a quick shout, he immediately proved my point. He was very happy and impressed that I managed to get such a high-leveled one, which made me a bit embarrassed, until I remembered the price that I had to pay. But, as usual, he didn't seem bothered by it. He then put the enchantment on the pickaxe and went to test the new tool on some iron, only to be stopped by a high-pitched scream. It was the scream of a child. In this village, there wasn't even a woman, let alone a child. We both started to look at each other, then ran to the surface. Pav. A little girl. It was a normal day. Dad was busy helping the villagers, while Mom was talking with the other moms in the village. But everything changed when Uncle Bobby came again to visit us. Last time, he wanted some pumpkins for his own garden. I hope he knows how to make a good pie, as Mom does. I was bored in my room, so I listened to the adults talk from the staircase, and I heard amazing tales from Uncle Bobby. His village had tall walls like the ones from the big city. He also had a secret guardian to protect his village while he was away. It was amazing to listen to his stories, but unfortunately he had to leave soon. I tried to ask Dad if I could visit the village and see the big walls with the legendary guardian, but he was too busy playing with the gift he got from Uncle Bobby to pay attention to my request. So I went back to my room, mad, and hid under the covers. But 2 days later, almost at night, Uncle Bobby came back with the horse, happier than ever. It was too late to get back to his village, so he decided to spend the night here. Then I decided to be a sneaky fox. The next day, when he left, I took some bread and pie with me and followed Uncle Bobby to his village. The sun was up, so there were no monsters on the way, and Uncle seemed too happy to notice me following him. But after a tiring journey, we finally arrived. It was good because I was starting to get scared and almost went to him. Once we arrived, I was shocked by what I saw. There was a tall wall made with wood and planks. It looked even prettier than the city walls. The gate was big and had fenced gates, which looked nice. Uncle run somewhere else, but I was big enough to explore the village alone. I can't wait to see the guardian.
I wonder if it's a dog or a cat. I then happily jumped towards the center of the village, but suddenly something came out from the corner of the house that made me stop. It was a tall, white, shiny creature. It was the biggest thing that I had ever seen. I started to get scared. My legs froze in fear, and the monster looked its eyes into mine and started to come towards me. I got more scared, and when he reached his arm to me, I started to scream and cry while calling for my parents. Chapter 21. How to Deal with a Child. We arrived at the source of the noise and found something that I did not expect. Sitting on the grass, black, was a small child with long brown hair, crying her eyes out while calling for her parents. The reason for her crying was standing calmly, with his hand reaching out to the little girl. He only wanted to give a red flower to the small child. "Lily, what are you doing here? Does your dad know you're here?"
The girl turned her face at us while still sobbing and shook her head in denial.
"Your parents must be worried sick then. The whole village would be turned upside down looking for you." Unfortunately, this observation did not help in calming the child down. It did the opposite, actually. She started to cry more, realizing how much trouble she got into. Realizing what he did, Bobby calmed down and went to hug Lily. The iron golem seemed to understand that he was scaring the girl, so he slowly retreated to give them some space. He looked a bit sad from that rejection, and I completely forgot that they liked to give flowers to children. Nor did I think that he'll ever met one. After a few minutes in the hug, Lily managed to calm herself down and looked back at the being that scared her while holding strongly to Bobby's clothes. Who is he?" "Him? He's the guardian that I told your father about. He protects the people in this village from the real monsters." Is he friendly?" "Of course the golem is friendly. Look, he just wanted to give you a flower. He didn't want to hurt you," he said while pointing to the golem's arm. The girl then tried to get closer to the giant, still holding on to Bobby's sleeves, and quickly took the flower. Thank you, Mr. Golem." The giant just simply stood straight and then went back to patrolling. Even though I'm pretty sure that the golems don't have emotions, I could see a light of satisfaction in his eyes when he was turning. "Okay, Lily, it's time to get you back to your parents. I'm sure they're worried sick now." The girl just looked at the ground, ashamed, and nodded in understanding. "Let's go then. It's going to be a speedy ride." He then drank a potion of speed and picked up the girl and started to run at incredible speeds. Well, that just happened. I looked around the village in case there was another surprise that I didn't know about. But the only notable thing was some fading purple particles, which made me more cautious. After finding nothing, I decided to get back into the mine and finally use the new pickaxe. I arrive at a 6-iron vein with determination in my eyes. I hit it with force until it finally broke, and instead of the usual ore, I got 2. Now that's good to see. I said that with a smile and continued to break the rest of them as well. I got 11 iron ores from this vein alone. Not bad. With the new helper in my hand,
I went through other tunnels to break some other veins that I found. After a few hours, I got back with an impressive number of 324 iron ores, 112 gold ores, and many other resources. I then looked proudly at the riches that I just put in the chest. I think I can buy a small city with this many riches, I joked to myself.
I mined all the iron that found in those 5 days of tunneling, so I'm starting to get sick of mining now. Probably I should start crafting some stuff to change the pace. I then took the iron and started to make some swords and shields, since I didn't need to use that much iron for them. Even if it was repetitive work again, it still felt nice to see the magic of crafting every time I made a new weapon. By the end, I managed to do an impressive number of 15 iron swords and 5 shields. That's not bad if I say so myself. How's my skills tab looking? I then opened up the tab. Skills. Crafting level. 4. 12.600 over 100.000. Enchanting. Level. 10 over 100. Brewing. Level. 10 over 100 underscore. Trading. Level. 4. 9.500 over 100,000. Now that's some big numbers we have here. I even leveled up my trader skill, which opened up the second row for the villagers, but only the first trade from the second row. I'll probably get the next trade in the next level. But the trading skill started to catch up with my crafting skill, which mean that I was not using the crafting table often enough, or I didn't use my new level efficiently. With every new level I got, I can use new materials for different recipes. I'm level 4 now, so I can use one of the most often used item in recipes, the iron. Time to do some experiments. After a few hours of testing different recipes that I could still remember, I arrived at the most efficient way to level up with as few resources as possible. And the winner of that testing session was the almighty iron shovel. For any tool I make, I get exactly 100 XP, while for every armor craft, I get another 200 XP. And while the armor gives me much more XP, it's too costly in iron in comparison to any tool I could make. And the cheapest tool that I can make is the iron shovel with only just 1 iron ingot and 2 sticks. The only downside is that I don't have a reason to make that many shovels. Nor can I afford to try to get to the next level now, since all the iron that I have now will have to be used for the armor and weapons. Well, that sucks, but at least I know what to strive for when I'm finished with this quest. With everything done, I decided to visit the surface and see if Bobby managed to get back from his escort mission. But when I climbed the ladder, I found out that it was already dark outside. Well, if he's not here now, then he'll be back tomorrow. Let's check on the church then. I went to the tallest building in the village and knocked on the wooden door. No response. I then carefully opened it and saw that nobody was home. So he chose to sleep at his friend's village. Maybe I should visit him as well, to introduce myself. And with how often Bobby is visiting them, it must be a pretty good place. I chuckled at my joke, and then looked around the room once more. And my eyes landed on the brewing station. Maybe I should try to make some potions. I'm sure Bobby won't mind if I borrow some of his ingredients. I checked his barrel to see what he got, and while it wasn't much, it still had enough for me to try. I took out some netherwort and entered the brewing station inventory. Luckily, there were still some blazes left to heat it. I filled a bottle with water, put it in one of the empty slots, and added the ingredient on top. After a few minutes of waiting, the potion was finally done. I checked my tab to see if I did it right, and the brewing skill had some new XP. I mean, it feels kind of underwhelming. Why does Bobby make it look so hard that you need to go to the academy? I then looked at the barrel to get some more netherwort, only to realize my mistake. So that's why it's so complicated. While his stock was enough for what he needed, I remembered that you could use a lot more ingredients for different potions, even if his level didn't allow him to make them yet.
It was easy to make potions, but getting the materials was another story, especially if you didn't have connections or money to get them. So the academy wasn't all about teaching. It was also a place to make connections with each other. A pretty ingenious plan. But if I think more carefully now, schools in my world also had that purpose. Or, more exactly, the colleges had that role. If you studied at a cheap or expensive college, you still learned the same thing, with the exception that the teacher can do it better from one side than the another. But when you pay more money, you don't have access only to better teachers, but also to other students that are rich or have the potential to be rich. So if you made the right friends, you could be set for life without a worry.
Bobby didn't have that luck. Or maybe he did, but it also got the wrong attention. And because he didn't have powerful connections, enough to defend him, he missed the big opportunity. That's such a shame. He tried his best as well. I decided to stop here. I didn't want to use all the limited ingredients Bobby had. But before going to bed, I also wanted to check what was on top of the church. I climbed the ladder, only to be disappointed to find a single block of soul sand with some netherwort growing on it. So this is his farm. Much smaller than I expected. But maybe this was all he could take from the academy before he was expelled. But even if this was sufficient for him, I think I could make a better one. With a new plan in mind, I quickly went to the portal room and saw the piglins cordially eating some of the bread that I gave them. Hey there, guys. Can I ask you for a small favor? If it's not too complicated, we are willing to help, Explorer, Undying Flame responded. For some reason she calls me the Explorer, and if I think about it, Bobby calls me the Trader as well. Nobody in this world seems to know my name. Not even the system. That was truly bizarre. It's nothing too complicated. I just wanted a few blocks of soul sand. Here's an iron shovel to make it easier. And if you get some bones and don't need it, you can also give them to me. She nodded, took the shovel, and went outside the base. I looked more carefully around the base and saw a few changes. They replaced some of the cobblestones with nether bricks, which looked way better than what I did. So I hoped they'll keep doing it. But with them gone, I also had to start my preparation. So I quickly ran to the church and dug a small room under it. I took some stones that I smelted and made them into stone bricks. With those, I started to decorate the room and light it up with some lamps. Now I only need the soul sand and to plant netherworts. I looked proudly at what I did. I used stone bricks, stairs cases, and logs as the decorative books, and I really liked it how it turned out. I wonder what reaction he'll have once he finds out that he has a new basement. I then got the sand filled with souls from the piglins and put it in the new room, planted the magical crop, and went to my house to sleep since I was very tired from all the activities I've done in one day. I think I overdid it for today. Hope I'll manage to catch Bobby's reaction tomorrow. I closed my eyes, and darkness started to embrace me. Chapter 22. Preparing for Battle. The next day I woke up at noon since I slept pretty late last night, and with a good stretch, I was ready to start my day. I went outside where the light of the sun warmed me up. Morning, Trader. Did you sleep well last night? With those beds, it's hard not to sleep well. How did your escort mission go? Escort mission? I guess you could call it like that. It went well, as I expected it to be. Once I arrived at the village, everyone was searching for the little girl. Toby's wife was on verge of crying as well. But when they saw me, with the little troublesome maker in my hands, they almost suffocated her from so many hugs. Of course, she didn't escape the scolding afterward, but they were more than happy to see her. He then cites thinking at the events from the last night. But it was starting to get late, and I was tired, so I decided to sleep at them again. At least she arrived safe at home. Yes, and by the way, did you use my brewing station? Since I'm missing some enterworts from my stash.
but I found only one awkward potion made. I got found out already.
Yes, it was me.
I wanted to try brewing a few potions, but stopped once I saw that you didn't have too many resources. While I'm not too angry that you used my equipment, where is the rest of the nether wart? Oh yes, I used them for something else, of course. I said that with a mischievous smile. What did you do with them, trader? Well, let's find out what's different in your home. He looked at me suspiciously, but then followed me to the church. He started to carefully approach every chest and corner of the church. He then went upstairs, and a few moments came back. So you also took the farm upstairs. Once he arrived down, he finally saw a trap door beside the pillar. He carefully opened it and saw more staircases going deeper. He looked at me, then the hole, and back at me again. Go on. I worked pretty hard for that room, after all. He sighed in defeat and went down. I also followed him closely to see his reaction.
Once he arrived, he looked in surprise at the new basement. The walls were made with stone bricks, and the support beams were made of wood. At the top of the walls, there was an upside-down staircase to merge the walls with the slabs in the ceiling. That's pretty impressive that you managed to do that in just one night. You are also good at interior design. Well, that's a lame reaction. And thank you? There are so many times when you can surprise me before I'm getting used to it. But thank you for the surprise. This will greatly help with my leveling. We looked at the room for a bit more before deciding to get back to our actual jobs. He started to make more potions, while I got back to mining. After 2 weeks and a lot of broken pickaxes, I finally managed to gather all the iron and craft it. And my XP showed that pretty nicely. Skills. Crafting level 4, 28.150 over 100.000. Enchanting level 10 over 100. Brewing level 2, 110 over 1000. Trading level 4, 9.500 over 100.000. I was a quarter on my way to the next level at crafting, which Bobby told me was an impressive feat to do since most of the villagers die before reaching the next level. And while he thinks I'm around the same age as him, he doesn't know that I started to level up just for a few months ago. I also made a few potions to get to level 2 in brewing, and with that, I found out that villagers can only have 2 skills. They have to choose between crafting, brewing, and enchanting. And if you're born in a village, you don't have those options. Most of the villagers take the crafting skill and never touch the others since they don't have the resources to level them up. Bobby was very shocked when I told him that I had 4 skills. He asked me, how is that possible? But the only response I could give was that I didn't know. Which was mostly true. I did suspect why I did have them. But I don't know why I'm here as a player in the first place. But with everything done, we took as much as we could in our inventory, then gave them to the piglins to carry back to their tribe. I don't know how I should feel about this. We helped those people to fight against my people, so they can get back the land that my people took. But if we lose the land, we can also lose some of the resources that would go toward the academy. And while I did get expelled from there, I understand that it's not the academy's fault. The nobles just have too much power in it. Yeah, I can understand your predicament, but I already made a promise to them, and I don't intend to go back on my word. He let out a deep sigh and nodded in understanding. Next time they'll come, we're going with them as well. That way we can carry everything that's left and finish everything in just one trip.
Plus, maybe they will tell us about the fortress.
I think that's a good idea. I'm curious how a fortress would look like, or even a blaze monster. I forgot that Bobby doesn't have the same knowledge as me. He's just been following me while also trusting me that I was right with all the information I gave out of nowhere. I'm glad to have such a trusting friend. After a few hours, the 3 piglins came back. We finished transporting the first big batch,
and Blue Flame was very thankful for those potions, Bobby. I'm glad to hear that. We thought we should help you carry everything for one last trip. The piglins looked at each other for a while, before nodding their head in acceptance. And with that out of the way, we filled our inventories and went on a journey through the hot lands of the Nether. The whole journey we were led by the piglins, since they broke the cobblestone trail, so it won't lead the enemies to our base. Which is a smart decision that I did not think about.
We arrived at the secret entrance, where they proceeded to do the secret knock. The blocks that covered the entrance were broken quickly not too long after, and then a long tunnel greeted us. We walked for a few more minutes before we arrived at the hidden tribe. Everyone seemed happy to see us, which was weird, since it implies that everyone was ready for the war and accepting it. We stopped at the big tree and entered Blue Flame's house, then put everything in the prepared chests. Thank you for giving us those resources. We will always remember your kindness in those trying times. I can't say that I'm glad to do that, but I understand the implications. Can we stay to hear the plan for the battle? Maybe I and Bobby can share some insights if we have. I guess there's no problem with that. Then all four of us sat down at a table. From what you told us, the people in your world have a night-day cycle, and they sleep at night.
When do you think it's going to be the nighttime in your world?
Well, we left at noon from our world and traveled for a few hours before we arrived here, but not enough to be night yet, so I'll say about 5 to 6 hours before they fully fall asleep. I responded to their question. I can roughly guess when that would be. We plan to attack at that time. We even know that around that time they will change shifts, so we won't get any surprise reinforcements. Undying responded. Blue Flame continued. We also know that they are 20 people at all times there, so we have the numerical advance plus the surprise attack. The only thing we have to be careful, it's their enchanted weapons. I heard reports where one of them had a sword that lit hoglins on fire when used. I think that's the fire aspect enchantment. I'm impressed that someone with that enchantment is sent here.
But you can minimize their effects with a fire resistance potion, responded Bobby, and the two piglins thanked him for that information. We're going to surround the camp and surprise them with an attack with our crossbows. Then a few selected people will ender pearl into their camp and start attacking the rest of them. While they are distracted with them, the second team will come out with the iron axes and break down the wooden fence surrounding their camp. Once they broke enough of them, the main team will come out and attack the rest of the camp. That sounded like a solid plan. Take out people with arrows first, then once they started to bring their shields up, surprise them again with warriors that appear out of nowhere that have iron armor like them. And while they're preoccupied with them, the defenses are torn down, and then a bigger mob will come to attack them again. That sounds like a solid plan.
For the fire aspect, you'll use the Strider Milk. They'll be faster with the speed potion. And the surprise attack team can do a lot more damage with the strength portions. Exactly! Would you two also like to join the fight? I and Bobby looked at each other for a moment and shake our heads in denial. We won't join the fight, but we would like to come with you and see how the fight is going to play out. And in case something happens, I will use my secret weapon as well, that way. I guess it's better than nothing. Thank you again for everything you've given us. We will show you the location of the unclaimed fortress after this, as promised. I'm glad to hear that. I wish you all success, and to come back alive. With the planning done, we started to spread the weapons and armor to everyone that would fight. From what I've seen, the villagers and the piglins have to equip the armor manually. They can't do it from their inventory like me. So that process took a while.
After a few hours, everyone was equipped with iron armor, iron tools and weapons, and one potion on top of that. The time was getting closer, so Undying Flame gathered everyone at the center of the tribe. Everyone,
The time for our revenge has come. Those outsiders started to attack us without a reason. They killed our parents and friends, and then they proceeded to steal our strides. I promised you vengeance once I became the head of the tribe, and I'm here to deliver it as promised. With the help of our new friends, we can fight the enemy on equal ground, and even more. I could feel the rage starting to rise through the crowd. My people, rejoice! It's time to take back what was ours. It's time for war. The warriors started to shout cries of war. They started marching towards the war. Chapter 23. The Battle. Pav, head knight. We arrived at the Striders' camp to change shifts with the other squad.
What did I do to deserve this hellish punishment? I started to think back to what started this. It was the second year of the academy, and that was the year we started to interact with the peasant classes. And as per tradition, we had to show who were the rules of this country. We had to make sure that the lower classes didn't start to get any funny ideas that they are equal to us. So we did some light bullying, enough not to catch the attention of the teachers, but one of the students caught our attention. His name was Bobby, and even though he received the same treatment as the others, he didn't give up. He actually started to work harder. And while the peasants are lower than us, we also know that our families came from them, so he earned our respect through his determination. We decided then to give him a chance to change his life, a chance to climb up the ladder.
But he made the insulting choice to refuse us. We couldn't take a no as an answer. That would make the others think that we are soft on the hard workers. So we had to step up our game. The bullying got worse for him, and surprisingly, he still persisted through all of that. The other students started to see hope in him, and once we heard that he caught the eyes of an official from the royal palace, things got worse. We knew that we had to stop this at all costs, or the lower class will start to think they have a chance to do better. With all that in mind, we started to look for dirt on him, but we didn't find anything. He was clean as a sheet of paper. No worries. If there are no problems, we make them for him, said one of the higher nobles. It was a risky move, but a necessary one. So we stole some research papers from the director's office and left some evidence that would lead to Bobby. Once the headmaster found out, he quickly brought Bobby to questioning.
But we were faster. We bribed the judge to not even listen to his story and just straight up exile him. He couldn't do something like that right away, but he did something that can be arguably worse. He was sent to take care of an infected village. And with some luck, he'll be infected and forgotten. With that out of the way, we continued our school years normally for the next 3 years. But on the last year, we found out who actually was the one that wanted to hire Bobby. She was the princess of this kingdom, and one of the candidates to be the next ruler. And while she left us alone through those years, she didn't forget about what happened. She was too preoccupied with the political wars to come after us right away, but she was finally free now to do as she pleased. Unfortunately, my family was too weak to defend me like the rest of my friends, so I was the only one punished, while my friends were just warned or had to pay a fine.
I was sent to guard one of the secrets of the royal family as a punishment, and that sounded more like a reward than a punishment for me. It was an opportunity to climb up the social ladder, to make connections with bigger nobles. That was my specialty, after all. How wrong I was. I found out why she considered this a punishment. With the new assignment, I found out where we got our potion resources. It was from another dimension called the Nether. It was a shocking discovery. But that means that the royal family won't let me go back so easily, since they still wanted to keep this a secret. That wasn't even the worst part. Once I entered that dimension, I was hit by a wave of heat. It was everywhere in the air. Everything was red and with lava. Who would want to live in such a place? But hope hasn't abandoned me fully yet. Everyone that was tasked with defending the fortress was given a fully enchanted iron armor with Protection 1, Fire Protection 1, and Unbreaking 1.
This was so impressive since only my father, the head of the household, was able to have fully enchanted iron armor. And I don't think it was as good as what I had now. And that wasn't the only thing. From what I understood, the second prince took a liking to my actions against her little sister project, so he decided to reward me with the position of the head knight in one of those squads and an enchanted sword with fire aspect. It was an amazing item that can be done only with the help of someone that had level 5 on their enchanting skill. But even with all of that, it was an annoying job to do. We recently got some information that you can have fire resistance buff from drinking Strider's milk from those brutes over the lava lake. Of course, this information was not free, but they seemed to love gold more than emeralds, so we used that to loosen their tongues. Once the prince heard that, he quickly sent us to search for those creatures to gain more influence.
Unfortunately, while we did find them, it was an impossible task to catch them, let alone milk them. And the ones that we caught didn't do too well outside the lava. We were ready to abort this mission when the prince managed to buy some information from those brutes again. It was about the location of some tribesmen that raised striders as cattle. So we attacked that place afterward. There was no need to negotiate with those lesser beings. Though we caught them by surprise, they still managed to kill a few of us before retreating into the Red Forest. But we killed more than half of their numbers, so we won't see them anytime soon. And if they did attack us, we would kill them all with our superior armor and weapons. They barely had 2 people with armor, and it was gold armor, the weakest of them all. After the fight, we looted the battlefield, cleaned it up, and repaired the wooden fence to keep those brutes out of our new land. The prince was happy about the news.
The new milk helped lessen the costs of fire protection enchantments, and it was way cheaper than potions to make. But with the new land, we had to spread our forces even more, since we couldn't move the striders and we didn't kill all the tribesmen. There was a chance that they will attack us in revenge and to get their land back. So now I'm here, looking bored at the abnormality huge lava lake, while the other team went back home to sleep in the overworld. But all of a sudden, I heard the goat horn. It was the alarm signal. I quickly ran towards the noise to see what caused the alarm. But once I arrived at the scene, I was greeted by an arrow flying at me. I quickly blocked it with my shield. I looked at the source of the arrows and saw some of those tribesmen shooting at us with crossbows. "We are under attack! Raise your shields and block their arrows!"
We can attack them once they exhausted their ammunition. I started to yell out orders, and the knights responded like well-functioning pistons. The deadly rain lasted for a minute before stopping. I quickly looked at my troops to see that we only had 2 casualties, and it was probably from the initial attack. "They're out of arrows. Attack them before they reload their crossbows." Once I gave the order, the knights lowered their shields slightly before starting to run toward the archers. But we didn't manage to run 2 blocks before some green balls were thrown again at us. And in horror, I recognized what it was. "Those are ender pearls! Prepare for melee combat!" Then 7 tribesmen appeared from where the pearls landed. But something was different about them. They weren't the same ones as the ones we attacked last time. They had actual iron armor and swords. "This is not right," I whispered to myself. And I was right. You couldn't get iron in this dimension.
So somebody was supporting them from outside.
But who? Only our kingdom has access to the portal, from what I know. I have to report this to His Highness as quickly as possible. The brutes started to attack us without hesitation, so I took my enchanted sword out and started to attack the closest one to me. We had greater numbers, and while they did have iron armor, it was not enchanted like ours. So once I saw an opportunity, I slashed the skin of the brute. "Ha! Burn to death, you brute!" But while the brute started to catch on fire, as I expect, he didn't trash around in pain, as I expected. Actually, the fire started to diminish from him.
He just looked at the fire disappearing and started to maniacally laugh while running at us to continue attacking. R blocked the incoming sword, but the force that came was far greater than I expected, so it knocked me back a few steps. His sword didn't have any enchantments for sure, but his attacks were like they had knockback on them.
I looked closer at my attacker and finally saw what was so different about them. Besides the armor, there were some faint particles floating. It was hard to see, but on a closer look I saw that it was orange and red.
How did you get strength and fire resistance potions?
The brute just smiled at my observation and continued to attack. I wasn't the only one attacking him, so I let my subordinates hold him while I analyzed the battlefield. There were only 7 of them and 18 of us. The archers won't attack us, since they wouldn't want to shoot their friends. While they did have better equipment than expected, and a few potions effect, we were still outnumbering them by almost 3 to 1. We still had a chance to defeat them, and then kill the rest of the archers before they run away. I looked around the battlefield once more, to be sure that I didn't miss something important. And then, something else caught my attention. At the fence around the camp, there were a few tribesmen with armor like the ones in the camp. But they didn't seem like they wanted to come and help them. They actually started to break down the fence with some iron axes. And before I could wonder what they were trying to do, what I saw next shocked me to the core. Once there was a big enough hole in the fence, out of the woods came out a horde of those brutes, running at unbelievable speeds. This is impossible. I have to report this to the main camp. It was impossible to win this fight at this point. It was better to use these useless subordinates to hold down the enemies while I run back to the main base. I quickly looked at my status to see what my health looked like. Luckily, I could afford to tank 1 shot, as long as it wasn't to the head. I started to quickly run towards the main camp. I climbed the tall red hill, only to hear a hissing sound coming closer to me. I turned my head to see what was Cousin That, only to see a big red arrow with smoke at its tail coming towards me. Luckily, it would have hit me, only if I was a block higher than now, so I was safe from the strange arrow. But before I could fully relax and continue my escape, the strange arrow hit the wall and an explosion was made. The damage was high, but the worst part was that it knocked me down from the hill. The ground came quickly to me. I didn't even manage to raise my hands to protect my head before I hit the ground. There was no pain. Everything just turned black. Chapter 24. Aftermath. I lowered my crossbow after I saw the fleeing knight fall to its death. I looked at the weapon in my hands, the weapon that Video used to take a life. I didn't feel anything. I did not feel any remorse or regret. Maybe something is wrong with me, I whispered to myself. What was that, traitor? What was what? The exploding arrow. How did you do that? You mean the firework?
I mean, this is not its original purpose, but this is one of the most powerful weapons in this world. Nothing can protect you from its blast. He just looked at me with a shocked face. I also just realized that I didn't hear the noise of the battlefield anymore. I looked down to see if the battle is finally ended, but the people suddenly stopped and just looked at the place I shoot my firework at. The piglins and villagers were shocked. Could it be that they didn't know the existence of such items? But the sock didn't last for long before they continued to attack each other. That looked like an arrow with a TNT. How did you find that recipe? I rather not answer that question if I could. I said that in embarrassment. I don't think I can keep answering that I found information in ancient ruins before Bobby will start to get suspicious. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. But you said that this was one of the best weapons in this world. Does that mean that there are others as powerful as this one? And you know how to make them as well? Bobby looked at me with a serious expression. I didn't want to lie to him. Bobby was my first friend in this new world,
A friend that trusted me without a question. I'm surprised that it took so long to actually ask me more serious questions. I wanted to be truthful with him, but I didn't feel ready to tell him my whole story. I'm afraid that I'll get too attached to him, to this world, and then I wouldn't want to return to my original world anymore. I wasn't ready to give up on my original goal. The only reason I suspect I'm still sane from all that I've been through, it's that I still see this world as a game, not as my new reality. And I'm afraid to make that transaction. But I didn't want to keep my friend in the dark, so I'll tell him half of the truth. I looked back at Bobby with a serious expression as well.
Yes, I do, Bobby. I know information that even the wisest human in this world would be shocked to hear. I know how to create weapons that can destroy countries before getting killed. I know how to find items that can cheat death. I even know how to bypass the barrier of this world, even. And how do I know those things? It's because I'm not from this world, nor from the Nether. I'm from somewhere more complex that I don't want to talk about. So in conclusion, yes, I do know how to make more dangerous weapons. We looked at each other for a few more moments. Oh, okay. I don't know how to react to that information, but thank you for trusting me with your secret. Then we looked back at the battle. They were almost finished as well, with only 3 more villagers remaining, and with the overwhelming numbers against them, it didn't take too long before they were finished as well. Once the final knight fell to the ground, the whole tribe started to cheer in victory. Undying Flame climbed somewhere higher and started to shout, "My people! We have won the battle! We avenged our lost friends and families!" People started to cheer to the declaration. "But it's not over yet! We have to collect everything in this place before the next team will come back. Unfortunately, we can't defend the forest, so we'll have to move somewhere else." And after a few more minutes of celebrating, they started to loot the bodies and move the striders with fishing rods that had a mushroom at the end. They also used buckets with lava to keep the animals hot and healthy all the way to the new location. After a few hours of hard work, the bodies were looted and burned, and the striders moved safely to the next location. With everything done, everyone started to march back to the tribe in a happy mood. Even if there were losses in this battle, it was way lower than if they attacked without our support. We arrived at the tribe, where we started to truly celebrate the victory.
Strider milk, cooked meat, and mushroom soup were served in abundance. Happy songs were sung, and games were played, and the people were more than happy to include us in their celebration. I heard stories of their hunts, stories of their trades, and even love stories through the tribe. I had a lot of fun with them, and Bobby looked like he enjoyed himself as well. But after a few hours, we got tired, so we retreated to sleep in our quarters. The next day, everyone was back to their normal activities. It was like they didn't just party all night. I went to Blue's house and knocked at the door, and after a few moments, a response came. "Come in." I opened the door and entered the house. In the middle of the room were Blue Flame and Bobby talking with each other about brewing and different recipes. In the corner of the room stood the head of the tribe, bored out of her mind on a chair. Once I was in full view, they all looked at me. "Morning, trader." Or, I think it's morning. It's hard to tell the time in this dimension. Bobby greeted me. I could see that he was a bit stiff from our last discussion, but he didn't seem like he wanted to give up our friendship, which I was glad. Blue Flame had a neutral expression, so I couldn't read too much from him. But Undying Face lit up when she saw me. Finally, something to end her boredom in this house. "Congratulations on your victory, guys. I'm glad that you managed to come back alive. We couldn't do it without your help, and we thank you again for that. As promised, we will give you the items in time, and when you want to, we would show you the location of the fortress. Don't forget that now I also belong to you." Undying Flame spoke, and made everyone in the room freeze. There's no need to do that anymore, since we agreed to take only the items and the location of the fortress. I tried to deny her offer. We won't be able to hold the cost with only those two.
We would be in debt to you for our whole lives with how much you two helped up. So I want to give myself to lessen the debts of my tribe.
I looked at Bobby for some help, but he looked as uncomfortable and confused as me.
You seem uncomfortable with this deal. How about instead of taking only the head tribe as your slave, you'll take her role in the tribe? And you don't have to rule it yourself. You could let me and Undying Flame do it for you, like we always did. With this, you'll be the owner of the whole tribe, but we'll do most of the work as usual.
That idea sounded much more pleasant than the first one.
But I felt like something was wrong with this deal, and I couldn't put my finger on what.
I looked at Bobby again, and he seems like he liked this deal better than the first one.
Okay, well, do that. I'm glad to hear that, and I'm happy to have such a powerful guardian like you.
Both Undying Flame and Blue Flame smiled at each other once I accepted their deal.
This made me think that they aimed for this in the first place, and I was just led by the nose to this point. I didn't know how to feel about this. On one hand, I didn't feel comfortable with owning a slave, a female one on top of that. And on the other hand, now I had a whole tribe under my protection. But they could take care of themselves without my input, as usual. So I was the owner of the tribe, but only in name, where everything would just go back to normal since I don't plan to move in this hot dimension. After we discussed a few more details, we decided that it was time to leave for the fortress. I started to prepare some items for this journey. It wasn't too much, and in case of emergency, I still had 2 more fireworks left to shoot. This time, only Blue Flame was the one that would show us the way to the fortress, since Undying still had to organize some stuff in the tribe, so she stayed behind.
We drank the Strider's milk for fire resistance and equipped our iron armor for protection. With all that prepared, we started our journey toward the unclaimed fortress. It was a long journey, took a few days to arrive there, but the journey was not boring at all. On the way there, we passed through a blue forest and saw an abundant number of Endermans, which, fortunately, didn't attack us as long as we didn't look them in the eyes. But I did feel that those Endermans were different from the first one that I saw, but I couldn't tell what was different. Bobby also found out about the existence of ghasts, which greatly disturbed him.
What's with that huge ghost? Is that what the souls of the monsters become when they die?
Not really. The souls usually get trapped in the soul sand, where you can see them constantly screaming in pain, I joked to him. But Blue Flame and Bobby took it seriously, and when they saw the texture of those blocks, their faces paled. I didn't know if what I said was true, nor did I want to find out. But I was surprised to see that even Blue didn't know about this, even though he lives in this world. We also saw a ruined portal, but the gold and chest were looted way before we came. And on this trip, I also killed my first animal, and not in a pretty way. It was in an actual brutal way. I used flint and steel to light on fire a hoglin to see if it would give cooked meat. The screams of agony made me rethink my way of actions, and made me wonder if some information it's worth testing. It was also the time that I found out that I had to actually butcher the pig, and I did not have any experience, but with Blue's help, I managed to learn it pretty quickly since it wasn't as complicated as in my world. The meat, to our surprise, was cooked. But after a long and tiring journey, we finally arrived at a big, dark structure that was stretching over a huge lava lake. Once we got closer to the bridge that connected with the fortress, we started to see something unusual. Blue Flame, when you said that the fortress was unclaimed, did you exclude the skeletons from the equation? You can't have a fortress without monsters. That's why there are so many outsiders in the fortress. They have to kill the constant wave of monsters that keep spawning. But I don't think those monsters are normal. They seem too organized.
and his observation was on point. I did expect to see a lot of monsters in the fortress, but they didn't walk around the tall bridges mindlessly. They were walking in small groups, like they were on patrol. Even the entrance was guarded by 2 skeletons with stone swords. Actually, the fortress was run only by black skeletons. I couldn't see any other mob besides them. What happened here? Chapter 25. Forgotten Times Pove. Forgotten Night. The war was a short one, but very brutal. It was nothing as we have ever seen before. Everything that the enemy touched started to corrupt, and lost men on the battlefield turned against us in the form of monsters. Nobody knew who started it, and nobody knows who won at the end. We only knew that the portal was closed all of a sudden, without a sign. But the world was too damaged after the war. While the source was blocked, the corruption was still spread through the world, and it kept opening small portals for the monsters to spawn at night. But the corruption didn't just bring monsters to our world. It also started to change blocks, trees, and even people. So the world decided to cut the broken parts and seal them away with the unbreakable block. I was snatched away by the word as well. Healthy or not, the corruption was too strong for me to oppose, so I joined their ranks not too long after. But I was different from the other monsters. I was special, and I was chosen by darkness to rule over the fortress. The world has forsaken me, but the unknown embraced me and accepted me. So I killed everyone in the fortress, raised them as skeletons, and put them to guard it. I was the ruler of the undead fortress for hundreds of years. I was something that I couldn't even dream to be when I was alive. But it all ended abruptly once a sudden structure appeared out of nowhere in the middle of my fortress. It was a frame made of obsidian, but inside the frame was an image of a room filled with blocks long forgotten by time. It was a portal to my original world. Finally, I shall rule the world that abandoned me. Fear shall run through their bones. But before I could gather my skeleton army, a group of people covered in enchanted diamond armor started to attack my base. They went through my soldiers like they were made of paper. I only managed to escape since I was the only monster with diamond armor. But with that defeat, my hatred towards the living only grew stronger. I wanted revenge, but I was too weak to get it. So I looked for an opportunity. I looked for a chance to strike back. I saw them explore the new world. I saw them trade with the locals that I did not even bother to acknowledge their existence. I waited days, months, even years. It would have been an impossible task for the living, but I did not have such weakness. I was undead. I'm a withered skeleton. And one day the opportunity came. Suddenly, the reality around the fortress started to bend. The space was in conflict with itself, and an explosion was heard in the portal room. Everyone at the fortress started to panic, so I took that opportunity and attacked in the confusion. By the time they realized what was happening, I already killed the most powerful people. The rest were not a challenge to me. Once I took over the fortress, I raised them to join my cause as withered skeletons. They were more powerful than any normal skeletons, and they had better armor as well. But unfortunately, they were still as dumb as the original ones, only following my orders without much thinking. I finally looked at the final room, the portal room. The place looked awful, like the aftermath of a big explosion. But the most important piece was still there. The portal was in the middle of the crater, but with the exception that it didn't show the other dimension, it was only an empty obsidian frame. I didn't know how to turn on the portal, but I knew that they knew how to, and they could do it whenever they wanted. They could come back whenever they finished with the aftermath of the explosion and retake the fortress. So I decided to repair the room and filled it up with my best archers and warriors, and waited. waited for weeks, for months. I waited for years, and then hundreds of years. And then the living finally came. But not from the portal. The living infiltrated my fortress from the outside instead of the other dimension. They were 3 strangers with just some iron armor, a pitiful sight to see. But the desire for revenge on the living was still strong as ever. "I shall take your souls, pitiful mortals." Povigodade. We looked at the fortress in front of us. It was different from what I remembered in the game. It was much bigger and much more complex. There were some additional rooms that I didn't recognize, every one of them still in the same style as the rest of the fortress. Is this what a fortress looks like? No wonder it's called like that. I don't see anyone being able to attack it, said Bobby in awe. This is not how a normal fortress looks like. This is way bigger than the ones that your kingdom has. Why do you sound so surprised by the fortress? Weren't you supposed to know about this? I did know the location of the fortress from some ancient text that I found where my ancestors traded with its inhabitants, but I've never been to this place myself. It was too far, and the outsiders stopped making contact with us hundreds of years ago, so there was no reason to check it out. Blue Flame responded to the question, which did not help me lessen my worries about the undead army patrolling the walls of the fortress. This was supposed to be an unclaimed fortress with a few monsters here and there, where we could deal with them. Not this unbeatable fortress. I think we should give up on this fortress. I don't see how we can defeat so many monsters packed in one place, and we don't even know what controls them. I said that with regret. The journey was long and tiring, and the sudden surprise did little to boost our morale. I don't think we should give up yet. It's true that we can't capture the fortress, but we can gather some information at least, Blue suggested.
The security looks pretty tight. How do you suggest doing that?
Explorer, how fast can you mine? Faster than normal people. Why? Well, use your mining skills with this, he said, while taking out a bowl with Strider's milk. You want to swim in lava and climb through one of those pillars? Blue just nodded his head in affirmation. I'm sure this could go wrong in so many ways, but I'm also more intrigued by the chance to do an infiltration mission. Through a lake lava on top of that. Let's give it a try then. We drank magic soup and went for a swim in the lava. The sensation was weird. It felt like we had an invisible layer of protection between the melting lava and us. I didn't feel anything, but the heat was still strong. We managed to arrive at one of the pillars, and I started to mine it with my iron pickaxe.
The pillars were big in length and height, so it took an hour to arrive at the top. Luckily, we didn't need torches since there's no such thing as total darkness in the Nether. We carefully looked at the long halfways and bridges for any skeleton patrol. We then quickly entered the closest room once we saw that it was clear to move. The room was small, but had a few chests in it. I opened one, and I was shocked by what I saw. Why is this chest full of stacks of blasé roads? Both Bobby and Blue shoved me to the side to see the chest as well. Then, with trembling, started to take out the items. This is such wealth. Who would leave those just laying around? The rest of the chests were also full of different ingredients for potion brewing. Blue and Bobby quickly filled their inventory of those ingredients, and I took only a stack from the rare or annoying ones to get such as rabbit's foot, glistering melon, ghast tear, pufferfish, golden carrot, phantom membrane, and, of course, fermented spider eye. I didn't have a lot of items on me, but with the new stacks it started to get full, and I'm more than sure that my brewing friends were filled to the brim with these items. I looked around the room more carefully, in case I missed something, and we did. In the corner of the room was a brewing station on a brick block, and it looked like it had 3 potions made and forgotten. I opened that inventory of the station and was shocked to find that it had invisible potions. Hey guys, stop looting and look at what I found! The two of them stopped and looked at the 2 potions in my hands. Is that what I think it is?
Bobby then quickly took a potion from my hand.
It is! It's a level 6 potion, the invisibility potion.
This is something few people ever achieved in the whole history of my kingdom. That means we can use this in case of emergency if we get found out. Bobby looked offended by the suggestion of using this priceless treasure, but he understood the intentions and nodded his head. Each one of us had a potion in case of emergency, which was better than nothing. This was only the first room, and we already were shocked by its riches. So we decided to risk it and explore further. But it wasn't as easy as the first time we did it. There were more patrol teams walking the hallways, and we almost got caught a few times. But by accident, we found out that while the skeletons were moving organized, that didn't mean they knew what they were doing. We found out that the skeletons weren't actually smart. I don't think they're even satinet. They were more like robots following an order, and if suddenly a block appeared in the middle of the road, they just passed it like it was supposed to be there. So whenever we saw a group of skeletons coming toward us, we just boxed ourselves and let them pass. This way, we managed to check a few more rooms. Unfortunately, we didn't find too much, like in the first one. The most we got was a chest with a few stacks of gold, which Blue Flame was more than happy to take them. We continued to explore the fortress until we got closer to the center. For some reason, the patrol teams got fewer than before, and then we saw something different than usual. At the end of a hallway stood a lone skeleton, guarding the entrance of next room. But it wasn't a normal skeleton. This skeleton was equipped with iron armor, and instead of a stone sword, it had an iron one. What should we do? I don't think it would move anytime soon from there, and we can't dig our way there either. Well, there's only one, so I think we can take him, as long as we don't get hit by the sword. I don't know how withering debuff feels like, and I don't want to find out either. I was supposed to get its attention while they hid. Once the skeleton passes the wall, the two of them will quickly attack it from behind and kill it. The two of them were a bit hesitant, but accepted the plan. I then walked in the middle of the hallway in plain view. "I'm here, you ugly?" The skeleton just tilted its head before coming towards me with the sword ready to fight. I turned the opposite way and started to run, with the skeleton right behind me. Once I passed the meeting point, I quickly turned and blocked with my shield the incoming sword. "Attack now!" When I said that, the head of the skeleton just flew out of its body, hitting the floor hard. But instead of the monster just dropping to its knees and die, he just started to frantically swing its swords in hopes to hit someone. We were taken by surprise, but managed to gather ourselves and attack the skeleton in coordination. After a few heavy swings, the skeleton finally stopped moving. "I did not know that they can do that. I hope we don't." But before I could finish my thought, I was interrupted by the sound of footsteps walking toward us. We all looked where the skeleton was guarding and saw in horror how a group of skeletons in full iron armor marched towards us. "Oh no! Run!" Chapter 26. Run. The group of skeletons came at us at great speeds. They had iron armor, and some of them were even enchanted. Why are they so powerful? This was supposed to be an unclaimed fortress. I was frustrated at the situation, but I couldn't do anything except run. Fortunately, we were faster than the skeletons, so we didn't get cornered. We managed to get out of the center area onto the huge bridges. But as we kept running away from the initial group, I started to notice another thing that I did not like to see. Onto the other bridges, the normal, withered skeletons started to come towards us as well. Whoever controlled them really wanted to trap us for good. I told my companions what I saw, and their faces paled at the new information. The first room we passed, we quickly entered and blocked the entrance with blocks, then started to grasp for air. "We should be safe for now. We can think of a plan to get out." "Can't you mine through the walls and make another path that won't have enemies on it?" Blue suggested that to me. "That sounds like a good start.
so I started to break one block from each wall beside the entrance. What we found was not to our liking. 2 of the walls led to a free fall in the lava, while the last one led to another bridge that was starting to get filled with skeletons. At the moment, of course, I closed that as quickly as I opened it. This is not good. We can't mine a tunnel out of this, and we don't have any Strider's milk to just jump in the lava lake. Any other ideas? We could... A noise interrupted Blue from continuing his idea.
The noise was something that runs shivers through our spines. It was the sounds of blocks breaking. We looked at the source of the noise, and to our horror, there was a cracked pixel on the barricaded block at the entrance. How is a monster able to break blocks? This fortress is wrong in every way possible. Does anyone have any ideas how we can get out of here? We looked at each other for a moment, and I looked quickly through my inventory in hope to find something that could help us. I got something. Everyone's still got the invisible potion, right? Both of them nodded in affirmation. We can drink them and try to walk through the confused crowd. But that would be too risky, since at one wrong move we could just get a debuff and give out our position. So what's the plan then? Well, climb onto the roof of this room. We'll have to be careful not to be shot by an archer. You 2 will drink the invisibility potion, and while I distract them, you 2 will run out of this place.
Once you're far enough, I'll drink mine and try to meet with you outside the fortress.
What do you mean you'll distract them? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You won't even survive long enough for us to leave this place in the first place. It's a stupid idea. Bobby turned down my idea quickly. I'll normally agree with you on that, but I have something that can help me be invincible for a few minutes. As I said that, I took an item from my inventory and showed it to them. A golden apple. I know that they are very rare and can give you powerful buffs, but I don't think they are enough to make you invincible. Bobby looked impressed and confused at the same time at the apple. This is not a normal golden apple. This is an enchanted golden apple, or a god apple. I found it in one of my expeditions in an ancient desert temple. Long story short, once I ate this thing, I'll have regeneration, absorption, resistance, and fire resistance.
And as if this wasn't enough, I'll also get another 16 HP besides the base starts.
Both of them looked at me with an open mouths in shock. How does such an item even exist?
No wonder it's called a god apple.
Yes, it's a very rare item that even I'm shocked that I managed to find it. But back to our original plan. I'll eat the apple and start running in the opposite direction of when you 2 would run. Once I think you 2 went far enough, I'll jump into the lava, where the fire resistance will protect me, and I'll drink the invisible potion to get out of the lava unseen. Just to be safe, we should meet at the last place we camped. Once they understood that it wasn't a completely suicidal mission, they accepted the plan. I built a staircase to the ceiling that I just broke, and told them to drink the potion. They did so, and I also prepared to eat the apple, but not before telling them one last thing.
Oh yeah, if I don't return in 1 hour, that means I'm dead and you should just retreat home.
What?
I couldn't see their expression since there was nothing to see, but I could hear the shock in their voice. And before they started to respond to my statement, I ate the apple and jumped into the swarm of deadly skeletons. Only after a few bites I could feel the buffs taking effect. I felt stronger, faster, and more resistant than ever in my life. I felt like I could take on the world and win. The skeletons seemed taken back by my sudden arrival, but not for long before they started to swing at me. I raised my shield and stopped what I could, but I was literally surrounded, so I was still hit. Let's hope I'll still have armor by the end of this. Even though I took damage, I could also feel the super regeneration keeping my health in full health. But even with that, I couldn't stand there and just take it, so I pushed what I could with the shield and ran in the opposite way of the exit. It just so happens that it would get me more deeply into the forest, and less likely to be able to jump in the lava, which was not a good sign. The skeletons were right behind me,
ready to take my life. Fortunately, or unfortunately, all the monsters were sent after us, so while I did walk into the heart of the structure, there weren't any enemies in my way, only behind me. Different rooms were running past me. I saw some gold blocks, armor stands with diamond armor, and even an enchanting room. But I couldn't go in any of those while being chased, much less to loot them. While I felt invincible after I ate the apple, I started to get tired really quickly from all this running. And all of a sudden, the hallway came to an end. And at the end of a hallway was a room, but a different room than the others that I saw. The walls were made of iron blocks instead of the usual nether bricks. It looked like the most important room in this whole place, and I was rapidly approaching it.
Well, it's now or never. I entered the iron room, turned, and blocked the entrance with 2 rows of brick blocks. That should take them a while to break in. Yes, indeed, it would take some time. In horror, I quickly turned to see who spoke. The room was not too big, but was fully made of iron. In the center was an empty frame portal, and beside the portal were 5 wither skeletons. And not any ordinary skeletons. Every monster was equipped with diamond armor. Some had diamond swords, others had crossbows, but the 5th one was the most unique one. The skeleton was taller than me, which didn't say much since every wither skeleton was already taller than me. But this one was even taller than them. The skeleton was 4 blocks tall, with a black crown on top of its head, and his eyes were purple instead of the emptiness like the others. And of course, it had a diamond armor, but it had to be different from the others. It had to be fully enchanted. I have to say that I'm surprised, mortal. I did not expect to be attacked from this dimension. I thought I'll be visited by my friends through this portal, he said while pointing at the empty portal. I don't think it's healthy for your bones to stay in constant stress of when the portal it's going to open and pour out enemies. Ha 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 ha! The Skeleton King started to laugh at my joke, which made me more uncomfortable than relieved. I must have been isolated for far too long that I even laugh at bad jokes like those. For making me laugh, I'll make your death painless. Get him, my minions. As he said that, the archers started to fire their arrows at me without hesitation. I didn't just sit and took them. I blocked them with my shield, which started to wear down from the constant stress. After they finished the first row, the diamond warriors were next to attack me. I did not want to test my sword skills with them, so I kept running in circles around the room and used my crossbow to shoot the armored skeletons. They didn't even bother to dodge or block the arrows. They just let their powerful armor tank them like it was nothing. This was not a good sign for me. I was starting to get tired, and the archers didn't sit there and just watched, but kept shooting arrows at me. I needed a plan, and a fast one. Hey there, King! How about we fight just the 2 of us? I'm sure that your bones grew moss from all the time you've spent here. If I win, I get to live. If I lose, I'll let you kill me. I said that while blocking a sword incoming. I then rolled and swung my sword at its legs, which didn't do anything because of the diamond armor. While what you said is true, I don't see a reason to take a risk and kill you myself, when I could just wait for a few more minutes for you to get tired and let my minions finish the job. That didn't give me too much hope. I had one last offer before I was out of ideas. What if I'll open the portal for you, if you win? I raised my shield again for another attack, but this time it didn't come. Actually, nothing came my way. I look around in confusion, only to see that every skeleton just froze in its place. The Skeleton King moved from his place for the first time. I could feel the pressure rising with every step he took. He kept coming closer and closer, until he was just 1 block away from me. Do you speak the truth, mortal? If this is a lie, I'll make you wish you were dead. He said that with a heavy voice that rung through the whole room. Yes, of course. I always keep my promises, and you still haven't defeated me yet. Ha! I admire your guts, mortal. I'll remember you once. I'll take over the world with my armies. He then positioned himself into an attack stance. Ready when you are, mortal. I'm ready. But before I could finish my sentence, he threw an ender pearl at me. I quickly ducked as the pearl flew over my head, then turned to face my enemy, only to be greeted by a diamond sword that went through my armor. The diamond sword was too sharp, and my armor was not enough to stop it. I felt the burn through my abdomen. I took heavy damage, and I could feel the withering debuff starting to affect me. I quickly jumped back and covered my fresh wound. Huh, you're more lively than I expect from such a heavy hit. I did see some particles around you that I didn't recognize. Those must have been more powerful than I expected. But how long can you keep up with this? He said that while running towards me. I quickly took my crossbow out and shot at him. He then stopped in shock. What came towards him was not a normal arrow. This one made noise and had smoke at its tail. But before he could dodge or block, the firework hit him in the chest. He flew backward from the knockback and hit the ground hard. Yes! Take that, you bone monster! But I didn't get to enjoy the moment for too long before another ender pearl flew from the particle bomb. Shia! Even though I rolled in the opposite direction from the pearl, he seemed to anticipated that and stabbed my leg. I have to say, mortal, you did surprise me with that weapon. It's the first time I've ever seen one like this in my hundreds of years of life. Not even in the Great War I saw something like this. But it's your loss. Keep the end of your deal, and I won't torture you, he said while pointing the sword at me. I could feel the regeneration fight the withering effect. And it could keep up, but not for long. I could feel that the effect of the apple will soon end, and the withering was not too keen on leaving me any time soon. Okay, I'm a man of my word. I then used my sword to get up and support myself while walking toward the portal. The Skeleton King looked closely at my every move. I took the flint and steel from my inventory and lit the portal up. The process of the portal opening started, and the skeletons got on their guard for any danger. Once it was open, I could see what was on the other side. It was an identical room to the one we were in, with the exception of looking like it was blown by a few blocks of TNT. I then quickly went to the other side. Haha, I can't believe it! You've actually done it! After hundreds of years, I can take my ravage over the world. As a reward, I'll take your life without feeling pain. He said that while slowly walking towards me with the sword in his hand. I didn't give up yet. I took the last firework from my inventory and started to load it into the crossbow. The skeleton stopped in the obsidian frame and started to inspect the room with curiosity until he saw my actions. There's no need to struggle anymore, mortal. While your weapon is powerful, it's not something that can kill me. Do you know how much that arrow damaged me? Just 2 hearts, and those already healed. Just give up and embrace your death, mortal. I'll make a fine soldier out of your corpse. I finally finished loading my crossbow and looked at him. Who said that I wanted to hit you? And then fired the crossbow. The king looked in confusion and then horror when he saw where the explosive went. He tried to move, but it was too late. The firework hit the corner of the portal. For the next moment, I saw how reality started to bend unnaturally. And then the portal closed, with the king screaming in pain. He was cut in half by the portal. The diamond armor didn't stand a chance. His head looked at me with hatred, and while his purple eyes started to fade, he spoke one last time. Curse you, mortal. Then the eye sockets went black. I started to grasp for air. I was too tired, and the adrenaline started to fade. I just sat down to rest. The lights started to fade, and my head started to get dizzy.
I fell asleep on the floor from exhaustion. Chapter 27. End of Volume 1. POV. Bobby Trader jumped into the crowd of skeletons before I could comment on his remark. He has guts, I'll give him that. Let's go then. The quicker we get out of this place, the faster hell come back, the blue flame said. I nodded at his comment and got ready to jump down.
We didn't have to wait for too long, because our hero decided to run towards the heart of the structure, taking almost all the enemies with him.
We both jumped and carefully navigated through the remaining skeletons not to alert them. We moved quickly, but had to stop in our tracks once we saw that the exit was guarded extremely well by monsters, and they somehow started to block the exit. That doesn't look good. Any plans on how to get through them? I could feel Blue looking at me. If we only had the exploding arrow, maybe we could have blown them. As we got more frustrated and thought of more desperate ideas, the monsters suddenly stopped. A taller monster appeared between the skeletons and just picked one up and threw it over the bridge. The skeletons looked stunned at the sudden turn of events before attacking the new enemy. But even with their numbers, nobody could hit the attacker. Because the attacker was an Enderman.
Am I seeing things wrong? Or is an Enderman fighting with a group of withered skeletons?
I'm confused as you, my friend Bobby. This is the first time in my life I've seen something like this. We looked as the skeletons were completely trashed by the constant teleporting monster. Once it was finished, it just looked in our direction, screamed, and teleported. We started to panic and looked around us in case it could somehow see us, and decided we were next. But after moments of nothing happening, we took a sigh of relief and run towards the now empty exit. The rest of the way was easy to run, since there were no monsters on our way, and even if they were, they couldn't see us. Maybe we should stop for a bit and see if there are any changes at the fortress. We're far enough that they won't ever catch us, even if they somehow see us. I said that out loud, since I didn't know where Blue was.
Where are you?
Follow my voice. I'm beside the blue tree.
After a few moments, I felt a hand on my face, which I quickly slapped down. You found me. Now stop searching, and let's look at the fortress. I then turned my head towards the enemy base, where my friend was distracting the enemy so we could escape. We waited a few minutes without much to see, until all of a sudden, the air started to vibrate. It was not a noticeable difference, but we saw that something happened at the fortress. We have to check out. I didn't wait for Blue to respond, and ran back toward the enemy base. I arrived quickly at the entrance we just run through. It was still the same, but something felt different. I went a bit further and saw a skeleton. But he didn't act normal. It felt different. The skeleton just looked confused, and then walked into a wall like a mindless monster. Bobby! Where are you? Bobby!
I'm at the entrance, and you better get here before you get us both killed.
I looked one last time at the confused skeleton and then run towards Blue location. Blue, the skeletons are acting weird. I think Trader managed to somehow defeat whoever controlled them. I'm glad to hear that, Bobby. Let's go to the meeting place as was originally planned. Blue responded with an angry tone. I don't think he liked when I made him follow and find an invisible person, but he was right. We had to get back to our last stop. And after a few minutes of running towards the place, we finally arrived and sat down and relaxed. An hour passed, and no sign of Trader nor another invisible person. We started to get worried. Another hour passed, and the invisibility effect finally wore off, and neither of us looked too good. After another hour, Blue was the first one to break the silence. Bobby, I think we should leave. No, the plan was stupid but not impossible. He has to come back.
He even defeated the one controlling the monsters.
Blue looked at me with a sad look.
Okay, well, wait for 1 more hour. And another hour passed without any sign of our friend coming back. Blue told me something, but I couldn't hear him. We started to walk. Everything went beside me in a flash, and all of a sudden I was at my portal. I don't even remember how I got here. I think Blue tried to talk with me through the journey, but I don't remember anything. I thanked Blue for bringing me here and went through the portal to my world. I went to the surface, and the light of the sun washed all over me. This made me stand in place and accepted the warmth of the sun. Then I went to my house with heavy steps. "Bobby, where were you?" All of a sudden I was ambushed by someone. I looked confused at the attacker that held me in his arms. It was my old friend Toby. "Where were you? I've been looking for you for the past few days."
And what happened to your village? You did tell me that it's gotten better, but I thought you exaggerated with your stories.
What? Why are you here, Toby?
Oh, yes. Well, I bring good news, my friend. Your exile was revoked. I also bring bad news, I think. Now you're called to the palace for unspecified reasons.
What? What do you mean my exile was revoked?
Well, a few days ago a knight come to my village looking for you. Once I asked what was the reason, he told me that you are free to get back to society, and that you are summoned to the crown as quickly as you can. I was surprised by that, so I asked if I could bring you the information, since I was a good friend of yours. He seemed pretty tired and didn't want to go any further to search for you, so he accepted it.
That knight was either the most unprofessional person I heard, or this is someone that wants to get me in more trouble by making me commit a crime of coming back.
I don't think it was a fraud. He also gave me this book. He then handed me a book, which had a text written in it that said that I was excused by this unfair punishment and summoned to the palace. But what caught my attention was not the text. It was the person that signed it. Elizabeth Mending. This is the princess, the candidate for the throne. That meant that this was serious business, and I had to quickly get to the capital. I thanked Toby for everything that he's done and went running towards the capital. Once I get there, maybe I'll find a way to figure out what happened to Traitor. Maybe I can find the traitor. Pav, unknown monster. The world was boring, and being one of the most powerful monsters was fun until every villager ran from you. They didn't know how to take a joke and always called the ones in iron armor, and they were not too geared to play with me. So I decided to retreat to the smaller villages which didn't have people with iron armor. I also found out that most of my brethren were here, but they didn't seem too eager on doing pranks like me or exploring the world. They always wanted to find the perfect block that they can pick and treasure it. I wasn't as obsessed as them with that, which maybe made me a bit isolated from them. But no matter, I could find my entertainment through making trouble for the humans. One particular night, I decided to take a fence block which allowed the dumber monsters to infiltrate the village. Panic was soon ensured through its inhabitants. That brought a smile to my face, but that didn't last for long since they started to push back against the sudden attack, and even won. I was mad at them for destroying my beautiful prank, so I teleported between them. They soon started to panic once they recognized me, which made me smile. But not for too long, since another human in iron armor came to attack me. I didn't like this village, so I decided to just leave it. No point in playing here anymore.
After a few teleports, I arrived at another village. This one didn't even have walls to stop the monsters, and I already saw some of them attacking the houses. I decided to vent my frustration on some villagers, but I was interrupted again by someone in iron armor. This one looked even more stacked than the last human. I looked closer at him and saw that he was a bit different from the others. He didn't have a funny nose, and he also felt different from the rest. I decided to retread for now and observe him from distance. And I'm glad that I did that.
For the next few days, I've been shocked by what the human did. He built a wall around the whole village in just a few hours. This is an impossible feat, even by my standards. And he didn't stop there. He created a monster, or something similar, with blocks. It was fully made of iron and just patrolled the village. I tried to say hello, but his eyes told me that he wanted me dead, and I didn't want to try my strength with him.
This human was different than anything that I'd ever seen. He kept doing some new stuff, and then just went underground for days. One day I decided to go into his hole to see what kept him so long underground. And oh boy, I was not disappointed. Tunnels besides tuneless that went deep into the heart of Earth. While I kept exploring the maze, I stumbled upon a room that had a frame made of one of a few blocks that I couldn't pick up. But in the frame was like a door to somewhere else. I went through it and found myself in another world. It was a fascinating place, nothing as I had ever seen before. New blocks, new monsters, and surprisingly, I even saw some of my brethren. But once I tried to communicate with them, they seemed even less interested in me than the ones from home, so I couldn't talk with them too much. But they did tell me about a place where people that hunted us lived, and I should stay away from there. The warning was in good intentions, but that only fueled my curiosity. You could see the surprise on my face when I found out that the weird human was there as well, once I decided to check the place out.
This guy is always where the fun is.
So, for the next few days, I decided to follow him again. And I was not disappointed with that decision. I saw a fight between the humans of this world with the humans from my world. I even saw an exploding arrow. After this, I follow his little group to a huge structure filled with black skeletons. They got found out once they got too deep. It was fun to see them run in panic with a group of skeletons behind them. But then realization struck me. If the human died, I couldn't see more fun stuff. So I quickly went beside the room they decided to barricade in and found out their escape plan. I didn't like it. I didn't care about the two normal humans. They could die for all I cared. But I wanted my favorite human to live. But the two boring ones had to get out safely, so my human could leave. The plan started great, and as I expected from my favorite human, he defied all odds and survived against a swarm of skeletons. I stuck with the two humans, though, and it was good that I did, since I had to beat up a few skeletons that blocked the exit. Once I did that, I announced that they could continue their running, while I teleported in search of my favorite human. But after a few minutes, I felt a distribution in space. It didn't feel good, and it didn't last for too long before disappearing. I quickly teleported to the source, only to see another portal. But this one was not working. It just had a half skeleton with blue armor laying in it. The other skeletons just looked confused and lost. Fortunately, I didn't see the corpse of my human. He must have gone through the portal and closed it. I didn't know how to open it, but I knew one thing. I had to find my human. Chapter 28. Where am I? I slowly started to open my eyes. The eyelids felt heavy, making the process harder than usual. After a few moments of trying to keep my eyes open, I finally managed to focus my eyes enough that I could see the room I was in. But to my surprise, I wasn't in the iron room that I last remember. The roof was made of wood, and I was actually sitting on a bed. The rest of the room was also made of wood, and had even some paintings on the wall. I tried to stand up on the bed, and realized that my mouth was dry and my stomach empty. Where am I? While I studied the room, I took the single food item that I had in my inventory and filled my stomach. Golden carrots are not bad. No wonder they are the best food in the game. After I felt full, I got up from the bed and walked outside the room, hoping to find some water.
The house wasn't very big. There were 4 rooms in total. 1 kitchen, 1 bedroom, 1 storage room, and 1 weird room that had a cauldron. I looked in the chests, and I found a bottle of water which I quickly drank. I also found out that my iron armor was there.
How did they get my armor off me? I was very confused by this. The durability is awful. I should get a new one. Probably try to make a diamond armor at least, or enchant my iron armor with mending. While I was browsing through chests, I heard the front door opening. I quickly closed the chest and ran to see who was my savior. The person seemed surprised to see me up. He looked like a normal villager, with the exception of having a mole on his nose and a tall hat on his head. Then realization struck me, and I quickly drew out my iron sword. "A witch!" "Well, that's a rude thing to call your savior." He just looked unimpressed at me, with a hand behind his back. "So you won't suddenly throw a splash poison potion on me?" His eyes started to narrow in suspicion once I said that. "Looks like you know something about my people. I'm impressed, to say the least."
From what I know, I'm the only person around this parts in this particular situation. And everything that I know about this came from the ruins where I found you. What else do you know?
"You'll promise not to splash me, then?"
He seemed to relaxed and nodded. "I don't know too much. I only know that to get the witch job, you have to be struck by lightning and survive. And then you suddenly have level 7 on the brewing skill." The expression of suspicion turned into surprise as soon as I finished saying that.
That would explain the intense pain I felt on that night. Also, why I was surrounded by fire.
From his reaction, I could tell that the memory was not pleasant.
"So, you were the one that brought me here?"
"Yes." I was surprised by the sudden disturbance in the ruins, and after a few hours of searching through the rooms, I finally found the source of it. That's where I found you, laying unconscious beside the obsidian structure. You weren't alone either. What were you even trying to summon in this world? He then took out a skeleton's head. It was the Withered King. It was bigger than a regular skeleton, and it had a black crown on top of it.
"Yeah, I didn't try to bring that monster to this world. I actually tried to run from him." "Did he also, by any chance, had an enchanted diamond armor on him?"
"I did find an enchanted diamond chestplate, but I don't think you'll be able to use it." He then switched the head to the diamond chestplate, which I quickly recognized. But it wasn't looking too good. It was actually missing half of it. Looks like when the portal closed itself, it cut the skeleton in half, and even the diamond armor was not strong enough to withstand it.
"I can see why you say that. Thank you for saving me."
"No problem. What were you even doing in those ruins? And how did you even find them?" "I wasn't looking specifically for those ruins. I was running from that unusual monster. I saw that obsidian structure that led me to another place that I didn't recognize. Once I crossed it, the skeleton came after me. But for some reason, the gate closed itself, cutting the monster in half." The witch looked suspicious at me, but nodded his head in understanding.
"I'm guessing you don't know where you are, then. Welcome to my humble home. You are now in the Sandstone Kingdom. Where are you from?"
"From the name, can I guess that this land and 2 in the desert?"
"You're right."
I started to panic. Looked like netherworks the same as in the game. So when I traveled a block in the nether, it was 8 blocks in the overworld, and I traveled a few days just to get to the fortress. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that I don't even know in what kingdom Bobby lives. I was in a pickle.
"You okay there?"
"You look pretty nervous."
"I'm okay, but not at the same time. Here is the problem. I lived with a friend recently, but funnily enough, I don't know where he lives, nor in what kingdom he is. So I'm very confused right now."
"You don't know where you live?" he said with a confused tone.
"Pretty much."
The witch started to sigh and massage his nose bridge.
"Okay, Let's say I'll believe you. You are in the Sandstone Kingdom. There are 2 more kingdoms as our neighbors. The Coral Kingdom, where they have access to the ocean, and the Stone Kingdom, where they have access to a lot of mines. And there's the unclaimed land filled with monsters and pillagers, but I'm pretty sure you're not from there since your skin is not gray. So, which one sounds more familiar? Well, I'll learn something new today, and I'm pretty shocked.
I think when I spawned, I was at the edge of the monster territory. And when I explored the temple, I was in the Sandstone land. And Bobby didn't talk about ports, so I can assume that he lives in the Stone Kingdom.
Yeah, I think my friend is in the Stone Kingdom.
Good, that's progress. I don't know how you got here, but you should be able to reach your home in a few weeks of travel.
That's a lot of time. But I guess I have to do it. I'm sure my friend is worried sick about me.
That sounds concerning. You should go as quickly as possible then. Also, do you want to take this head with you? My reputation is not the best, and I don't want to have more reasons to make people more scared of me.
He then pushed the skeleton head into my arms without waiting for an answer. Thanks? Also, what's your name?
Oh yes, where are my manners?
My name is Froggy. My parents were inspired when they first saw a swamp, and ironically enough, now I live in one. He started on a cheerful note, but ended with a sarcastic and sad voice. Looks like his childhood was not too happy. That's an interesting name indeed. My name is
Witch! Get out and greet the great noble Ferdinand the Fourth!
I was suddenly intrepid by shouting from outside. I looked at Froggy with confusion, while his expression turned to someone that doesn't want to deal with his noisy neighbor because it was too annoying. But after a heavy sight, he still went outside. I followed him, but didn't exit the house. I just looked around the area of the house from the doorframe. Froggy said that he lives in a swamp, but while it was technically the truth, it was a very small swamp. I could see the end of it from where I stood. I looked down to see 3 villagers waiting for Froggy. 2 wore iron armor, while the third one was dressed in fancy clothing.
The young noble tried to look mighty, but I could see that he was actually scared of the witch. The guards stood between them in case of any sudden attack.
What do I owe to have such honor of meeting his greatness?
The young noble got more courage when he heard that. Greetings, cursed one. I seek your help. It's a matter of urgency and great importance.
I'm afraid that I don't sell harmful potions, my lord.
You dare interrupt the Lord, you scum!
One of the guards took out his sword, preparing to attack. Stand down, my guard. We've come here in search of help, not for blood. We do not seek poison. I'm curious if you have a cure for the infected.
Froggy just turned and walked back to the house, not even bothering to respond. You'll be handsomely rewarded if you do help. You noble tried to get his attention.
There's no such thing as a cure for the infected. Now leave me alone, and don't waste my time.
He started to climb the stairs to the house before I spoke.
Does infected by any chance mean that someone got bitten by a zombie and now it's a zombie itself?
Yes, that would be true. Who may you be? The young noble looked at me with suspicion.
It doesn't matter who I am, but what matters is that I have a cure for that.
Froggy looked at me in horror and quickly pushed me back into the house and closed the door.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't lie to a noble, especially with something like this. Just take some provisions and go back to your friend.
He said that while holding my shirt with a force that I did not expect to see. I wanted to do that. But if I can help that noble, maybe he would give me a camel or a horse to make my journey faster as a reward. He then looked at me with suspicion. And how do you plan on curing an infected one? I can't do it alone, unfortunately. I need your help. He finally let me go, but still looked intensely at me. I'm listening.
But if you're saying something stupid,
I'll finish you off right now.
Well, that's a bit over the top. The way to cure an infected person is to splash them with a weakness potion and then feed them a golden apple. Froggy then closed his eyes and started to think really hard, then quickly opened them. That may actually work. You believe me just like that? Yes, I have my own ways to know if you're lying or telling the truth. But there's only one problem. I do know how to make a weakness splash potion, but I don't have the necessary materials. He looked regretful that he couldn't help with that. And I also need an actual brewing station. I can't use the cauldron that I usually use. I may be able to help with that. I then took the blaze rods that I looted from the fortress and showed them to him. How did you get these? It doesn't matter. It's important that I got them. I then went to the nearby crafting table and crafted the brewing station.
This is amazing. I can do so much with this.
Froggy looked with admiration at the new station. Yep, and here are the fragmented spider eye and the golden apple for this to work. I only need your skill level. I don't know how you have so many precious items on you, but I won't complain about it. He then took the items from me and started to get to work, and after a few minutes, I had 3 weakness splash potions in my inventory. With that finished, I went outside at the 3 villagers waiting patiently for me. Did you say that you know a way to cure the infected ones? If you dare lie to me, your punishment will be death. He looked serious with that threat. No worries, I know what I'm doing. Even the witch agreed with my unusual method. The young noble looked surprised by that statement. Come with us then. The sooner we cure the person, the better. He then turned and I followed soon after. But before we could get too far, we heard a shout from the swamp.
Wait for me, I'm coming as well.
And we looked at Froggy as he was running towards us. I'll be coming with you, and help in case something goes wrong. The tree villagers looked uncomfortable by his suggestion, but decided to let him come. Better safe than sorry. With everything done, the 5 of us went on a journey through the desert to cure a zombie villager. Chapter 29. Curing a Mother. The journey was long and tense. While they came asking for help from Froggy, the witch title didn't have a good reputation to make them feel comfortable around him. The night caught us when we were almost at the first village, and monsters started to appear all over the dry sand. There were a lot of them, much more than in the forest village that I'd been to. So I and the guards took our iron swords out and raised the shields. I had to attack more carefully since I left my broken armor at the witch's house.
The noble just stood there, with a shield to stop any arrow incoming in his way, not bothering to even help us defend. We were in constant movement so we wouldn't be surrounded, which resulted in not too many kills. A small horde started to gather after us. Things started to get so intense that I considering just sprinting away, but Froggy managed to save the day by throwing a slowing potion on them. This gave us enough time to outrun the horde. After a few minutes of running, we finally saw the village. It had a 5-block tall wall surrounding it, and the materials were a combination between sandstone and smooth sandstone. The villagers on top of the walls soon saw us getting closer and quickly opened the gates. When we safely got inside, the horde just parted ways once they lost sight of us. The noble asked for a place where we could sleep, and the town's guard responded respectfully by showing the way to the tallest building in the village. We'll stop here for tonight, and tomorrow we'll leave at the first sign of light. Don't worry, I'll be paying for your rooms as well,
the noble kid said with a tired voice. The inn had only 3 free rooms, so Ferdinand took one for himself, the guards another one, and me with Froggy the last one. Once we got in the room, I spoke to Froggy for the first time since we started this journey. Why is everyone so afraid of you? Even the town's guards looked ready to attack you. Did you do something? Weren't you also ready to attack me when you saw me?
I was speechless when he pointed that out, and he seemed to enjoy my reaction. When I first became a witch, my village was attacked by monsters. I don't know how they passed the wall, but I only managed to survive because they didn't seem too interested in me once I became a witch.
After everyone found out what happened, they started to see me as a bad omen. So for the safety of everyone, and myself, I decided to live somewhere isolated.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But why did the kid ask for your help then? While most common folk fear me, the noble society knows the truth. They aren't afraid that I bring bad luck. The only thing they fear is that I'll join the pillagers.
That sounds like a headache for them. Sorry for asking this, but why are you still alive then?
From what I remembered from my world, the nobles weren't too excited to have a threat in their territory. Because I'm a master at potion brewing. I'm the only master in this whole kingdom. The next highest one after me is only at level 3 in the brewing skill. The Stone Kingdom has a monopoly over the blaze powder, and we don't know how they get it, unfortunately. So most of the time, nobles come to me to make their potions, while also bringing the ingredients, since they have the connections to get them. That's pretty good for you, then.
You could say that.
After this discussion, we decided to get some sleep, since tomorrow we're going to continue our travel, and we should arrive at our destination by the end of the day. The night went quickly, but we got woken up by a banging at our door. "Wake up! It's time to leave!" And then it was followed by silence. I quickly got up and ate what I had in my inventory, which was golden carrots. They actually tasted really good, almost addictive. Froggy wasn't a morning person, so I had to be a bit rough with him to get him out of the bed.
What time is it?
"I don't know, but it's time to leave, so get up." With a heavy sigh, he finally got up from the comfort of the bed. We went downstairs, where the 3 villagers were already there, eating at the table. The noble boy didn't look like he was fully awake either. But after they ate some bread and drank some water, we finally continued our journey. This time we managed to arrive at the city before night fell. It was my first time seeing a city in this world, and I was not disappointed. The place was huge and full of houses of different shapes and sizes, and everything was surrounded by a wall 10 blocks tall. It wasn't made with sandstone like the earlier village, but with actual brick stone.
Wow, this place looks amazing.
This city has been ruled by my family for generations. It's one of the safest places in the whole desert, Ferdinand said with a proud voice, while the guards nodded their heads in agreement. We entered the city without the guards even checking us. The streets were full of life. Villagers were standing at stalls, selling items or advertising their trading tab. I looked closer at a sign from a toolsmith, and I was shocked by what I saw. 1 iron, 10 emeralds, yields iron axe. 1 iron, 11 emeralds, yields iron pickaxe. 1 iron, 9 emeralds, yields iron shovel. Why do they have those weird prices? What do you mean, weird prices? They only advertise their trading tab. This one is pretty good, actually. Most of the iron axes cost 1 iron and 15 to 20 emeralds. This shop must be pretty popular. I was stunned when I heard that. I just found out that the villagers have a different trading system than me. And it actually sounds worse than what I have. Maybe my trading skill helps me more than I expected. They don't have my skill, so they have access to all those sales from the beginning, while I have to grind to get the next tab of sales. But in exchange, I get better offers than them, which I don't mind. But how do they make a profit from this then? You ask some weird questions. The system will take some of the costs, but it would give you a portion of it in your inventory. Depends from person to person. And when you have 2 items for a trade, then you can choose what to get from those 2. Froggy explained, while looking suspiciously at me. Once I realized that, I quickly changed the subject before he asked more questions. Oh, of course, I knew.
What do you trade, by the way? His face went sad and silent once I said that. I haven't been able to access my trading tab ever since I've become like this. At least I can use someone else's tab to buy items. For the rest of the walk, we were silent. While the guards and the noble heard our conversation, they didn't seem to be interested in it. Actually, they tried to avoid talking with us as much as possible for some reason. Fortunately, I didn't have to suffer in this awkward silence for too long, since we arrived at the noble's estate. It was majestic. It was inspired by the desert temple design, with smooth sandstone and different clay blocks. It was guarded by villagers with fully enchanted iron armor,
which impressed me, to say the least. We entered without a problem and walked on the long hallway to a big room. It was the throne room. There was a big throne in the middle of the room, where a man with fancy clothing stood looking at us intensely. "Ferdinand, my son! I heard you ran away from home a couple of days ago. I did not expect you to be back so early. And you brought new friends with you." He suddenly looked bored. "Did you run out of emeralds or what?" "Father, this is not why I left, and you know that. I left in search of a cure for Mother." The air suddenly got tense once Ferdinand finished saying that. "You know there's no such thing as a cure for the infected ones. If those people claim they know, there's a high chance they are scamming you, which makes me wonder if they're idiots or have big guts." "They're not random strangers that I found on the road, Father. I went to the swamp to meet the witch, and they said that they have a cure." "You went to the cursed one, you say?" He then looked more carefully at us before fixating his sight on Froggy. "I can see that he's a little paler than normal, while the other one doesn't have a nose. Is what my son said true? Do you have a cure for the infected, cursed one?" "It was my friend's original idea, but I think it's feasible." And what would be the process?" "Well, use a weakness potion to weaken the infection, and then we'll feed her a golden apple, where the last bit of humanity she has in her will fight back for control over the body." The noble looked like he was digesting the new information, and then nodded his head. "An expensive item to have, and a potion that only you can make. How convenient for you." "If you lie to me, there will be heavy consequences. But if you manage to cure my wife, I will reward you properly." That made me a bit scared, but Froggy looked more sure than me in the process, so I decided to push my worries down as well. Then we were guided toward the underground cells by some guards. It was long and lit by lanterns. After a bit of walking, we finally arrived at the last cell, where we could hear the noises that a zombie usually makes. The iron door was open with the help of a lever. Inside stood a zombie villager tied to chains to stay in place. "Well, do your job, witch," the young noble said from a distance, with mixed emotions in his voice. Froggy looked at me, and I nodded my head in understanding. I took a potion from my inventory and threw it at the mad zombie. Once the potion was broken and the content got over her skin, the zombie just stopped and looked confused at me. Then Froggy came from behind me and shoved the golden apple in the zombie's mouth while she was still confused. We couldn't make her eat the whole apple, but looks like one bite was enough. Once the piece of the apple got inside the zombie, she started to growl in pain. She started to trouble uncontrollably and tried to run, but was held firmly down by the chains. "What did you do to my mother?" An angry voice was heard from outside the cell. "Don't worry, this is a normal process. After a few hours, she should be back to normal," I said with confidence. The reaction was similar to the game, but a lot more exaggerated, which I took as a sign that the method actually worked. And after a few intense minutes, we could already see the change. The green color started to slowly fade, and while the process looked painful, it was working. "It working? She's starting to get better." Tears started to appear around his eyes,
and the guards started to cheer. After they saw that it was actually working, we went back to the throne room to spread the good news. I heard the good news. I am beyond thankful for your help. You just performed a miracle. What rewards would you like, my dear heroes? The noble looked very happy to see us, and he looked like something heavy was finally lifted from his shoulders. I would like some more alchemy materials, said Froggy quickly. While it's not something easy to get, it's something that can be done. How about you, my friend? From what I understood, the method was actually your idea in the first place. Yes, your greatness. I don't need much. I only want a horse or a camel for transportation. The noble just looked at me like I said a bad joke. Only a horse? I can't just give that to our heroes. The people will say that I'm taking advantage of you. Pick something else besides the animal. I then started to think about what I could request from them. I don't need emeralds, since I can get them pretty easily. Diamonds or other precious metals would be good, but I can't even use them yet. As I looked around the room, my eyes fell on a guard. Or more exactly, on his enchanted armor. Can you help me raise my enchanting skill? The whole room got silent once I said that. While the enchanting is usually reserved for the nobles, I can help you get the first levels of enchanting as a reward for saving my family. Consider it done. Now it's time for celebration. The whole court erupted in cheers of happiness. Chapter 30. Enchanting. Pov, unknown villager. It was a hot day, as usual, in the desert. I drank a bowl of water from the fountain while looking at my son practicing his swordsmanship. He started to get better by day. I'm sure his father would be proud once he sees him finish. While I was watching my son training, a servant came up to me.
Miss Beatrice, you've been summoned by your husband to the study room.
Did he say the reason for his calling?
I'm afraid not, miss, but he said that you should come as quickly as possible. The servant responded while bowing her head. Ferdinand, I'll be going to see your father. Keep up the good work. Okay, mother, he yelled, then went back to his training. I also got up from my chair and went towards my husband's study room. After a short walk, I arrived at a wooden door where I gently knocked. But no response came. I knocked again with more force, with the same result. Honey, I'm coming in! I then opened the wooden door, only to be greeted by darkness. This was unusual to see. The room was supposed to have windows, and even at night it was illuminated by lanterns. I slowly stepped out, since this was not normal for sure. But I was suddenly pushed into the dark room by an invisible force, followed by the door closing, leaving me in complete darkness.
Hey! How dare you do this to me? Open up the door and I'll kill you quickly.
I tried to open the door, but it was firmly held from the other side. I tried to break the door with an iron sword from my inventory, but even when I managed to do it, instead of a hallway, I only saw 2 stone blocks blocking my exit. While I started to wonder who would do such a thing, I heard a growl from the darkness. I quickly turned to barely see a zombie coming towards me. This made me panic. I didn't have experience fighting with monsters, and I was not looking for a fight in the dark. The zombie came closer to me, and I held the sword to stop him from coming closer. The zombie didn't seem too fazed by it. He just pushed the sword to the side. In a panic, I just swung the sword, and I managed to wound him. A growl of pain was the following noise. I tried to get as far as possible from him, only to be struck from behind. I felt the teeth biting into my flesh, which made me scream in pain. I turned quickly, only to see empty air. An invisible zombie? Who would do such a thing?